Chapter 1. The heavens will bestow great responsibilities upon this person. And Ping recalled a saying he once came across online. As long as you dare to dream, anything is possible in your dreams. He considered himself quite audacious in his imaginings. He often fantasized about lavish clubs, entourages of beautiful women, melodious songs, and a life of opulence and indulgence. Yet, he never dared to dream that he would experience something as extraordinary as time travel. And yet here he was, standing on a pedestrian overpass as the sun rose, having endured what felt like an eternity on this bridge. He couldn't quite remember how long he had been standing there, but he felt certain that he had gotten himself quite intoxicated the night before and somehow ended up in this world, which bore a striking resemblance to his own but was, in reality, quite different. After having dozed off on the overpass for a few hours, he awoke in the cold dawn and transitioned from lying down to standing, attempting to ponder the meaning of life. A notable sign that alerted him to the divergence of this world from his own was the assortment of strange bills tossed around him while he slept. The currency had a different look altogether. After standing for nearly an hour and watching the ceaseless flow of traffic, and Ping let out a sigh for what felt like the umpteenth time. In my previous life, I may not have lived extravagantly, but at least I had a stable job even if my monthly salary was a mere 3,000 yuan. I didn't have a girlfriend, but I had just managed to strike up a conversation with a lovely girl selling tea, though she might have turned out to be quite ordinary. Though I couldn't afford a house, if I worked hard for 10 or 20 years, I believe buying at least a bathroom wouldn't be out of reach. Though, forget it. To hell with it, what's done is done. I've crossed over, and that's just the way it is. Thus, and Ping came to accept his fate, finding solace in his situation. What was this but time travel? After all, he had nothing to begin with. There was no need to feel attached to anything. It was all just a matter of how things unfolded. Besides, weren't those internet novels all about such tropes? The heavens will bestow great responsibilities upon this person. But first, they must be transported to another world. What about my golden finger? Thinking this, and Ping hurriedly patted down his pockets unsurprisingly. He found nothing of significance. Well, it couldn't be said that he found nothing. At least he confirmed that he was still a robust and virile man, which was good news. Gurgle, gurgle. He was hungry. He needed to find a place for breakfast before contemplating his next steps. As he turned to leave, and Ping suddenly noticed 3 beggars staring at him with peculiar expressions from a short distance away. The one in the center, presumably the leader, approached him with an air of indignation, his filthy face twisted with anger. "Hey, buddy, are you begging on my turf?" And Ping was taken aback. Was he being threatened by a beggar? This was quite unsettling. "This overpass is my territory, and you dare come here to take away my business. Do you believe I'll break your legs? And look at you. You're all soft and delicate, looking like a pretty boy. Why on earth would you come to beg? With hands and feet like yours, you could find a job. Also, if you want to pursue a life like this, at least take some time to clean yourself up and show some respect for the profession. You're making a mockery of us. Get lost. Don't let me see you here again." What was happening here? After finding a noodle shop and gratefully spending some of the 38 yuan he received from the goodwill of strangers, and Ping ordered a bowl of pickled vegetable and shredded pork noodles along with a steamed bun basket. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The beginning of this new life is truly a farce. As he consumed the warm food, feeling the warmth seep into his body, he couldn't help but reflect on how, even in May, the day could be sweltering while mornings and evenings remained slightly cool. Finishing his meal, wiping his mouth, he stuffed the remaining 5 steamed buns into a plastic bag and stood up to leave. With 38 yuan in hand, spending 22 on breakfast left him with 16 as a newcomer in an unfamiliar place. Without a wallet, ID, or phone, he had literally nothing. He had to survive on these 16 yuan for the day while urgently seeking a job that included room and board without requiring proof of identity. Surprisingly, he knew just the place that might offer such work: unregulated construction sites. However, first he needed to find a way to get online to check the city situation and urgently available job listings. As for the ID problem, he'd fabricate a story about it being lost. So, where could he get free internet access? Ding! An idea struck him. Better hotels usually had computers available for guests. If he had the audacity, he could easily use one. With this in mind, and Ping approached a glass window, glancing at his reflection. Not bad, a bit disheveled, but at least I don't look like a beggar. especially with his face if all else fails. Maybe I could try being a kept man. After all, that's a skill in its own right. Before the glass, and Ping indulged in a moment of narcissistic boasting, a level of shamelessness that could easily overwhelm any ordinary person, let alone a normal dog. Woof woof. Just then, a small yellow dog, seemingly drawn by an enticing smell, sat at his feet and barked unexpectedly, startling In Ping. The little dog looked up at him, and In Ping looked down, meeting its gaze. The dog barked again. Do you want some steam buns? Woof. This seemed to be an affirmative response. Oh, little doggy, do you know how pitiful my plight is? And Ping sighed helplessly, shaking his head. The stray dog was unfortunate, and so was he after all. He had once been an underachieving veterinarian in his past life. It was only because of his love for animals that he had chosen this profession. Well, what did it matter? It was just 5 steam buns. Setting the plastic bag down, the little yellow dog eagerly began to devour the buns, finishing them off in no time. Woof! Don't keep barking at me. There are no more buns left. Go find someone else to beg from. Woof! To his surprise, upon hearing this, the little yellow dog wagged its tail and pranced away. That's rather clever, and Ping chuckled to himself. Just as he was about to set off in search of the hotel, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The animal raising system has arrived. Do you accept? 2 options. Accept, decline. He paused in his tracks, chuckling. Of course, the heavens wouldn't have let him cross over without providing him some kind of golden finger. Accept. Let's get this underway. Chapter 2. The Newbie Gift Package, System Binding. Binding successful. Do you wish to possess a zoo that belongs solely to you? Do you aspire to amass wealth and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Do you yearn for a life of leisure, carefree and unrestrained? With this system at your disposal, all of that is within reach. Note, the existence of this system is to assist the host in managing a zoo effectively. All subsequent functions will serve as support. Naturally, the final authority rests with this system. Please be advised. Host information is as follows. Name, In Ping. Gender, male. Age, 26. Interests, fantasizing, daydreaming, small animals. Living conditions, destitute and miserable. Cash, 12 yuan. Director level, none. Please claim your newbie gift package. Good luck. Ah, destitute, miserable. The system truly lacks subtlety. In Ping's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. Yet he soon reconciled with the truth of the system's words. After all, a positive mindset is undeniably powerful. Claim. Click, 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 click. The disc began to spin. Congratulations. The host has won the newbie gift package, which contains the following items. An abandoned zoo spanning 1,000 acres on the outskirts of Haicheng, along with relevant documentation, an identification card, a bank card, and 200,000 yuan in cash. Would you like to claim it now? It is advisable to find a secluded spot to avoid startling others with the sudden appearance of these items. In Ping, his heart raced with excitement, his hands trembled, and his heart pounded as if it wished to escape from his chest. What is joy? This is pure joy. A minute later, In Ping, in a frenzy, dashed to a remote alley that reeked of garbage, his small hands still shaking, but he dismissed any concerns. Claim. Thud. A stack of documentation regarding the zoo fell to the ground, along with the identification card, bank card, and most importantly, 20 bundles of cash. It's real, all of it exhilarating. The filthiness was of no concern, and Ping grabbed 2 bundles of cash and planted a fervent kiss on them. Money is a marvelous thing. Money that can be obtained without labor is the best kind of money. I knew it. A handsome man like me is destined for extraordinary fortune. Zoo, not bad at all. After a few minutes of calming himself down, with newfound wealth, everything else seemed trivial for the time being. The pressing matter at hand was to buy a phone, some clothes, and spruce himself up, lest he truly resemble a beggar. The abandoned zoo is situated on the outskirts of Haicheng. Limited information available online indicates that this zoo was established by a rather eccentric middle-aged tycoon who, in the eyes of affluent peers, was akin to the infamous Uncle Yu, known for his vices of smoking, drinking, and extravagant hairstyles. A veritable heaven-smitten zoo. Is it really called the heaven-smitten zoo? Sounds about right. However, compared to Uncle Yu, this middle-aged tycoon fared worse. Online sources reveal that the zoo operated for a little over 3 years before the tycoon faced significant troubles in his other ventures. leading to bankruptcy and the zoo's subsequent demise, which was subsequently repossessed by the bank. As of today, it has languished in abandonment for nearly a year. In the taxi, and Ping meticulously examined the documentation in his hands. While some content was somewhat intricate, the majority was comprehensible, presenting no issues. He swiftly distilled the key points. Firstly, the zoo indeed spans a substantial area of 1,000 acres, an impressively vast expanse. Secondly, the southernmost edge of the zoo, which borders the sea, is virtually untouched due to the cliffs and its remote location, making that stretch of beach nearly a pristine wilderness. Lastly, according to the laws of this world and nation, the land on which the zoo resides is his permanent private property. In that moment, and Ping felt an overwhelming urge to shout exuberantly to the heavens, "I have struck it rich!" After all, starting with 1,000 acres of permanent land, could there be anything more thrilling? Certainly not. Truth be told, and Ping felt as if he had reached the zenith of his life, envisioning a splendid future that was not merely beckoning him, but rather sprinting towards him with open arms, ready to embrace him tightly. Then a delightful squeeze. Happiness that nearly took his breath away. The location of the zoo is exceedingly isolated. The taxi driver, quite amiable, chatted casually while driving, providing an overview of the area. The western outskirts once housed a village that in the past few years, urbanization led to its demolition, and with no investment to attract businesses, the area has remained desolate. Thus, at present, this region is practically devoid of human presence. This has benefited the animals, the driver chuckled. The area is mountainous. Not steep, but plentiful. After the demolition, people left, and the animals, no longer disturbed, have thrived. I've also heard that there are quite a few wild chickens and hares around, and some claim to have spotted wild boars and wolves, though I can't vouch for their truth. As they chatted, after about an hour, and Ping arrived at his destination, a desolate zoo, abandoned for a year, its fences, gates, and overgrown weeds all displaying a stark sense of neglect. A year of neglect had allowed the weeds to grow alarmingly rampant. Yet intriguingly, amidst the weeds, there were unmistakably man-made paths and faint tire tracks on the ground, likely left by motorcycles or electric bikes. It appeared that someone occasionally ventured here for leisure. Ping pushed aside the weeds and entered through the zoo's gate, making his way towards a wooden house not too far away. The documentation indicated that this house was once inhabited by the middle-aged tycoon. The files included a key. Upon unlocking the door, a cloud of dust assaulted him, prompting several coughs. Cough, cough, as the dust settled. And Ping focused his gaze, and indeed, as he suspected, the house was entirely barren. All furniture and appliances had long been removed, leaving behind a thoroughly empty, albeit lavishly decorated, shell. Moving in as it stood was impractical. After spending about 10 minutes inspecting the house, and Ping promptly locked the door behind him and returned to the waiting taxi outside. "Driver, do you know where there is a large furniture store in the city?" "Ido." The taxi quickly departed, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. From the 200,000 yuan in the newbie gift package, merely a little over 190,000 remained. Purchasing some furniture, appliances, daily necessities, and food should suffice as long as he refrained from extravagance. And Ping indulged in a shopping spree, and by around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he was aboard the delivery truck from the furniture store, heading back to the zoo. A new life, sitting in the passenger seat. And Ping turned to gaze out the window at the lush green grass of spring, a sight that was refreshingly pleasant. In truth, he had briefly contemplated abandoning the role of director and selling the land. That thought vanished in an instant, as the system's response was straightforward and unequivocal. The zoo cannot be transferred. Failure to comply will result in this system selecting another host. One must never offend the grand golden finger. And Ping chuckled to himself. And at that moment, he noticed a group of men and women gathered near the entrance of the zoo. Chapter 3. The Chubby Groundhog. Hello, what brings you here? Upon disembarking, and Ping glanced at the 8 individuals, still riding their bicycles, and inquired, "We're just here to take a look." "Who are you?" One of the boys on a bicycle responded, his tone amicable enough not to be irksome. His gaze fell upon one of the girls, who sported a ponytail, a lightweight long-sleeve sweater, faded jeans, and white sneakers, and Ping couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. A college student? I've heard that university life is quite enjoyable. As Ping observed the girl, she too found him intriguing, almost embarrassingly, and Ping averted his gaze. This zoo is newly acquired by me. The 8 individuals were either astonished or incredulous, with the girl among them exhibiting the same reaction. Isn't this place abandoned? Is it really yours? A pretty girl asked in surprise. Ping nodded. It was abandoned before. I just purchased it today. He had noticed the group carrying large bags filled with snacks and picnic blankets. Are you planning to go inside? Since I'm not opening for business yet, feel free to enter if you wish to play. Upon hearing this, the 8 of them immediately brightened, expressing their gratitude with cheerful smiles. They had visited this place several times before, and they chose to pass through the zoo primarily because the end of the zoo, which bordered the beach, had been cleared by its former owner, offering an unobstructed view and a beautiful scenery. Furthermore, the cliffs weren't too steep, and for the bold-hearted, it was possible to descend to the beach, feeling the sand beneath their feet or enjoying a swim. Xu Jing, are you coming? A girl asked Ping overheard. What is her surname? It feels a bit presumptuous to ask for someone's WeChat on a first meeting, doesn't it? Although he was handsome, and Ping, due to his unfortunate personality, had little experience in romantic matters. What a pity. I'll join, the girl in the sweater replied. Then turned to Ping with a smile. Thank you, director, goodbye. Thud. That smile was undeniably powerful, making his heart skip a beat. Thus, under the warm embrace of sunlight, the image of the young student, Xu Jing, leisurely pedaling away on her bicycle effortlessly evoked a sense of beauty in Ping regarding this new beginning. Everything will be provided: bread, cash, and a goddess. All must be present. Furnishing the residence and equipping it with appliances, followed by a simple cleaning, transformed the wooden cottage into a livable sanctuary. Prior to his departure, he had already ensured that utilities such as gas and electricity were activated by prepaying. He was grateful to the former owner, as the infrastructure was well maintained, sparing him numerous inconveniences. Given the early hour, the weeding project in the garden loomed large. This was indeed a monumental task, one that he could not tackle alone. It was out of the question. He would need to spend some money to hire someone to swiftly eliminate the towering weeds. That he expressed gratitude to the taxi driver who had transported him earlier that morning. That fellow had connections and assured him that help would arrive by tomorrow. Tomorrow would take care of itself. Today's for today. After some contemplation, Ping resolved to clear at least a patch around the house himself. For being ensconced by such dense vegetation, who knew if snakes or other creatures might stealthily slither into his abode at night? After finally attaining a fresh start, he had no intention of losing his life to unforeseen circumstances. Behind the wooden cottage, there lay a moderately sized shed. Originally, it housed a variety of tools. Yet, as expected, most of the valuable items had long been sold off. Thus, what remained were merely some scythes and shovels of little worth. Ping found a relatively new scythe. To be honest, gripping it felt somewhat peculiar, as though he had been transported back to his childhood. He was a rural child. When his parents toiled in the fields, they would take him along to perform light chores to ease their worries about leaving him home alone. Cutting grass with a scythe was among those tasks. So it seems, after all this winding journey, I cannot escape the fate of laboring in the fields, can I? Ping chuckled self-deprecatingly, turning to leave. However, just then, a sudden creaking sound emanated from the innermost part of the shed. Ping was startled. What could possibly be lurking in there during broad daylight? A rat, perhaps? The shed was equipped with electric lights, which he had neglected to turn on. Now, he had no choice but to illuminate the space. As the light flickered on, the spacious shed was instantly brightened, yet nothing seemed amiss. Who was there? Gripping the scythe felt insufficient for safety, so Ping swiftly grabbed a nearby shovel. That he detested snakes. As long as it's not a snake, anything else is negotiable. He cautiously advanced step by step. Suddenly, a small creature emerged, standing on its hind legs, boldly confronting Ping and emitting the comical sounds often heard in short videos. That, of course, this impression was entirely his own imagination. The creature before him, a groundhog, did not actually produce such noises. Goodness, you scared me. I thought you were a snake, Ping exclaimed upon realizing it was merely a groundhog, promptly releasing the shovel. Little did he expect. You were scared? I was the one who was startled, the groundhog retorted indignantly. Onping couldn't help but laugh. What are you scared about? You're quite amusing. His words trailed off abruptly, as if his throat had been suddenly constricted. An overwhelming sense of fear surged forth, compelling Onping to retreat, his face a mask of terror. In a bizarre twist, the groundhog mirrored his reaction, retreating while extending its short limbs, its expression equally filled with fright. You monsters! In perfect unison, Onping and the groundhog cried out, promptly panicking and fleeing. Onping dashed back into the house, locking the door behind him, his heart racing, gradually calming its frantic pace. What just happened? Why can that groundhog speak? Am I going insane? Or is this world utterly mad? Host, you are not insane, nor is this world overly deranged. The reason you can comprehend the groundhog speech is due to your acquisition of Level 1 animal language. This information is displayed at the very bottom of your personal profile. Please check. Onping. Level 1 animal language. How did I overlook this before? He hurriedly scrolled down to the very bottom. Animal language. Level 1. For goodness sake, why is such crucial information placed at the very bottom? I nearly soiled myself. This is not the system's fault. It is due to your lack of attention. Onping. Side quest initiated. Communicate with the aforementioned groundhog and persuade it to join the zoo. Reward. 1 lottery chance. Time limit. Within 12 hours. Chapter 4. Choking me, are you? A lottery. What a delightful prospect. Since I have already mastered animal language, rather than concerning myself with the supernatural, a mere groundhog should pose no threat. Onping took a deep breath, stepped outside, and headed toward the shed. The empty shed was indeed spacious, to be frank. Onping found it somewhat perplexing. The shed's door had been locked prior. How had that seemingly well-fed groundhog managed to enter? The answer soon revealed itself. That little rascal actually burrowed in from underground. Quite impressive. The groundhog was no longer inside the shed, likely startled. It had scampered out through the hole. What a pity, for the area outside the shed was overrun with weeds, making it quite challenging to locate the creature. Onping circled to the entrance of the burrow, contemplating whether calling out might lure the little one back. Please don't wander too far, he thought, calling out. Groundhog brother, it's me, the one you saw earlier. Are you still around? His voice echoed out, but there was no response. However, a patch of grass rustled slightly. Onping took note. Indeed, it was still nearby. If you're here, that's splendid. I have biscuits. Would you like some? The biscuits had been hastily stuffed into his pocket before he left. Though he was an unremarkable veterinarian, he knew well that animals living in the wild often find it difficult to resist the allure of food, especially little gluttons. Still not talking, huh? Onping chuckled, continuing, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Onping, and I am the owner of this zoo. I am not a monster. I merely have the ability to understand animal speech. Attitude is crucial. His words seemed to resonate, as after a brief silence, the little groundhog finally mustered a timid response. You're really not a monster? Absolutely not. So, are the biscuits tasty? The grass stirred again as the plump groundhog cautiously approached, stopping at a respectful distance and gazing up at Onping. It remained silent, but its little eyes clearly conveyed the message. Hurry and give me a biscuit. Observing the adorable creature, Onping found it quite amusing. He had never encountered a groundhog in real life before. Unwrapping the packaging, Onping crouched down and gently tossed the biscuit. The groundhog quickly snatched it up, sniffed it, and then began to munch away. Crunch, crunch. It was delightfully crispy. Soon the 2 biscuits were devoured, and the groundhog reached out. Is there more? Indeed. Fortunately, he had stuffed a few more packets in his pocket. Otherwise, the little one would have been quite disappointed. Onping reached into his pocket, retrieved the biscuits, tore open the packaging, and was about to toss them once more when, unexpectedly, the grass behind the groundhog began to rustle, producing a series of soft sounds. What on earth was approaching? Onping felt a surge of fear. Yet, this apprehension was short-lived, morphing into astonishment. Another plump groundhog? 2 of them? And could they not start fighting immediately? What are you doing? Choking me, are you? Let go of my neck, you shameless creature. I'll let go, but you mustn't move. Not move? Huh, that is impossible. Remaining still is for turtles. You fool. I'll smack you. All you do is eat. Do you not remember why I brought you out? What is wrong with eating? Aren't we alive to eat? If we don't eat, one tea we starve. Don't you dare twist logic. The subsequent groundhog displayed a noticeably more irritable temperament. Before long, the two groundhogs were entangled in a scuffle. Well, the battle wasn't particularly brutal, or rather, it appeared somewhat comical. Was this how groundhogs fought? It looked more like they were performing a tango. Excuse me, could you two not fight? After watching this humorous spectacle for a short while, Omping nearly succumbed to the urge to pull out his phone and record a video. Yet, the matter at hand was pressing. He must not delay in persuading these two little creatures to join the zoo. So, Omping hastily took out all the biscuits from his pocket and tossed them gently. The groundhogs were quite clever. Though they didn't know how to tear open the packaging, biting it open was no problem at all. Riot. In the blink of an eye, the two chubby little creatures ceased their scuffling, each eagerly seizing a biscuit and smacking their lips in delight as they began to munch away. Is there more? Upon finishing one bag, the second groundhog suddenly mirrored the actions of the first. These two little fellows, oh dear, Omping couldn't help but smile more broadly. Isn't this enough? Feel free to eat as much as you like. If it's insufficient, I can fetch more. Omping indicated towards the unopened packets of biscuits on the ground. He assumed the groundhog that had posed the question simply had poor eyesight and had not noticed. However, it was evident that the issue was not as trivial as that. I mean, besides what is on the ground. Is there more? Yes, Omping nodded, realizing they were still hungry. Then I shall go get some. You two enjoy for now. Thankfully, he had made a haphazard purchase at the supermarket earlier, acquiring a plethora of crisp biscuits and such. Otherwise, he would have had little to tempt these two rotund little gluttons. Omping hurried back, grasping a fully laden plastic bag, convinced of his own speed, yet unaware that surprises often outpace him, as was the case at this very moment. What on earth was happening? One groundhog had transformed into two, and then those two morphed into five, two adults accompanied by three young ones. They stood in a row, munching biscuits. Was this a whole family? Omping was somewhat bewildered. No, he must be utterly perplexed. Are you all one family? Indeed. That is why I mentioned earlier that we were still hungry, the second groundhog replied. These three little ones are our offspring. Aren't they adorable? Hearing this, Omping could only nod, feeling he had pieced together the puzzle. The first groundhog to emerge was male, sent forth to test the waters for any ill intentions, after determining that Omping posed no threat. The female came charging out to deliver a thorough thrashing to the first, and as for the reasoning behind this speculation, well, it draws parallels with the familial hierarchy often observed among married couples. Ultimately, the groundhog couple confirmed that Omping was harmless before summoning their three young to partake in the delightful human fare that a perfectly harmonious family. Thank goodness, I truly harbor no malice. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently wiped out this entire family. By the way, can groundhogs even eat this? Sitting down on the ground, Omping awaited the five little ones to finish before broaching serious matters. With little else to occupy his mind, he began to ponder various thoughts. Chapter 5. Lottery, lottery! Congratulations on winning! The appetite of these little gluttons truly astonished him. This large bag of snacks, regardless of monetary value, was indeed substantial. Yet those five little fellows continued to eat and eat. The rate at which the snacks dwindled in the plastic bag was visibly staggering. That it was quite exaggerated. At long last, the five little ones were full, sprawled on the ground with their bellies round and content, letting out satisfied burps. I haven't eaten this much in ages. It's simply delightful. I feel like I've overindulged. It's as if my stomach might burst. I think if I rest for just a moment, I could eat more. I think so too. Upon hearing this exchange, Omping suddenly remembered that some dogs, if not restricted in their food intake, would indeed continue to eat until they literally burst. That groundhogs share this tendency? Well, they had eaten and drunk their fill. It was time to discuss serious matters. With that thought in mind, Omping began to organize his words and spoke up, the five groundhogs having gorged themselves to the point of immobility. Likely wouldn't be able to flee even if they wished to. However, they had no intention of running away, as they had resided here for quite some time. Just as humans cherish their homes, so too do animals. They had no desire to relocate. Moreover, the true head of the household, the female groundhog, inquired, "If we agree, will there be an ample supply of food?" Omping smiled and nodded. Absolutely. We can eat whatever we desire. Indeed. Then it's settled. Ah. They agreed just like that. He hadn't even had the chance to explain the terms of the contract provided by the system. How could they be so quick to consent? It appeared that in the realm of gluttons, food reigned supreme while all else paled in comparison. Danping's mouth moved. He had intended to clarify certain stipulations within the contract. Yet since the female groundhog had already acquiesced, the most prudent course of action was to capitalize on the moment and establish the contract forthwith. As for the miscellaneous terms, they could be addressed later. 5 copies of the contract have been provided. Both parties must leave their paw prints on the document for it to take effect. Before long, the 5 contracts were duly signed. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. You are now rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Lottery. Lottery. Gazing at the array of prizes on the spinning wheel, exceedingly extravagant in nature, Onping's eyes widened uncontrollably. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, a $10 million development fund for the zoo, an August helicopter, a luxury yacht. What does it mean to be dazzled by a plethora of choices? Onping rubbed his hands together, and at that moment, his cheeks were unmistakably adorned with 2 prominent characters: excitement and anticipation. The wheel began to spin, the pointer gliding past lavish prizes at a brisk pace, gradually slowing until it finally came to a stop. Congratulations to the host for winning a grand prize. The roads on Akinuma Mountain are often deserted, frequented by racers seeking to challenge one another. The racing track remains, yet the seasoned drivers of yore are nowhere to be found. Congratulations to the host for winning a Wuling Shenche, the divine vehicle of the Akinuma Mountain racing deity. A driving license is included with the vehicle. Onping. Surely, this must be a jest. It cannot be. How could I draw and end up with such? I suddenly feel that life has lost its flavor. Onping struggled to maintain his composure in the face of this harsh reality. Unfortunately, he found it impossible to do so, and soon his eyes brimmed with tears as he sought to vent the mounting frustration within his chest. Even if his outlet was not a human, but rather 5 groundhogs. Do you know what it means for life to be devoid of flavor? My body feels utterly drained, completely wrung out, with not a drop left. Do you grasp what this sensation entails? I suppose you wouldn't understand. I have finally comprehended the true meaning of the phrase. No matter how brilliant Chopin, he cannot express my sorrow. Tragic. Dear, what is wrong with the director? Why is he laughing one moment and crying the next? The male groundhog turned away, whispering. The female groundhog also turned away. I don't know, but don't you think he resembles that foolish fellow we once knew? The male groundhog grew excited. Hey, it truly is quite the likeness. I think it's best we avoid provoking him for the time being. Otherwise, who knows what he might do? You re-wise, dear. No matter how harsh life may be, hope lies in tomorrow. In short, regardless of the circumstances, life must go on, even if one's mindset crumbles. One must find solace in humor and self-deception. Otherwise, what's the alternative? Simply ceasing to exist. Onping still yearned to vent his frustrations. It had become clear that displacing his ire onto the 5 groundhogs was futile. So he needed a different approach. Thus, that afternoon, the 5 groundhogs sat in a row on the threshold of the villa, wide-eyed as they witnessed a peculiar scene unfold in the visual tableau. Onping wielded a scythe, hacking away relentlessly like the Grim Reaper, tirelessly clearing the overgrown grass. Beginning around 2 o'clock and concluding just after 4, over the course of a little more than 2 hours, the wild grass surrounding the villa was completely cleared. Finally, Onping, having released a significant portion of his pent-up emotions, settled himself down on the threshold, feeling somewhat better and less tormented. However, while the emotional strife may have been buried, the physical toll was now crashing down upon him. He felt utterly drained. Consequently, he found himself sitting on the threshold for over half an hour, simply to regain a modicum of strength. In May, the weather is typically splendid, with clear skies and radiant sunshine. And darkness does not fall until around 6 or 6:30. Onping had never had the opportunity to witness the sunset by the sea, and he had initially planned to do so that evening. Alas, it appeared he would be unable to move. Perhaps tomorrow, as there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lying atop the mound of grass he had just cleared, Omping lit a cigarette. The pile of recently cut grass exuded a unique and potent aroma, almost overwhelming his senses, that he rubbed his nose and turned slightly to observe the 5 groundhogs frolicking nearby. During the brief respite imposed by his exhaustion, he had managed to outline 3 critical stipulations from the contract that required special attention. Under no circumstances must harm come to the director. IT is forbidden to inflict harm upon any humans within the zoo, unless the director consents. Additionally, no harm should befall other small animals within the zoo. By the way, do you two have names? Omping recalled this detail. Upon hearing a sound, the couple of groundhogs immediately ceased their playful antics. Turning in unison to inquire, "What are our names?" "It seems we have none." "How about this? You shall be called Little Half," Omping suggested with a smile, pointing at the male groundhog. "And you shall be named Little Moon. What do you think?" This referred to the female groundhog. "Excellent. Such melodious names. The director truly possesses culture." The groundhog couple replied in perfect harmony, their rapport remarkable, responding with laughter. However, there was an underlying tone that felt slightly off. Chapter 6. Beauty is Justice. Oh my. Omping realized that the groundhog couple, namely Little Half and Little Moon, had essentially grasped the meaning of his words and could effectively communicate with him. That in contrast, the 3 young groundhogs seemed to struggle with understanding him. Possibly due to their youth, that he could fully comprehend what the 3 young groundhogs were saying. Yet the reverse was not true, that IT was a rather amusing phenomenon, and upon contemplation, quite a natural one. After all, if any random animal could fully understand human language, the world would certainly be a much more chaotic place. The groundhog couple had no objections to the newly assigned names, nor did they oppose Omping's naming of their 3 offspring as Fatty 1, Fatty 2, and Fatty 3. That these 2 creatures were remarkably easygoing, as if their only requirement for happiness was an abundance of food. Omping reclined on the grassy mound, chuckling softly, when his phone vibrated. It was a message from the car dealership informing him that the Wuling Shinche he had purchased would be delivered the following day. Let it come, he reassured himself, although it wasn't a Rolls-Royce Phantom. At least it was a vehicle that could shield him from the elements. Omping could only console himself with such thoughts, lamenting his own misfortune with a sigh that as the sun dipped below the horizon. Ushering in a new chapter of life in this unfamiliar world, Omping unknowingly drifted into slumber. The fragrance of the grass and foliage enveloped him, imparting a unique sense of tranquility. How long had he slept? A chill began to creep in. The evening's coolness steadily took effect, prompting Omping to slowly open his eyes, his vision still somewhat blurred and indistinct. "It seems I am still dreaming, even in a different world. The dreams remain unchanged, still filled with beauties. Beauty, how about a kiss?" Omping mused inwardly, when suddenly, "Director, you're awake?" The beauty spoke. Her voice was melodious and remarkably genuine. "Ah, delightful. The sense of reality is most gratifying. Director, are these 5 groundhogs part of your zoo? May I pet them?" the beauty continued. However, her question struck him as somewhat peculiar. Why would the beauty in his dream mention groundhogs? Wait a moment. This beauty bore a striking resemblance to that college student he had seen riding a bicycle, named Xu Jing or something similar. Suddenly, the veil between dream and reality was violently torn asunder, and Omping jolted awake, instinctively crossing his arms defensively over his chest. "What have you done to me, Xu Jing?" It was both infuriating and amusing. Upon hearing this, Xu Jing found herself momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to be angry or to laugh. Ultimately, laughter won out, for this fellow was undeniably quite handsome. "Beauty is justice. Oh my, please refrain from making wild accusations. I have not done anything to you," Xu Jing replied with good humor. Omping was now fully awake, realizing that his previous statement was prompted by the allure of her appearance. The past was not something he wished to revisit. He quickly sat up, feeling awkward, yet recognizing the importance of maintaining a man's dignity. "Well, it's best if nothing has happened. Let's consider this a one-time occurrence, shall we?" "Xu Jing, sigh, I am a lady. I am poised and refined. True to my name, I endure." "All right, enough of this. However you choose to interpret it," Xu Jing thought to herself, feeling overwhelmed as she could not allow Onping to continue with his nonsensical banter. She promptly reiterated her inquiry about the groundhogs. Onping nodded in response, and upon closer inspection, he found this girl to be genuinely stunning. Not in the artificial sense, laden with layers of makeup, but naturally beautiful. Indeed, a fresh-faced college student, how delightful. Onping smiled. Feel free to pet them. It's $10 for each touch. Xu Jing. Her lovely face darkened slightly. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Find it pricey? No problem. Let's change the payment method that I'll ask you a question, and for each answer, you may pet a groundhog. How does that sound? Slap. Although a red banknote is merely a piece of paper when produced swiftly, the sound it makes can indeed convey an air of authority. I'll take 10 touches, Onping. Now it was his turn to be speechless. Were college students in this world truly that affluent? To actually accept such ridiculous pricing? Regardless, money is a good thing, and only a fool would complain about having too much of it. Thus, Onping swiftly tucked the cash into his pocket and continued with his playful banter. This one is called Little Half, and that one is called Little Moon. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name, beauty. Xu Jing. A certain wise individual once declared that when it comes to girls, regardless of the circumstances, if one has set their sights on someone, they should pursue them relentlessly without shame. Onping had always admired this sage and had indeed implemented such strategies with considerable success. By the way, beauty, with your captivating looks, are you a model? Not quite. Those models I see on television are not as lovely as you. How old are you? Let me guess, you can't be more than 18. Am I right? These 3 little groundhogs are the offspring of Little Half and Little Moon, named Fatty 1, Fatty 2, and Fatty 3. Little Half and Little Moon are a couple. Speaking of which, do you have a boyfriend? Xu Jing was on the verge of losing her mind. She had encountered many bold suitors in her time. After all, her credentials were undeniable. Since high school, she had been pursued by countless young men, many of whom were charming and smooth-talking. Yet, she had never met anyone as unabashedly forward as Onping. Today was certainly an eye-opener. She felt exhausted. This guy, despite being quite easy on the eyes, was utterly insufferable. Stop! Xu Jing exclaimed, exasperated that if Onping continued to flatter her, she would not be able to endure it any longer. She promptly adopted a serious expression and extended her hand. Return my money. Sure, Onping replied, handing back a red banknote. However, Xu Jing did not retract her hand. You asked me 15 questions, and at $10 a question, that totals 150 that you still owe me 50. Onping had truly not expected such a move. He had not anticipated that this seemingly demure girl had such a spirited personality. Fascinating, truly fascinating, that it was quite rare to encounter someone so intriguing. Onping chuckled, but you haven't answered any of my questions. Xu Jing maintained her stern demeanor. You stipulated that I would be paid $10 for each question I answered. But you never mentioned that I had to respond. Clever. That's my oversight, he conceded. It's just money. Onping promptly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, not bothering to count it, and placed it all in Xu Jing's hand. No change. Apologies. No refunds. Thank you, generous benefactor. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Onping. What has transpired? Hold on. At least tell me your name. Upon hearing this, Xu Jing, now mounted on her bicycle, turned back, flashing a radiant smile. Xu Jing. With that, she pedaled towards the dilapidated entrance of the zoo down on the grass. A stack of cash that Xu Jing had intentionally dropped glimmered in the setting sun, appearing quite lovely, much like her retreating silhouette. Chapter 7. The Roar of Beasts. According to Little Half and Little Moon, they had resided here for at least half a year. It's very peaceful here. Devoid of humans, Little Half remarked, shaking off the water after a warm bath, feeling so comfortable that it almost felt foreign to him. So, we, along with some other animals, have made this place our home, he continued, sitting in the sun at the entrance on a bright morning, effectively responding to Onping's inquiry. We've seen squirrels, hedgehogs, large turtles, foxes, wild chickens, and oh, there were snakes too. I wonder if they're still around. This place is quite vast, and we don't often cross paths. Has snakes? Indeed, there are snakes. Onping's lips twitched, He had harbored a fear of snakes since childhood, an uncontrollable phobia, but he quickly glanced around as if expecting a snake to zero in on him. Its tongue flicking in anticipation, hissing as it approached. Of course, nothing of the sort was happening. Lighting a cigarette, Onping inquired, "Are there any other animals?" Little Half scratched his head, his damp little noggin almost drying under the sun. "There should be more. I've spotted wolves before. And there was, I think it was called a pangolin, a rather amusing little creature. However, I haven't seen them in quite some time. They may have wandered off to the nearby mountains." Wolves and pangolins? While this zoo may be somewhat secluded, it was only about an hour's drive from the city. That it seemed unlikely that such diverse animals would inhabit this area. Onping found it rather perplexing that so many different species had been spotted in this vicinity. Regrettably, although Xiaoban is quite intelligent, it is unable to respond to such inquiries. "All right then, off you go to play, but don't stray too far," I said. "Sure thing," Xiaoban replied joyfully as it scampered towards the grassy expanse. As a groundhog, its options for play were rather limited. Apart from engaging in playful banter with Xiaoye and engaging in a few scuffles, there seemed to be no other particularly entertaining activities. Sure enough, the couple soon found themselves squabbling once more. "Are you trying to choke me again? You shameless creature. You are the shameless one. Just watch as I beat you to a pulp today." While the couple fought, the three little groundhogs were not idle either. In fact, judging by their laughter, these three rascals were having a splendid time. "Go for it, Dad. Defeat Mom. Come on, Mom. You're the best. Hit her hard." Onping couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It appears that mischievous children know no boundaries. Nor do they adhere to any category. They are everywhere. After this reflection, with nothing better to do, he took out his phone and began recording a video. Yesterday, the taxi driver assisted in bringing over 10 workers, and the agreed wage was 300 yuan a day, inclusive of drinks and one meal. Not exorbitant, but rather a reasonable price. Spending the previous night in the house, bored from watching television, Onping had taken some time to browse the internet on his phone. Familiarizing himself with the basic situation of this world, that as for the cost of living and technology, they bore a striking resemblance to the previous world, suggesting that acclimating here shouldn't pose much difficulty. With 10 individuals tending to 1,000 acres of land, it was estimated that the task would take 5 to 7 days to complete. That if we assume 7 days, that amounts to a total of 21,000 yuan in labor costs. Quitte acceptable. Esteemed workers, I appreciate your efforts. This place hasn't been cleared of weeds in quite some time, so there may be some small animals hiding within. Onping felt compelled to address the matter of the creatures before work commenced. Therefore, I kindly ask that you exercise caution and take appropriate precautions. Additionally, if you encounter any small animals, please merely chase them away without harm. Thank you. Taking their wages, the 10 workers nodded with smiles and began their tasks. Onping then stepped outside the zoo's gates, where the accursed Wuling Shunche, which he had won in a lottery, had been delivered. Due to its newness, vibrant red ribbons were still tied to the side mirrors. His heart twinged once more. Why, when he could have had a Rolls-Royce, had he drawn this? Never mind, he thought, not wanting to dwell on it. After signing, the handsome gentleman who delivered the car quickly departed. Onping sighed again. Though it was merely a van, in his previous life, he couldn't even afford such a vehicle. Now, at least he could consider himself part of the car-owning populace. Furthermore, it was a brand-new car. Regardless, he ought to take it for a spin, to inhale the scent of a new vehicle and relish the experience. "Xiaoban, Xiaoye, I'm going for a drive. Would you like to join me?" The couple, having just concluded their quarrel, were temporarily in a state of truce. Upon hearing Onping's words, the two groundhogs exhibited a remarkable understanding. "A drive? What is that? Can we eat it?" "A drive means driving around in a car. By the way, have you ever ridden in a car?" "What is a car? Is it this big metal box? Can this thing be eaten?" Never mind, he thought. There's no need to ask. These 5 creatures have certainly never been in a car. Hop in. Let me show you the power of this divine vehicle. Approximately a minute later, Onping nearly lost it with laughter. "Director, please stop laughing. I can't climb in." "Director, help. My legs are too short," the groundhog couple lamented in a most pitiful manner. Their short legs were indeed a source of amusement. Once seated in the driver's seat, Onping said with a grin, "All right, everyone buckle up and stay still. Otherwise, it could hurt if you fall." He then inserted the key and ignited the engine. Although he had never owned a car, he had often driven a Wuling Shinsei at work, so he was quite adept. Assuming that, being the same brand, everything would come naturally, he was sorely mistaken. As he turned the key, a thunderous roar erupted, the sound crashing against his face and leaving him utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, driven by instinctual fear, the 5 groundhogs began to shriek in terror. "All ferocious beast is upon us. We must flee." "Flee? Director, have we run into the belly of a monster? This is terrifying. Director, I've wet myself. Please let us out." The cacophony of screams reverberated, expressing their sheer terror. It was bizarre, utterly bizarre. What was happening? "Don't be afraid. It's not a beast. It's just the sound of the car. Wait here." As Omping spoke to reassure them, he quickly exited the vehicle and popped the hood. Hiss. A 12-cylinder engine? Direct fuel injection. Impressive. Chapter 8-inch. Hey, Xu Jing, what sort of divine Wuling Shinsei is this? Wait a moment. Staring at the V12 engine, Omping was momentarily struck dumb, suddenly realizing he might have made a conceptual error. The understanding he had from his previous world had led to a misjudgment. Could it be that this world's Wuling is indeed a miraculous vehicle? The answer soon became clear. A quick online search revealed that this seemingly unremarkable van equipped with a V12 engine was priced at an astounding 1,200,000 yuan. What the heck? What purpose could one have for purchasing such a vehicle? For transporting goods? Or perhaps for racing? Omping was perplexed, questioning whether he had misread the information. It wasn't that he had miscalculated the price, but rather the interior. After all, having just sat inside, he could confidently say that the interior was far from luxurious. He hurriedly climbed back in for another look. All right, he hadn't been mistaken. While it wasn't terrible, it certainly didn't scream luxury. "Director," Xiaoban piped up weakly as Omping re-entered the vehicle. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. That's just how human cars operate," he reassured, though he was already contemplating whether to sell the vehicle. 1,200,000. Even as a used car, it might fetch 1 million. That wouldn't it be more appealing to trade it for a Maserati or something? Buckle up, we're off. For the 5 groundhogs, riding in a human vehicle was a novel experience. Initially frightened, they gradually adapted and soon became excited. "Wow, dear, look, we don't even have to walk to go this fast." Overjoyed, Xiaoban stood on its short legs, peering out the window, straining to see outside. Xiaoye mirrored this behavior. The couple truly was in sync. Omping, noticing this, pressed a button to lower the window. Instantly, the wind howled, carrying waves of heat that transformed Xiaoban and Xiaoye into caricatures. Of course, they were unfazed. "Ah, this feels incredible. Incredible." The couple, utterly absorbed in their delight, seemed to disregard the 3 little ones pleased to see outside, entirely oblivious to their lamentations, and no wonder the 3 little ones had turned into mischievous rascals. One might ponder, to what extent do parents influence the emergence of such mischievous children? After a brief excursion, Omping made a quick stop in the city to purchase some fruits, snacks, vegetables, and various meats, including ribs, while also ordering nearly 20 boxed lunches. As he turned the divine vehicle around to head back, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the utility of the vehicle had indeed become apparent. Unfortunately, Omping felt a wave of disappointment wash over him that if he considered future trips into the city for shopping, it seemed unlikely that he could part with this vehicle. "I'll think about it later. Perhaps luck will favor me in the next lottery. Surely, I can't be unlucky every time." With that thought, Omping opened the system interface to review the tasks presented. Zoo weeding project. Thoroughly remove weeds from the zoo to give it a fresh appearance. Completion reward. Zoo development fund. 1 lottery draw. Task deadline. 10 days. Only upon completing the weeding can he draw from the lottery, which implied he would need to wait at least 7 days. How much money do I have left? Having suddenly acquired 200,000 yesterday. Calculating his remaining funds left Omping feeling a twinge of regret that he had been reckless, spending extravagantly. Now, after deducting the workers' wages, he found he had 5,000, perhaps not even that much. Disastrous. Truly disastrous. After exiting the city and traveling for about 40 minutes, he reached the only road leading to the zoo. This road was in a state of disrepair, likely due to the lack of residents in the area who would be willing to invest in its maintenance. Although it was a concrete road, many sections had cracked, and there were areas of collapse on either side. Furthermore, it was quite narrow. When two vehicles attempted to pass each other, one had to be especially cautious. Otherwise, they risked scraping against one another or necessitating one vehicle to veer off the road entirely. The land on either side was similarly overgrown with weeds that An Ping pondered over his recent transformation into a pauper. And it took him quite some time to notice a petite white car trailing behind him that it was a Volkswagen Beetle. Rather charming and quite amusing in appearance. Upon a closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Hey, is that you, Xu Jing?" At the entrance of the zoo, An Ping arrived first, swiftly exiting the vehicle, crossing his arms, and leaning against the slightly warm car body. The Beetle soon came to a halt, and Xu Jing stepped out, standing beside the car door. "Hello, beautiful, that it seems we meet again," he greeted with a grin. Xu Jing responded with a frown. "Could you speak normally?" Strangely enough, she did not harbor much disdain for An Ping. Perhaps it was because he was not unattractive. Was beauty indeed justice? She was uncertain and too apathetic to delve deeper. That An Ping smiled, his spirits lifted upon seeing her. "Of course, you look even more beautiful today. Truly stunning." Compliments never failed to brighten a girl's mood. It was an innate quality of women that could not be altered. While Xu Jing felt a flicker of joy at the praise, it was a different sensation compared to compliments from other boys. She sensed that An Ping's flattery was not entirely insincere, especially with that playful grin on his face, which seemed to openly declare, "I wish to befriend you," and engage in profound discussions about life. This made her feel quite uncomfortable, as if she had become the prey. "Thank you," she quickly interrupted, unwilling to endure any more of his frivolous banter. "I lost something yesterday, possibly at your zoo. Would it be convenient for me to go in and search for it?" "Of course. Please," An Ping responded with a smile, gesturing for her to proceed. "Would you like me to accompany you in your search? I would be more than happy to assist." Xu Jing instinctively wanted to refuse. But as soon as she uttered the word, she found herself forced to reconsider. The item she lost was rather small, and searching alone in such a vast zoo would indeed be quite a challenge. "I am sorry, but thank you that if I find it, I'll treat you to a meal." Upon hearing this, An Ping halted, his expression one of mock horror. "Xu Jing, you're inviting me to dinner. Have you taken a liking to me? I must inform you that I am not that kind of man. I am the kind of man who, when casual, frightens even himself. Forget it, the item isn't that important that if I lost it, then so be it. I'm leaving. Sorry for the disturbance." Xu Jing turned to walk away. Wait. Since you specifically returned to look for it, it must be significant that I won't tease you any longer," An Ping insisted, having finally met a beautiful girl in this world. And failing to obtain her WeChat yesterday, he was determined to make an effort today. Thus, he could not let her leave so easily that he had indeed guessed correctly. The item Xu Jing lost was indeed quite important, or she would not have gone to such lengths to return. "Promise you won't joke around anymore?" Xu Jing raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. "I promise. I am, in fact, a very serious individual," An Ping declared with feigned solemnity. Xu Jing couldn't help but laugh at his sudden shift in demeanor and the absurdity of his exaggerated claims. There is a saying, after all, to win a girl's affection, one must first make her laugh. Thus, Xu Jing smiled on the outside while An Ping chuckled inwardly. "Dear, it appears the director and that human girl are drifting further apart," Xiaoban observed, propped up against the window, gazing intently. Xiaoyu rubbed her belly, feeling a bit hungry. "So, how do we get out?" Xiaoban turned to inquire. "Do you think the director has forgotten about us?" "That seems unlikely." Xiaoyu blinked, though her words lacked conviction. "I also believe he wouldn't forget us. He seems rather nice. Let us just wait. But dear, don't you feel it's getting hotter? It does seem that way. I'm already sweating." "Me too, that I could really use a cold drink right now." Xu Jing and An Ping walked side by side into the zoo. Although An Ping had promised not to tease Xu Jing, old habits die hard, or perhaps one could say, a dog cannot change its nature. He thought for a moment and spoke. "By the way, my name is An Ping. Let us officially get acquainted." He extended his hand, that Xu Jing glanced down, rolling her eyes. "I see. So you've gone from joking to outright taking advantage. Haven't you?" "Absolutely not. How could I? I'm not that sort of person. I am a gentleman." Xu Jing scoffed, then shifted her gaze. What happened to those 5 groundhogs from yesterday? And Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Groundhogs? Seriously, how could you forget them in the car? Aren't you worried they might overheat? The two hurried back, quickly opening the car door to find Xiaoban and the other 5 little creatures sweating profusely. Tongues lolling out that Xu Jing couldn't help but comment, and Ping silently wished Xianti said that. He truly hoped Xianti followed him back, if Xu Jing were not there at that moment. He could easily concoct an excuse and adamantly deny any wrongdoing. What to do now? Please, Xiaoban, why are you all looking at me with those eerie eyes? Stop staring. It's unnerving that Ping felt his scalp tingle under their gaze. Soda. I was blinded by beauty and forgot my duty, that I hope you can forgive me. After all, I am trying very hard to secure you a director's wife. Xiaoban and the others. Xu Jing. This time, it was indeed in Ping's fault. Xu Jing's words were clearly heard by Xiaoban and Xiaoyu. Given the situation, there was no way to deceive them. He could only resort to apologies and reparations to placate the 5 little ones. Fortunately, foodies are quite forgiving when it comes to being upset that a few minutes later, in the villa, and Ping, wearing a smile, agreed to a series of conditions, and the matter was temporarily settled. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Xiaoyu sneered. A man's words are but the whispers of ghosts. And Ping? After retrieving the lunch boxes from the car and distributing them to the workers, it was indeed lunchtime, and there was enough food to spare. How about we eat first? Afterward, I can help you search, and Ping suggested to Xu Jing. Xu Jing glanced at the lunch boxes, eager to find her lost item and leave quickly. However, breakfast had indeed been rather insufficient. Thank you, but I don't. Gurgle, gurgle. The protest of her stomach came at the most opportune moment. And Ping heard it distinctly, and Xu Jing knew he had heard. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instantly turned indignant. I'm not hungry. Come on, it's 20 yuan a meal. You can just pay for it. Silently eating. Hunger was hunger. Pretending otherwise was certainly possible, but it would be uncomfortable that Xu Jing paid for the meal and began eating in silence. Meanwhile, Ping prudently refrained from bringing up the earlier embarrassing incident, as he feared that such a jest could provoke Xu Jing to throw her lunchbox at him in a fit of embarrassment. Once they finished eating, the workers needed to take a break. And Ping, not being miserly, suggested they begin searching for the item Xu Jing had accidentally lost yesterday. A necklace. What kind of necklace? Do you have a picture? And Ping inquired that Xu Jing pulled out her phone and showed him a photo. Upon seeing it, Ping, a man himself, thought the necklace was indeed quite beautiful. Most importantly, he noted, is that pendant made of diamonds? It's fake. Don't overthink it, Xu Jing replied, preparing to retract her phone. And Ping's mind raced, whether the diamond was real or fake. Regardless of Xu Jing's claims from the photo, he believed it to be genuine, that if it was indeed a diamond necklace, regardless of its worth. If he assisted in locating it, he could easily exchange WeChat information with her. Wait, having an extra pair of hands might increase the chances of finding it. How about showing the photo to Xiaoban and the others to help? Xu Jing was taken aback. Are you serious? Of course. If you don't believe me, just watch. Xiaoban and the others, having finished their lunch and enjoyed some cold water, were lounging leisurely in the shade of a tree. Ping called out to them, gesturing for them to come over, and instructed Xu Jing to show the photo. Here is the situation. This lovely lady has lost this item in our zoo. Could you assist in finding it? If you do, I'll reward you. Any reward you desire. Really, you promise to help find it? That is fantastic. What? There are additional conditions. What conditions? That is a bit tricky. I can't make that decision. If you don't agree, you want help? Just a moment, let me ask. And Ping was absolutely confident in his own charm. Well, Xu Jing, Xiaoban, and the others said they're willing to help you find it. However, they require that you add me on WeChat first before they agree to assist. What do you say? Xu Jing. I've never encountered someone so shameless. Are you trying to fool me? 10-inch, may I take a look? As an outstanding individual who has undergone compulsory education and continued on to higher education, Xu Jing could ascertain, even with the most rudimentary of thoughts, that the shameless individual before her was spouting nonsense. After all, Modern science has informed her that communication between humans and animals is utterly impossible. However, as her gaze flitted back and forth between Ping and Xiao Ban's half-visible face, her curiosity, driven by her nature, was piqued. She genuinely wanted to know how this matter would unfold. She had not yet contemplated the adage about curiosity in cats. What she thought instead was, isn't it just adding a WeChat contact? It's not as if I can't simply delete him after turning away. Ha! How clever of me, Xu Jing mused, smiling and nodding. All right, but what if you can't find those groundhogs? That's simple. And Ping replied promptly, if we can't find them, then you won't have to treat me to a meal. Instead, I will treat you as compensation. Xu Jing felt genuinely exhausted. Isn't that just you taking advantage? Is it? Then let us do this. If I can't find Xiao Ban and the others, you can come to my zoo anytime, free of charge. A slight smirk played on her lips that Xu Jing was indeed quite astute. I think that would mean you'd see me often, which seems to benefit you more. But fine, let us go with that. Naturally, Xiao Ban did not propose any request to add WeChat. He had no idea what it even was, thus, as a connoisseur of food, his terms for assistance remained centered around cuisine. Anything purchasable with money posed no significant issue, and Ping readily agreed. Having reviewed the photographs, Xu Jing recounted the route they had taken in the zoo yesterday. Perfect, let the search commence. Then let us be off, and Ping declared to Xu Jing. Then turned to the 5 little creatures, Xiao Ban, Xiao Yu. Give it your all. Come find me as soon as you locate them. All right, Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu responded enthusiastically. Even the plump trio of Depang, Air Pang, and San Pang chattered excitedly. Yesterday, Xu Jing and her classmates had reached the end of the ZOTO. Begin the search now. They would have to retrace their steps along the same path. The distance was not too far, though certainly not close, particularly under the midday sun, which felt rather scorching. However, for Ping, this was hardly an obstacle. After all, he had the stunning Xu Jing by his side. With that thought, Ping turned to steal another glance at Xu Jing, who was diligently searching. This was not the first time. Xu Jing was no fool. It was impossible for her not to notice Ping's blatant gaze upon her. Unable to bear it any longer, she halted, turned to face Ping. I say, are you really helping to look for something? Of course. Then, why do you keep staring at me? You're just too beautiful. Can I take a look? Duh. Your reasoning is so sound. I find myself at a loss for words. The weeding project had only just begun today, and Xu Jing was uncertain whether she had lost the necklace in the zoo, adding considerable difficulty to its retrieval. The two walked and searched, taking some time to reach the zoo's end, where it met the sea. The waves, one after another, rolled in, with the previous waves meeting their demise upon the shore, creating a soothing scene. The sea breeze blew toward them, carrying a salty, damp scent that was quite pleasant. This was Ping's first visit here, and naturally, he was curious and eager to explore. The cliff at the end of the zoo was steep, though not excessively so. Below the cliff lay a reasonably lengthy stretch of beach. Judging by the size of the beach, it was likely that high tide would completely submerge it. Then the waves would crash fiercely against the cliffs. The cliff was somewhat high, rendering fishing impractical, Ping mused. However, if a path could be constructed down to the beach, perhaps a simple dock could be built as well, allowing for a yacht to be purchased for leisurely fishing trips. That would be delightful, as these thoughts surfaced. Ping felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What a foolish notion, considering buying a yacht, when I should be thinking about fishing. A bikini-clad beauty would be far more enticing, wouldn't it? Isn't a model more enjoyable? Just picture it, Xu Jing on my yacht. You foolish dreamer. Ping found himself lost in his fantasies, unable to extricate himself from such trivial thoughts. Xu Jing had no inkling of Ping's musings. Otherwise, she might have impulsively kicked this shameless man off his feet. The necklace was not here. They had walked quite a distance without any luck that Xu Jing felt a twinge of disappointment. If it wasn't he lost in the zoo, then it must have been on the way back to school last night, which meant it was virtually impossible to find. My mother is going to scold me to no end, she thought, feeling a pang of dread at the prospect of her mother's wrath. Maybe it wasn't lost in the zoo. Let's head back. Xu Jing sighed silently, conceding that if it couldn't be found, there was little point in wasting more time. Or do you wish to continue gazing at the sea? No more gazing at the sea. You are far more captivating than the ocean. Let us go back. Upon hearing those words, Xu Jing felt a muscle in her forehead twitch uncontrollably. She had come to realize that in Ping, this shameless fellow truly seized every opportunity to flatter her. With his looks, coupled with apparent wealth and such skill in flattery, he must be quite the player, Xu Jing easily categorized in Ping, and with the label affixed, the subsequent interactions became much simpler. She knew she would have to say something soon. As they retraced their steps, both maintained a semblance of hope while observing their surroundings. It will likely take about a week for all the grass in the zoo to be cleared. Perhaps by then, we might find it, and Ping noted, recognizing Xu Jing's concern for the necklace, and offered some consolation that Xu Jing forced a smile. I wasn't even in the grass. How could the necklace have ended up there? That's simple. Perhaps the necklace was so beautiful that a little creature in the grass spotted it and took it there. Ah, are there really little animals in that grass? Oh yes, many of them. There are hedgehogs, wild rabbits, wild chickens, and oh yes, wolves and snakes too. It was working. Ha, come on, are you scared now? Come, get a little closer. Is that the scent of shampoo? It smells delightful. Xu Jing was indeed a bit startled. Wolves? Snakes? And Ping nodded emphatically. Yes, they say there are all sorts of creatures. But it should be fine, as long as you don't provoke them. They usually won't bother you. Besides, I'm here, right? If anything happens, I will certainly protect you. As he spoke, and Ping patted his chest, which was devoid of muscle and instead padded with fat. The gesture was klitsch. Very klitsch, exceedingly klitsch that Xu Jing rolled her eyes just as she was about to say, Are you trying to scare me on purpose? Unexpectedly, the grass not far away rustled violently. Something was there. Chapter 11. A beautiful little fox, just as she had mentioned wolves and snakes. The grass began to stir. Surely, this isn't a joke. Not some prearranged trick. Xu Jing felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively glancing at Ping. Yes, she suspected this was Ping's scheme to frighten her, intending to take advantage of her fear. This scoundrel is truly outrageous. Xu Jing silently clenched her teeth, that Ping remained oblivious to her thoughts, as his attention was wholly focused on the rustling grass ahead. The distinct calls of the groundhogs, were easily recognizable, for the other chattering sounds. He couldn't discern which animal they came from by sound alone, but it didn't matter, as Xiao Yu's voice had already provided him with the answer. Don't run, Xiao Yu shouted. Give me the necklace around your neck. That isn't yours. It belongs to the zoo director's wife. You're talking nonsense, the fox retorted defiantly. What nonsense about the zoo director's wife? Who are you? Do I know you, Scram? Xiao Yu was infuriated. How dare you speak to me like that? I'll make you pay. The grass rustled again, and upon hearing his mate's call, Xiao Ban rushed forward with the three little ones. You shameless creatures. Ganging up on one. The little fox fumed. Don't come any closer, or I'll bite you all. In front of Xiao Yu, Xiao Ban might be an indifferent, shameless creature, but in the face of others, he remained quite imposing. Xiao Ban roared, Bite me. If you have the guts, give it a try. I'll try. Soon enough, the little fox's voice grew hoarse and sharp. You shameless creature employing such sinister tactics. I'll kick you to death. Wife. Kids, let us go. Let us crush it. All right, let us work together. The little fox howled. The capture of the little fox meant that the necklace could finally be located in a moment of urgency, and Ping seized Xu Jing's delicate hand. Pulling her into the grass, caught off guard by the sudden grip on her hand, and being dragged into the thicket, Xu Jing was momentarily stunned, in a flurry of confusion. She became understandably indignant, exclaiming, You scoundrel! What are you trying to do? Release me at once. I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on me, I shall make you regret it. At that moment, Xu Jing's petite face was flushed with embarrassment. Hearing her voice, Ping abruptly halted his steps and turned back, though his grip remained unyielding. After all, such an opportunity was not one to be squandered, even for a moment. Why are you blushing? What on earth are you thinking? When feeling guilty, deflecting blame is a rather effective strategy, and Ping employed it effortlessly. Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu are making a racket. They must have found the necklace. Let us hurry over. Xu Jing. The embarrassment on her face intensified, and in truth, her entire lovely visage felt as though it were aflame. What had she just contemplated? For a demure girl, what she had just thought must be a colossal secret, one that she could never divulge. Then why are you holding my hand? And why haven't you let go yet? Embarrassment led Xu Jing to adopt a stubborn front. This was indeed a shrewd tactic. Ah, beauty is always fleeting. And Ping sighed silently. Since Xu Jing had already voiced her thoughts, he had no choice but to release her hand. He let go, feigning embarrassment as he scratched his head. I was just anxious. My apologies. Let us hurry along. You may not know this, but Xiaoban and Xiaoyu are quite the gluttons. If we take too long, they might very well devour your necklace. Xu Jing. There was no path through the grass, and fortunately, she was wearing long pants and sleeves today. Otherwise, traversing through the grass would have been utterly dreadful. However, even in her long garments, moving through this overgrown area, where the grass nearly reached her height, posed a significant challenge. Ping led the way, clearing a path. Xiaoban, Xiaoyu, I'm coming. Have you found the necklace? Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoyu immediately responded, We found it. Director, hurry over. To Xu Jing, Xiaoyu's call was merely a sound, devoid of any further significance. Thus she remained skeptical that the ground squirrels could truly have located her necklace. She still believed that Ping, that scoundrel, was undoubtedly scheming to take advantage of her, particularly just moments ago. As she recalled that incident, Xu Jing instinctively glanced at her small hand, which Ping had grasped. It still seemed to retain a hint of warmth. Her heart raced with an unsettling vigor. When was the last time a boy had held her hand? As she moved forward, she couldn't help but ponder this question, and it sent her into a panic. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Instinctively, she looked at Ping, who was ahead. Could it be? No way. Absolutely impossible. Xu Jing muttered softly, shaking her head vigorously. Ping, having heard her murmur, turned back. Did you say something? Xu Jing quickly replied, No. You must have misheard. Oh, is that so? Ping questioned, perplexed, before turning back to continue their path. Guided by the calls of Xiaoban and Xiaoyu, finding their way was not difficult. Soon, Ping and Xu Jing arrived at a sight that left them quite speechless. Before them, the 5 members of Xiaoban's family were all engaged in a concerted effort, effectively pinning a small fox down with their weight. And this was no ordinary fox. It was a particularly beautiful red fox. At that moment, the red fox was being firmly restrained by the 5 ground squirrels, its expression one of unwillingness, resentment, and profound grievance. Ping's gaze fell upon the red fox. He found himself momentarily entranced. Not only because of the fox's striking beauty, but also due to the fact that there was indeed a fox in the zoo's underbrush. This revelation cast a new light on the other animals Xiaoban had mentioned. It seemed there truly was a snake. Xu Jing, too, was momentarily lost in thought, her mind racing. After all, she had spotted the necklace around the red fox's neck. This meant that Xiaoban and Xiaoyu had genuinely assisted her in locating it. But how could this be? Could it be that these 5 ground squirrels could truly comprehend Ping's words? When he instructed them to find the necklace, they actually did. Moreover, just moments ago, Ping had suggested that Xiaoban and Xiaoyu might have found the necklace. And now they had indeed done so. What did this signify? Chapter 12. Love for the Kingdom. More for the beauty. The answer was tantalizingly close, yet utterly baffling. Ground squirrels could understand Ping's words. Some animals, having cohabited with humans for extended periods, might indeed become quite intelligent, capable of grasping human language. This aspect was somewhat understandable. However, how could humans comprehend the words of ground squirrels? That concept was utterly incomprehensible. As her thoughts whirled, Xu Jing's brows knitted together, her gaze narrowing on Ping, momentarily overshadowing the captivating red fox. She suddenly felt that Ping, the audacious rascal, seemed to possess an air of mystery. At that moment, she was unaware that this sense of intrigue, coupled with the curiosity it evoked, would prove to be a potent poison for her. Pulling out her phone, she hastily searched for information on red foxes. Important points: cunning, agile. It seemed there was no mention of ferocity. That was good news, implying that there should be no immediate threat of harm. As for the task issued by the system earlier. Current side quest: communicate with the red fox and persuade it to join the zoo. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Deadline: within 12 hours. Ping glanced at the task again. realizing that this mission was currently unfeasible. While jesting with Xu Jing had been one thing, engaging in earnest communication to persuade the red fox to join the zoo was an entirely different matter. He could not afford to reveal the truth of his ability to converse with animals. He wasn't foolish enough to overlook the dire consequences that would ensue should such information come to light. However, if he did not seize this opportunity now to persuade the red fox, once the fox sensed danger, it would undoubtedly flee, leading to the failure of the task and the loss of a lottery chance. What a dilemma, as he pondered. And Ping instinctively turned to Xu Jing. He realized he had two choices. Point one was to swiftly retrieve the necklace from around the red fox's neck, return it to Xu Jing, and send her on her way so he could focus on completing the task. The other was to remove the necklace and let the red fox do as it pleased, accepting the loss of a lottery opportunity. The question was, what did a single lottery chance represent? It could signify a reward worth millions. Was it truly worth sacrificing such a sum for Xu Jing? What a quandary, and Ping wrestled with his thoughts. While the restrained little fox continued to vocalize its grievances, the sound of the fox's voice was not unpleasant. In fact, one might even describe it as somewhat melodious to Xu Jing. The reward, Xu Jing. To hell with it. Such a naturally intriguing beauty was quite rare. Men, after all, love their kingdoms but cherish their beauties even more. He decided to cast caution to the wind, and Ping flashed a grin. Xu Jing, you've lost. Xiaoban and the others have found the necklace. Xu Jing. Why did it feel like this scoundrel looked so cunning when he smiled? Xu Jing felt a twinge of frustration. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to temporarily set aside her doubts and nodded. Yes, I have lost. Then, and Ping said with a smile, extending his phone towards her, shall we add each other on WeChat? Add you? You conniving scoundrel, Xu Jing silently grumbled. First, hand me the necklace. All right, little fox, the necklace around your neck belongs to this lovely lady. Not you. I'm going to retrieve it now, so please do not bite me. The little fox chattered. You cunning human. This is mine. Don't be anxious. I mean you no harm, that I only need to take the necklace back, that if you give it to me, you can leave peacefully, all right? The little fox grew more agitated. You treacherous human. You think you can deceive me. You must be plotting to kill me and take my fur. Let me tell you, even if I become a ghost, I will not spare you. Ah, the misunderstanding runs deep. And Ping clearly heard the little fox's words, but with Xu Jing watching intently from a distance, he had no choice but to press on with his charade. How about this? I am the director of this zoo, and these 5 ground squirrels are now part of my zoo. As he spoke, and Ping gestured toward the direction of his dwelling. Over there is a building where I reside, that if you return the necklace to me, you can come visit and I will treat you to delicious food and drink. What do you say? The little fox. A zoo? A director? Ground squirrels? Its small eyes darted around, and this time the little fox did not immediately protest. It pondered for a moment. Delicious food and drink. For heaven's sake, do not ask any further questions. You'll surely reveal the truth. And Ping refrained from displaying too much reaction, opting instead to respond diplomatically. Anything you wish to eat, just ask. All right, as long as you don't harbor any ill intentions. I won't bite you. Upon hearing this, and Ping let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally sorted. Before long, the necklace was in hand. Subsequently, at Ping's suggestion, the 5 ground squirrels stepped back, allowing the little fox to depart. Once freed, the little fox shook itself vigorously, akin to a person unshackled from handcuffs, exuberantly freeing its limbs. The little fox initially darted to the side for a short distance, ensuring that it could make a swift escape at any moment before finally coming to a halt. It turned to face on Ping, its voice softening significantly as it spoke. You humans aren't so bad. You speak with integrity, farewell. After uttering this phrase, the little fox sped away, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. Thank you, Xiaoban and Xia. You may return to the house now. I shall prepare a grand feast for you this evening. Oh, yay! The 5 of them cheered in unison before promptly departing. Thus, only Anping and Xu Jing remained on the grassy expanse. Anping became aware of a particular thought, and uncontrollably, the song Mistakes in the Flower Field came to mind, specifically one line. Mistakes made in the flower field. Here, amidst the tall weeds of the grassland, Lying down would render one invisible. How exhilarating, Anping mused, lost in his reverie. Just then, Xu Jingjing's voice cut through the air, cold and piercing, as if she had seen through Anping's lecherous thoughts that I end that moment. Anping felt a shiver run down his spine. I was pondering your earlier assertion that this diamond pendant is a counterfeit. Anping responded with remarkable quickness. Mentally patting himself on the back for his swift reaction to as he spoke, he loosened his grip on the necklace in his palm, allowing the pendant to catch the sunlight. The rays cascaded down, vibrant and dazzling. Upon this revelation, Anping fixed a smug gaze upon Xu Jingjing, choosing silence as he awaited her explanation. Xu Jingjing's face flushed slightly. She had indeed claimed it was fake, though in truth, it was genuine. Saving face was paramount, and she needed to recover swiftly to turn the page. Oh, is it really? I was unaware, as it wasn't purchased by me. Anping thought. Who did she think she was fooling? He smiled silently, choosing not to expose her deception. Pray tell, who gifted it to you? They certainly have a generous spirit. Chapter 13. Is this your type? As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. Xu Jingjing suddenly realized that dealing with a shameless character like Anping required an unconventional approach. Otherwise, she would be at his mercy. She reached out to take the necklace, tucking it into her pocket. Following through on their agreement, she added Anping on WeChat. After putting her phone away, she flashed a sly smile that suggested mischief. Answer me one question, and I shall reveal who sent it to you. What do you say? Deal. Anping agreed enthusiastically. You may ask, can you understand what animals are saying? Had she stumbled upon the truth? The question struck Anping like a bolt, for it was of great significance. He absolutely could not admit it, but if he outright denied it, she had clearly begun to harbor suspicions. Would a flat denial only deepen her doubts? Then perhaps, going against the grain might work that if he confessed, would she assume he was jesting, thus neatly resolving the matter. In an instant, Anping's thoughts raced, swirling until he made a decision, responding with a broad smile. Indeed, as it turned out, he had gambled correctly. Seeing his forthright admission, influenced by years of scientific education, Xu Jingjing found it hard to believe, at most, she harbored a mere sliver of doubt. Noticing her lack of a strong reaction, Anping silently exhaled, relieved to know his gamble had paid off. Well then, your turn to answer. The necklace was a gift from my boyfriend. Thank you for today. I must take my leave. Farewell. My goodness. A gift from your boyfriend? You have a boyfriend, and you didn't mention it sooner? What a waste of my enthusiasm, a waste of my feelings. Damn it, stunned, Anping took a moment to regain his composure. Pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, taking a deep drag, that he recalled the lottery opportunity he had recently let go of with great reluctance that a chance at a lottery, even with poor luck, could yield something useful. And now, for the sake of a married woman, it had all gone to waste. Indeed, a dog that licks will never have a house. Anping looked up at the sky, sighing heavily as he made his way back to the house. The petite beetle car rolled away slowly, eventually fading from view. Anping stood at the entrance of the zoo, lost in thought when Xiaoya approached him. In truth, the 5 little gophers had not strayed far. They had deliberately concealed themselves in the grass to eavesdrop. Thus, Xiaoya could comprehend Anping's current state. Director, heartbroken? Pfft. Those words, uttered at such a moment, struck like a sharp dagger to his heart. The pain was genuine. Who could have anticipated that this was just the beginning? For at that moment, Xiaoban chimed in, Wife, you're mistaken. The director never even fell in love before it ended. I believe this is called unrequited love. Pfft. Another stab. Xiaoya blinked. It does seem that way. The director's unrequited love never even got expressed before rejection. It feels rather tragic. Indeed, it's somewhat tragic, yet also a bit amusing. Yes, it is rather funny. The director is quite pathetic, Anping. Unable to bear it any longer, he snapped, Xiaoban, Xiaoya, both of you silence. Otherwise, there will be no dinner tonight. Xiaoban and Xiaoya. At Haiqing University, in a certain girls' dormitory. After wandering under the blazing sun for several hours, Xu Jingjing returned to her dorm and immediately dove into the bathroom for a shower. It was Friday, and there were no plans for the afternoon. With only about half a month left until summer vacation, she would soon enter her senior year. with no classes to attend, thus enjoying ample leisure time. The dormitory housed for people, with 2 roommates preparing for graduate school, presumably at the library studying diligently. Therefore, at this hour, only Xu Jing and Xu Jing remained in the dormitory, that Xu Jing was glued to her computer, gaming while chatting animatedly with a boy in the game. If it were just ordinary chatter, it would be fine, but this girl had a penchant for mischief, using an overly sweet and cutesy tone. Wearing her pajamas, Xu Jing could no longer tolerate it, and approached Xu Jing, playfully smacking her on the head. Of course, it was the kind of force that friends share, not a real hit that Xu Jing looked up at Xu Jing, refusing to take the hit lying down, and quickly pinched her friend in retaliation. All right, that's enough for today. I'm logging off now. Bye-bye, cute boy, Xu Jing playfully said into her headset, and without caring for the boy's response, she abruptly exited the game. Xu Jing, did you find the necklace? At this moment, Xu Jing had already climbed on her bed, as the afternoon seemed perfect for a nap. I found it. Hey, you really found it. Where did you find it? At the zoo. You're so lucky. I thought for sure you wouldn't be able to find it, considering how overgrown the place is, Xu Jing said while habitually checking her phone. She stumbled upon Xu Jing's latest social media post, which featured a photo of a beautiful red fox. Seeing it, Xu Jing's excitement soared. Xu Jing, you saw a fox at the zoo? It's so pretty. Enthralled, Xu Jing clicked on the photo to enlarge it. However, upon enlarging the image, a hand that she had previously overlooked appeared in the lower left corner. It was incomplete, yet unmistakably a man's hand. Xu Jing immediately looked up at Xu Jing, a sly smile spreading across her face. Xu Jing, did you find it all by yourself? Huh? Xu Jing was momentarily baffled. What do you mean? I mean nothing much. It just suddenly came to mind that the boy we saw yesterday seemed rather handsome. He might be your type. Well, if she couldn't grasp that, Xu Jing would surely be considered a fool. The Xu Jing's face darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? That guy is a shameless jerk. Ding. Xu Jing's ability to extract information was exceptionally sharp. In the next moment, her playful grin deepened. Xu Jing, we barely interacted with him yesterday, so why label him a shameless jerk? Did he do something to you today? No, you mustn't talk nonsense. Xu Jing, your denial is a bit too hasty. That is not like you. Xu Jing. And you seem a tad flushed. Does that mean I've hit the nail on the head? Xu Jing. Siakwi. Oh, is someone upset? Ah, you little rascal, just wait until I catch you. Xu Jing shouted as she leapt off her bed. Barefoot da-da. Chapter 14. Facing the sea, spring blossoms. The 2 girls began to frolic in the dormitory, and at that moment, Xu Jing exhibited none of her usual decorum. Perhaps this is why men believe that women possess at least 2 sides. After a while of playful banter, Xu Jing conceded defeat, though she remained unyielding. You should be grateful to me, Xu Jing, with a defiant tone, remarked. Take a look at the hand in the lower left corner of the photo you sent. Is that hand yours? Xu Jing suddenly recalled that when she had taken a picture of the fox earlier, that scoundrel in Ping hadn't made any mischief. Thus, at this moment, as she widened her eyes to scrutinize the image upon Xu Jing's suggestion, she exclaimed, "What a rascal!" Frustrated, Xu Jing swiftly deleted her post on moments that Xu Jing noticed this and smacked her lips, saying, "Oh, Jing, you're being excessively self-conscious. Aren't you? What is this? Has your elusive youth finally arrived? Our goddess Jing is actually yearning for a sweet romance?" Xu Jing retorted, "Don't call me Jing." Her shout echoed, signaling the commencement of the second skirmish between the 2 spirited girls that Achu in the zoo. And Ping sneezed forcefully, shaking his head, momentarily feeling a bit dizzy. With the afternoon free and having walked quite a distance earlier to the seaside, he had no desire to venture out again. So, he decided to bring out the lounge chair he had purchased the day before and set it up beneath a tree that had already been cleared of weeds, reclining comfortably to bask in the spring sunshine and revel in his newfound life. I must commend the director's mindset. He just recently experienced heartbreak. Yet here he is, acting as if nothing happened. Quite impressive, remarked Xiaoban, munching on snacks while conversing with Xiaoyu nearby. This couple displayed a harmonious relationship when not bickering. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed. His attitude is commendable. Perhaps the director didn't truly care for that girl after all. Is that so? Then why did he act the way he did? It must have been purely lustful desire for her physique. And Ping? Ahem. And Ping choked on his cigarette, coughing several times. Xiaoban, Xiao Yu. I heard everything you two just said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoban and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. Oh no, let us get out of here. Desiring Xu Jingjing's form, and Ping, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, lay back on the lounge chair, compelled to contemplate this notion that, of course, he had to admit that he was indeed attracted to her. After all, he was a man, and Xu Jingjing was undeniably beautiful. However, to what extent was this attraction? He pondered and concluded that it was likely minimal. Although love between a couple may begin with physical attraction, be deepened by talent, aligned with personality, endure through kindness, and remain loyal to character. Physical appeal is merely the first step. That he believed that what truly captivated him about Xu Jingjing was her intriguing personality. Alas, too bad she has already taken. I wonder which swine has laid claim to such a fine cabbage. With a long sigh, he moved his fingers to exit Xu Jingjing's moments, after lingering on her cartoon avatar for a brief moment. He ultimately logged out of WeChat. Though I may not be proper, I refuse to engage in such unethical acts as poaching. I have principles. Evening quickly descended. The 10 workers, drenched in sweat from a day's labor, bid farewell to Ping, leaving the zoo to settle into tranquility, with only him remaining to end the silence, conducive to reflection. Ping reclined on the lounge chair, calculating that he had been in this world for nearly 2 days. Yesterday, in a daze, he had stumbled into this zoo, assumed the role of director, and gathered 5 standard gluttonous groundhogs. How should he navigate this new life? Should it mirror the last, aimlessly drifting without a clear objective? Living day by day, unable to afford a car or a home. Forget those trivial matters. Such a life holds no allure. Without comparison, there is no difference, now that he had a point of reference. Reflecting on over 20 years of past existence, he chuckled ruefully. Surprisingly, he had easily arrived at the conclusion he thought would be difficult to ascertain. This time, he resolved to live splendidly, to imbue his life with meaning, and absolutely not squander his precious existence on trivialities such as money, food, and shelter, that he must truly live for himself. Having made this decision, Ping smiled, genuinely delighted that I in that instant, who was Xu Jingjing, apologies, but I don't recognize her. Farewell. Xu Jingjing was utterly unaware that at this very moment, Ping in the zoo was smiling with such joy. Otherwise, she would have never hesitated for a second to block him on WeChat. Her life had always adhered to convention, likely due to her family upbringing. She was beautiful, generally possessed a pleasant demeanor, and had never truly lacked for money since childhood. It is often said that birds of a feather flock together. Therefore, despite the numerous suitors, very few had managed to catch her eye. Even when they did, after a few days of interaction, their true colors would emerge, and the allure would dissipate. Thus, encountering a shameless person like Ping was genuinely a first for her. But that was not the crux of the matter. What intrigued her was that she currently did not harbor any dislike for Ping. This was rather fascinating. Could it truly be that absurd saying, "Good men are unappealing to women"? After dinner in the cafeteria, she strolled around campus, returned to her dorm, and without hesitation declined several invitations from boys on WeChat that Xu Jingjing hesitated for a moment before clicking on Ping's moments. It was quite monotonous, featuring only 2 posts, one from yesterday, showcasing the 5 groundhogs sitting in a row on the doorstep, enjoying their meal, a heartwarming scene that Xu Jingjing smiled. As a girl, she found the image endearing. The other post was from today, another photograph taken at the cliff's edge at the zoo. The individual in the picture was her. Instantly, Xu Jingjing's eyes widened. How could she not recognize her own silhouette? Stolen. When did that rascal take a picture of me without my knowledge? The photo captured her standing straight, facing the sea, accompanied by the caption, "Facing the sea, spring blossoms." Huh? Xu Jingjing was momentarily bewildered. What was going on? Although it was merely a simple 8-character phrase, why did it evoke such a delightful feeling? Exiting WeChat, she hastily opened her browser to search for "Facing the sea, spring blossoms." The search results were sparse. This phrase rarely appeared. Consequently, Xu Jingjing felt even more perplexed, scratching her head. What is this, a cultured rogue? At that moment, she remained oblivious to the adage, "Rogues aren't terrifying." What's frightening is when rogues are cultured. Thus, with slight hesitation, she sent a WeChat message to Ping. Chapter 15. A knock at midnight. Having been in this world for less than 2 days, Ping barely knew anyone, so it was natural that no one would send him WeChat messages, especially at this late hour. Thus, when his phone vibrated while he was watching television with Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu, he felt quite puzzled. The confusion was soon clarified. The message was from Xu Jing, asking, "When did you sneak a photo of me?" How perplexing. Sneak a photo? Ping replied, "Your moments." Now Ping understood. Well, I wasn't sneaking a photo. I was taking a picture of the sea, and you just happened to be in the frame. What a shameless excuse. Upon reading this response, Xu Jing silently cursed. "Haha, so it's still my fault. My sincerest apologies," she replied sarcastically through gritted teeth. That Ping promptly responded with a toothy grin emoji. "No worries, it's not a big deal. I forgive you. Xu Jing." Ping, you scoundrel. Lying on her dorm bed late at night, Xu Jing nearly lost her temper. She had never encountered a boy like this before. He was infuriating. She was disinclined to engage in further banter. "Delete my photo." "Sure." Ping readily agreed. And in the blink of an eye, the photo of Xu Jing vanished from his moments without a trace. Xu Jing saw this. Ping's prompt compliance and swift deletion of the photo should have satisfied her. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. In fact, she felt even angrier, her mood plummeting, as if she had been dealt a harsh blow. Discontent filled her. She was exceedingly displeased. Fuming, Xu Jing abruptly tossed her phone aside and pounded her bed with her fist. The noise was rather loud, causing the other 3 girls in the dormitory, who were not deaf, to turn and look at her, their faces filled with confusion. Zhao Shuang asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Jing," Li Ran added. "Seems like she's angry." "Who is she upset with?" Su Qing chuckled. "Oh, you ladies are oblivious. Jing is simply experiencing the stirrings of spring, commonly known as youthful infatuation." Instantly, Zhao Shuang and Li Ran looked astonished, their mouths agape in shock. "What the heck?" the 2 girls exclaimed in unison, while simultaneously turning to gaze at the furious Xu Jing with wide eyes. That Xu Jing clearly heard Su Qing's remark. Her face flushed crimson, adorably blushing. Well, seeing this reaction, it was confirmed, indeed true. "Jing, which boy is it? Do we know him? Is he handsome? Is he well endowed?" Before the television, Ping was suddenly seized by a chill, as if a lurking presence had fixated upon him, treating him as prey, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he perked up his ears. This house now served as a sanctuary. Yet outside, on the vast expanse of land, he pondered what dreadful creatures might dwell. A part of him yearned to know, but another part dreaded the revelation. Present, he could only affirm, "Do not venture out after dark." After listening intently for a brief moment, he noted that the wind howled sharply, resembling the mournful cries of spirits, sending an unsettling sensation through him. Fortunately, it appeared that no sounds of movement emanated from outside, leading him to believe that he was merely imagining things, frightening himself. With this thought, Ping shook his head with self-deprecation and resolved to continue watching television in peace. Little did he know, at that very moment, a loud, resounding knock, knock, knock echoed through the air. "What the hell? Who is knocking at my door?" The wind certainly does not knock. Ping was instantly alarmed. Who would come knocking in the dead of night, especially in such a remote area? It felt as though he were ensnared in a horror film, depriving him of the ability to enjoy his show. "Xiao Ban, Xiao Yu, did you hear that knocking too?" Ping inquired, but the only company he had were the 5 groundhogs. Startled, he turned to these 2 creatures for assistance. To his surprise, the 2 shameless groundhogs had huddled closely together, trembling in fear. "Director, you should go check." "Damn." Ping was infuriated. "I said, are you 2 really nothing but gluttons?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu immediately looked at him in unison. "Director, you are absolutely correct. You should hurry and take a look." Just as the words left their mouths, the knocking resumed. At that moment, Ping truly regretted having indulged in numerous horror films and novels during his idle days. What seemed trivial then now felt overwhelmingly intense. What could be outside? A monster, a ghost, a faceless entity, a skeleton. He mustn't dwell on it any longer, for if he did, he might frighten himself to death. Resolving to calm himself, Onping took a deep breath and shot a glare at Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu, who were urging him on, and bravely called out, "Who is knocking at the door?" "It's me." His heart skipped a beat. Something could speak. "Who are you?" Onping asked again, simultaneously scanning the room for any objects that might serve as weapons for defense. "Don't you recognize my voice?" The voice had taken on an unmistakable quality, reminiscent of Xu Jing. Suddenly, his mind buzzed with confusion. That Xu Jing. What was she doing here at this hour? Had his charm grown so potent that even a beauty like her would come to visit him unbidden in the dead of night? Thoughts swirled in his mind. Xu Jing. Yes, it was indeed Xu Jing's voice. That Onping's heart soared with joy, and he was about to rise to open the door. However, just as he began to stand, Xiao Yu suddenly grasped his arm with both front paws, trembling in fear. "Director, don't be fooled. What is outside is not human." "What the hell? Not human?" Onping's body jolted. "Not human. Then what is it?" Xiao Yu shook her head. "I don't know, but it definitely feels like it's not human." "Don't open the door. If you do, we'll be eaten." To ascertain whether it was truly Xu Jing, Onping realized he could easily confirm this, that he quickly grabbed his phone and sent a message to Xu Jing. "Xu Jing, are you on my doorstep?" "Xu Jing. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I be at your house at this late hour?" "So it's not you," Onping replied without hesitation, then called out again to the door while activating the recording function. The entity outside, regardless of what it was, responded with a sound. Onping sent the recording to Xu Jing. "Do you recognize this voice?" Inside the girls' dormitory at Haiqing University, Xu Jing, who had been preparing to sleep, casually opened the voice message. "Ah, Onping, you idiot, you scare me to death." Chapter 16. Rest assured to court death that I in truth. The voice outside Onping's door only bore a resemblance to Xu Jing's. It was not identical. However, hearing a voice eerily similar to her own at this late hour sent chills down her spine, amplified by the surrounding atmosphere, rendering the experience far more exaggerated than it would have been in daylight, especially since she had only just been about to sleep. Terrified, memories of horror film scenes and spooky tales suddenly surged within her mind. Sleep? There would be no possibility of sleep now. Thus, a mix of fright and anger prompted Xu Jing to unleash a furious tirade via WeChat. After venting her frustration, she didn't afford Onping the chance to explain, and swiftly blocked him. The bright red exclamation mark was glaring. Staring at the screen, Onping found himself in a daze for several seconds before he let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Tossing his phone onto the sofa, that Xu Jing was a married woman, and he was a man of principles. He had already resolved to harbor no ulterior motives earlier that afternoon, so being blocked was trivial. Yet, despite his nonchalance, the sensation of being blocked was far from pleasant. Deep down, Onping felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Discontent served as a catalyst. Fueled by this motivation, Onping steeled himself and swiftly entered the kitchen. Grabbing the watermelon knife he had purchased the day before, with the knife in hand, he felt invincible. Regardless of what chaos awaited him outside, he would face it head-on. Onping moved swiftly, soon arriving at the door. The door had no peephole, so he could not see what lay beyond. Fortunately, a window was nearby. He approached it, peering cautiously outside. His body jolted again with a start. What the hell? The night wind howled. And looking through the window, he saw that the entrance was completely empty. What had produced that earlier sound? Could it really be? Onping dared not contemplate further. His throat felt parched at that moment. Confronted with the stark emptiness outside his door, the watermelon knife in his hand seemed to lose all significance. After all, a watermelon knife could only deal with tangible objects, but what about the unseen? What on earth is happening in this world? Is it a chaotic dance of demons? You are not Xu Jing. What exactly are you? Gathering his courage, Onping called out again, fixating his gaze on the door. He clung to the last shred of hope, wishing for it to be something alive, for only a living being could be dealt with. Alas, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Knock, knock, knock. The chilling sound of knocking echoed once more. But this time, it did not emanate from the front door. Rather, it came from the back door. The terrifying entity had shifted to the rear. What could it possibly be? and why did it move silently without a sound? In an instant, the reality of its unseen and intangible nature became even clearer. Onping was truly frightened, not to mention the 5 groundhogs, who were trembling and nearly in tears. Director, I'm so scared. What on earth is that? Director, aren't you the great director? Shouldn't you protect us? Hurry and deal with that terrifying creature outside. Director, we're counting on you for our lives. Director, we will pray for you. Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu chimed in, each voicing their fears. Given their demeanor, Onping could easily discern that if faced with a life-threatening situation, these 2 little creatures would undoubtedly sacrifice him without hesitation to save themselves. Heartless and ungrateful. What are you? Onping felt he could no longer hold back and shouted. Knock, knock, knock. It is Xu Jing. Don't you recognize my voice? Hurry and open the door. The entity outside continued to mimic Xu Jing's voice. Get lost. You are not Xu Jing. What exactly are you? Oh dear. Boss, saying such things will surely hurt my feelings. What the hell, it could even act coy. What kind of being is this? Regardless, you are not welcome here. Be gone. How heart-wrenching, boss. How can you be so callous? Am I not adorable? Don't you like me? System, what on earth is out there? Onping was genuinely panicked. It only just occurred to him that he was a man endowed with an external advantage, a golden finger. Since he possessed such a boon, how could he not utilize it? Friendly reminder. As the owner of the zoo, the host will never suffer fatal harm within its confines. Onping's eyes suddenly brightened. System. What does this mean? Are you saying that as long as I remain within the zoo, no matter how reckless I am, I won't die? Indeed, the host is astute. This is the zoo's protective mechanism for the host. Feel free to act recklessly. Incredible. Not facing death. What could he possibly fear? Regardless of what lurks outside, he was invulnerable. He would play along. Behold, having a cheat code truly empowers one. That Onping ceased his rambling, his body steadied, his throat no longer parched. He boldly stepped outside. He had faith in the system, for it was his greatest reliance, and belief was paramount. With a crash, the back door was flung open. Clutching a fruit knife, Onping shouted, "Who dares to stand before me?" The night wind howled, and aside from that, there was nothing outside. The eerie, unsettling voice had vanished, as if it had never existed. The night breeze rustled the uncut weeds in the distance, swaying gently, like something clawing at the walls with its nails. Yesterday, he had failed to comprehend how frightening that sound was. Now, he was acutely aware. You've made a wise choice. Listen closely. You are not to show yourself again. Otherwise, regardless of what you are, I shall surely see you dead. After another shout, Onping intended to retreat indoors. However, at that moment, there was movement in the wind, and indeed, something was stirring in the grass. What could it be? A chill raced down his spine. And in that instant, Onping realized he might have overlooked a crucial detail. System, you mentioned I wouldn't suffer fatal harm within the zoo, but what about non-fatal harm? For instance, losing a chunk of flesh or having a leg severed. Non-fatal injuries will not trigger the protective mechanism. Please be aware. Chapter 17. Persuading the little fox what a predicament. Though he would not perish, he could end up maimed, becoming a cripple, and quite possibly disfigured. Turning into an ugly sight. No more of this. Whatever happens, he would wait until daylight to address it. Just like that, the courage he had recently mustered evaporated completely that moment, as his hands trembled and he could barely grip the knife. Onping genuinely felt that retreating into his house and playing the role of a turtle was quite appealing. After all, cowardice may be cowardice, but it ensures longevity. If he couldn't defeat them, he would outlast them. With these thoughts, Onping turned to flee indoors. Alas, he was a fraction too slow. Whatever was hidden in the grass was evidently much faster. Under the bright moonlight, as the silvery glow washed over him, a crimson figure swiftly approached. The red fox from earlier? Onping's body stiffened, and he halted in his tracks. In the absence of clarity regarding what was causing the disturbance, fear was palpable and utterly terrifying. But upon sighting it, "Little fox, were you the one causing all this?" Onping felt a twinge of anger. How could he be so frightened by a mere little fox? Where was his dignity? The red fox lifted its head, its bright eyes gleaming with curiosity. What are you talking about? It was indeed the voice of the fox he had heard during the day, not the unsettling voice of Xu Jing from moments before. What was happening? Onping hesitated, softening his tone slightly. Were you here just now? The red fox shook its head. No, I just arrived. What on earth is wrong with you? Asking such strange questions? So what wasn't he the little foxess doing? Onping reflected carefully and quickly deduced. The sound the little fox made was distinctly that of a fox, one he could understand, whereas the earlier knocking at the door, pretending to be Xu Jing, had undeniably been a human voice. Therefore, unless this red fox was a shapeshifter capable of becoming human, the source of his fright was assuredly not the fox before him. Damn. That meant the culprit was still lurking in the shadows, perhaps watching him with a sinister smile from some unseen place. The sensation of icy needles prickling his back made Onping shudder anew. He longed to retreat into the safety of his home. But the red fox had returned, which could mean a chance for a reward. What to do? Should he abandon this opportunity once more? No, he could not afford to forfeit again. He had relinquished the chance earlier due to the stunning beauty of Xu Jing. But now that the beauty had been metaphorically trampled by a pig, he couldn't allow both fortune and beauty to slip away. Moreover, fortune favors the bold. Damn it, he would go for it. Resolute, Onping forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He glanced at the open back door, ensuring he could escape at any moment, before speaking. Little fox, there was something knocking at the door earlier, trying to play tricks on me. I thought it was you. My apologies, I misunderstood that. So, what brings you here? The red fox's eyes darted about, revealing a glimmer of cunning that it was inescapable. Foxes were inherently sly, a trait they could not shake off. You said I could come here to eat. Were you deceiving me? So it was simply hungry. Onping forced a smile. Of course I wasn't deceiving you. You're hungry, right? I'll fetch you something to eat. Would you prefer to dine inside or here? Here is fine. The red fox replied with remarkable speed and directness. I don't trust you that much yet. Foxes are carnivorous creatures. In the refrigerator, there were remnants of meat and ribs from last night's meal, somewhat chilled. Onping placed them in the microwave to heat them up. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. The two cheeky creatures, Xiaohan and Xiaoye, who moments ago had been trembling in fear, suddenly lost their apprehension and eagerly hopped off the couch, rushing over. Director, is the issue resolved? Director, it smells so good. Is it for us? You're the best, Director. Onping rolled his eyes in exasperation. I say, you too, have some dignity, will you? How did you treat me earlier? And now you're shamelessly coming for food. Do you have no sense of shame? Shame? What is that? When one is shameless, they are invincible. It seems that even groundhogs follow suit. The groundhog couple argued passionately, discarding all pride and temper in pursuit of food. Onping, overwhelmed, had no choice but to compromise, allowing the two creatures to dine on the porch while he sought to persuade the red fox to join the zoo. After all, for the sake of food, this minor detail was hardly a concern. Soon, 1 human and 5 groundhogs emerged, coming into the red fox's view. The red fox had been bullied by Xiaohan and Xiaoye during the day, and as a fox, it held grudges. Thus, upon spotting them again, it instinctively took a step back, adopting a defensive stance. Little fox, there's no need to be so frightened. We won't harm you this time, Xiaohan declared boldly. The duo, Xiaohan and Xiaoye, had always presented a united front when it came to external matters. Xiaoye chimed in. We're actually quite gentle. We only acted that way during the day because we had to fulfill the director's orders that if you must blame someone, blame the director, not us. Onping. What the hell? Was he being sold out again? Seeing the red fox glance in his direction, Onping realized that if he wished to convince the red fox to join the zoo for a chance at a reward, he needed to clarify matters immediately. After all, foxes were inherently suspicious creatures. Once they doubted you, regaining their trust would be no easy feat. Onping promptly set the meat on the grass and quickly retreated to the porch, allowing the red fox to approach and enjoy the feast with ease. Little fox, the earlier incident was a misunderstanding. Here's what happened. The explanation was not complicated. Onping took only a few minutes to lay out the specifics. When he noticed the red fox's lack of response, he paused briefly before continuing, broaching the subject of wanting the red fox to join the zoo. Naturally, when persuading small creatures to join the zoo, he had to accentuate the benefits. For instance, they would no longer face harm within the zoo. They would have food and water, and in the near future, there would even be a home of their own, sparing them from the harshness of the wild. I assure you, I speak the truth, not falsehoods. Look at these 5 groundhogs. They joined the zoo yesterday, and just look at how happy they are. Chapter 18. The second draw when it came time to cooperate with the director's performance. Even for the sake of future sustenance, Xiaoan and Xiaoya had to put forth their utmost effort. Xiaoan. Indeed, we have food and drink now. Life couldn't be better. Xiaoya. How delightful. Moreover, we are the first official animal members of this zoo, which significantly enhances our status. With your joining us now, you will soon become a veteran employee as well. Deping, Erping, Sampung. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Xiaoan. Our director is not only handsome and kind-hearted, but also tall and gentle. Such a human being is indeed rare to encounter. As long as we stick with him, we are sure to thrive. Xiaoya. Exactly. Don't you love meat? If you agree to join the zoo, you'll have meat at every meal from now on, and you'll never have to go hungry again. Red Fox? Going hungry is truly a terrifying ordeal. At times, when hunger strikes fiercely, one might even contemplate gnawing off one's own tail, that if I could avoid hunger in the future. That would indeed be wonderful. But will such good fortune truly come to pass? Could this be some sort of trap? With the conversation having reached this point, and seeing that the red fox did not immediately refuse, Onping perceived this as a promising sign. He needed to put in more effort, to press on with vigor, and seize this opportunity for a lottery draw. Little fox, this is a zoo. You know what a zoo is? I plan to develop this zoo. And gradually, it will be filled with many animals who can gather together and frolic joyfully. Moreover, if you agree to join my zoo, you are free to leave whenever you wish, as clearly stated in the contract. Would you like to take a look? I can show it to you. Soon, the contract was laid out on the ground. Although its presentation was inconsequential, since the red fox could not comprehend human writing at all. However, the deliciously cooked food that entered its mouth was truly delightful, far surpassing the taste of raw meat. The temptation of gourmet cuisine stirred the red fox's interest to some extent that it spoke up. You've told me so much about the benefits of joining the zoo. But what will I have to give in return? Onping. This little fox is indeed far more clever than the merely gluttonous prairie dogs that it has swiftly grasped the essence of the matter. Naturally, with benefits come drawbacks that in fact, the contract already clarifies this portion. So, what are the drawbacks? Firstly, you will lose a degree of freedom. In other words, after joining the zoo, you cannot leave it that if you wish to go out and play. You must inform the director and seek permission. Secondly, there will be work. This is a zoo, and once we open to visitors, everyone must put aside their aloofness and interact with the guests, helping the zoo earn money and build a good reputation. Thirdly, according to the content of the contract, the tasks required of the animals upon joining the zoo were not overly burdensome, especially when compared to what he, as the director, had to undertake. From this perspective, the contract seemed a bit unjust. Onping quietly inquired of the system, purely out of curiosity, with no ulterior motive. After all, he was human, and this was a zoo. It seemed only natural for him to care for these little creatures. The system's response conveyed a similar sentiment. You are human, and humans, year after year, relentlessly encroach upon the lands rightfully belonging to animals. Is this reason sufficient? Onping. Come on, I was just asking out of curiosity. Must the reply be so serious? Besides, there are 6 billion people on this planet, and I haven't committed many wrongs. I hardly see the need to repay for the actions of others. You may interpret it as repaying a debt, or as receiving more for your efforts, and in due time, you shall understand. His sincerity, after all, had some effect, at least. That was how Onping perceived it. In any case, the red fox would not disclose that its agreement to join was largely motivated by the delectable food crafted by humans. The red fox did not wish to be seen as merely a glutton. It found that rather embarrassing. Having agreed, the next step was to sign the contract. Once the contract was successfully signed, It signified for Onping the arrival of a second lottery opportunity. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Would you like to draw immediately? Onping was inclined to draw right away, but the red fox was still eating, along with Xiaohan, Xiaoye, and the others. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that somewhere outside this house, there existed a mysterious entity that emitted a peculiar sound. Now that the task was complete, he had no desire to linger outside. I'll inquire about the surveillance equipment tomorrow. I must find out what is causing my fright. Onping silently resolved, then politely suggested to everyone that they should come inside to eat and drink. With the red fox having signed the contract, Onping was now prohibited from harming it. Thus, after some thought, it relaxed its guard a little and entered the house. This was not to say that it fully trusted Onping or his words, but rather, it yearned to uncover the truth about this zoo, which many animals deemed somewhat suspect and potentially legendary. Was it truly so? Before closing the door, the red fox turned back to glance at a large tree outside. Its cunning little eyes darted, and it nodded toward the tree. Something atop the tree nodded in response. Onping was oblivious to this, entirely focused on studying the prizes on the lottery wheel. As the night grew quiet, the 6 animals settled in the living room, each finding a place to sleep. The terrifying knocking at the door did not sound again. Onping lay on his bed, having scrutinized the wheel for quite some time, that he discovered that the contents of the wheel this time were different from those of yesterday. Whereas yesterday's wheel featured numerous luxury cars, today's wheel bore none, replaced instead by an assortment of inexplicable items. For instance, 1 peach tree sapling, 1 pear tree sapling, 1 jujube tree sapling. What nonsense. Onping felt quite helpless. He had absolutely no interest in these fruit tree saplings. Moreover, with only 1 sapling per type, how much could they possibly be worth? A few dozen dollars. At most a few hundred. Forget it. He would hold on to his hopes. Even if he didn't draw any money, he should at least get a few sightseeing vehicles. Surely, a handsome fellow like him couldn't have such terrible luck. Lottery. Tap. Tap, tap, tap. Congratulations on winning. The host has drawn a Chapter 19. The overbearing and unreasonable fruit trees. Congratulations on winning. The host has drawn 1 peach tree sapling. Another chance. Would you like to claim it immediately? Onping. What is wrong with my luck? Did I grab hold of something foul? Why is it so unbearably terrible? No, I must wash my hands thoroughly. Otherwise, if I draw again, I might end up with another sapling. After 10 minutes of washing, his hands felt nearly raw. Claim. The reward has been issued. 1 peach tree sapling has been planted within the zoo, and please take good care of it. This peach tree bears fruit every 3 years, yielding 5 fruits each time. Each fruit is succulent and flavorful, a perfect gift. Currently, this fruit tree has a global stock of fewer than 100. Each fruit is priceless. If sold, the market price is approximately 50 million per fruit. I'm sure the host is curious as to why the fruit is so expensive. This fruit is truly a life-extending delicacy, nourishing and invigorating. Men and women alike find it irresistible. Consuming it together can lead to, shall we say, interesting outcomes. Most importantly, under certain circumstances, consuming this fruit can allow a dying person to catch their breath and extend their life by another 3 to 5 years. Onping? Stunned? Well, this can hardly be described as mere astonishment. It was as if both of his eyes were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets, as for his gaping mouth. He could only manage a feeble, heavens, how incredible. Lottery, I must draw another fruit tree. I absolutely must. Onping's eyes sparkled with fervor, praying fervently to this moment. Monetary concerns were utterly trivial. What mattered most was acquiring another overbearing and unreasonable fruit tree. He behaved as though he had completely forgotten that not long ago he had been quite displeased to have drawn a mere fruit tree. Amen. No wonder women say that a man's words are as deceptive as a ghost. Isn't that precisely the case? Tap, 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 tap. Congratulations on winning. The host has drawn 1 million in development fund for the zoo. Would you like to claim it immediately? Onping. The breath he had been holding dissipated in an instant. He felt as if he had deflated entirely, not quite like a punctured ball, but more like he had simply crumbled. To hell with that million. What I wanted was a fruit tree. Why must you treat me this way? What did I do wrong? Truly, Onping was in such agony that he was on the verge of shedding tears that owe him. That million felt like worthless refuse. utterly incapable of alleviating the pain within his heart. It truly hurt deeply. Just claim it, he mumbled weakly, eyes shut tight. 1 million in development funds for the zoo has been deposited into the host's bank card. The following is a brief explanation. The Zoo Development Fund, as its name suggests, is a special fund dedicated to the enhancement of this zoo and should not be utilized elsewhere. However, as the director of this zoo, the host should be entitled to certain privileges. Therefore, the host may freely use 1/10 of this development fund, as well as any future development funds, for personal consumption in any location. The remaining 9/10, however, must be spent solely on the zoo itself. Please be advised. On ping. It hurts. It hurts even more. I can hardly breathe. What on earth does this mean? So, technically speaking, I've only received 100,000 yuan. Are you kidding me? Omping suspected he might have fainted from the pain, for he had no recollection of when he had actually fallen asleep. Consequently, he was jolted awake by a knock at the door. Instinctively, he scratched his head, only to be startled, leaving him momentarily dazed. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock. What is going on? Has that terrifying thing reappeared? The room had a window, so he quickly turned to glance outside. Well, it was sunny and bright. It was broad daylight, in broad daylight, and yet it dares to come and play tricks on me. Do they really think me easy to bully when the tiger does not roar? Do you take me for a sickly cat? His feelings of discontent were indeed a powerful motivation. That moment. The bitter outcome of last night's second lottery draw, combined with the pain of being abruptly awakened, merged into a potent mix of frustration. Double the displeasure, double the drive. Thus, Onping virtually leapt out of bed. Barefoot, rushing towards the front door without even putting on his shoes, he didn't bother to ask who was knocking. He flung the door open with great force at The unfolding of events seemed rather off. Onping blinked vigorously. Who could possibly inform me why it is Xu Jing standing outside the door? And why is the girl blushing? Is she sunburned? Good morning, Xu Jing. Onping, still groggy from sleep, momentarily surprised, soon reverted to his usual cheeky demeanor. He was blissfully unaware that in this context his playful grin appeared to Xu Jing as nothing short of a deliberate act of flirtation. You shameless scoundrel. Xu Jing, filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, instinctively lifted her foot to kick. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, only suffering a kick to the leg if that kick had landed squarely. Hiss. Onping dared not even imagine the consequences. I apologize. I was just waking up, not intentionally ignoring you. Let me get dressed, he hastily exclaimed, darting away to avoid another potential kick from Xu Jing. In a flash, he disappeared from sight. A few minutes later, once dressed, Onping assumed that Xu Jing had surely left. However, upon stepping outside, he was surprised to see she was still there. Tiske, could it be that she is captivated by my physique? Wait, this girl already has a boyfriend. I'm a man of principles. Yes, principles are paramount. Stay calm, no wild thoughts. After silently admonishing himself, Onping quickly erased the playful grin from his face, adopting a demeanor of utmost normalcy. Xu Jing, what brings you here so early? Did you lose something? How does it feel when someone you perceive as utterly shameless suddenly speaks to you with the seriousness of a normal person? Xu Jing could not speak for others, but she immediately concluded that Onping was deliberately putting on an act of seriousness to brush off the earlier incident. Infuriated, she stomped her foot. What on earth were you doing just now? You're a young man. Can't you have some self-respect? Onping. Hey, give you a little color, and you think you can open a dyeing workshop? You're not a single beauty. You're a married woman. I have no thoughts about you, yet you dare to push your luck? Fine, no more pretending. Let's lay all the cards on the table. Onping grinned once more. I say, Xu Jing, first of all, I didn't know it was you at the door. I thought some little creature was disturbing my sleep, and I was already in a foul mood. Secondly, this is my home. Am I not free to dress as I please? Xu Jing, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed to the point of nearly steaming. Seething with anger, yet unable to retort, she was on the verge of exploding. You scoundrel. Xu Jing believed she had never been this angry before, and lacking experience. In her frenzy, she could only stomp away after hurling that remark. Chapter 20. The culprit Onping did not stop her, though he knew full well that he had been a bit excessive in his remarks. However, When one does not sever, one must endure the chaos. He would not stoop to undermining others. Principles, after all, were non-negotiable. Thus, he stood on the grass, watching the beetle drive away until it disappeared from sight. By the way, what was she doing here? Onping suddenly pondered this question, but soon shook his head. Deciding not to dwell on it, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, prepared breakfast, and shared it with the 6 animals. Time flew by, and the workers had already begun their tasks. Feel free to play around. By the way, he had been too late last night to name the newly joined little fox, and now that he remembered, it was only fitting to give it a name. Little fox, do you have a name? Seeing the red fox shake its head, Onping smiled and said, Then how about we call you Xiaoli from now on? The red fox could not immediately determine whether it liked the new name or not. It merely felt somewhat casual. Yet it mattered little, as it was just a name after all. The red fox nodded in agreement. All right, thank you, Director. The relationship between humans and animals has never been complex. Yet many people delight in complicating it, creating a chaotic mess that amounts to nothing. Onping, with a cigarette in his mouth, mused as he walked across the grass. He had not forgotten about the peach tree he had won in last night's lottery. The system indicated it had already been planted in the zoo. Where exactly had it been planted? Such a powerful peach tree. He needed to see it for himself. After searching for a while, Onping finally found the peach tree a fair distance from the house. The system had indeed fulfilled its duty. Not only had the peach tree been planted, but it was also surrounded by a wooden fence over a meter high, preventing animals or humans from entering and damaging it. Onping chuckled, though it only bears fruit once every 3 years, which is quite a long wait, considering the fruit's efficacy. Heh, no one shall dare to lay a hand on this peach tree. He brought water with him, given the heat of the day. The sapling would require ample watering to survive. Soon, once the watering was complete, Onping glanced at the time. It was nearly 10, neither too early nor too late. IT should not pose a problem to head into the city to arrange for the installation of surveillance cameras. Without further ado, he grabbed the car keys and, after confirming that neither Xiaoli nor the family of Xiaoban and Xiaoya wished to join him for a ride, Onping hopped into his flashy wooling vehicle and quickly departed. Thanks to last night's second lottery win, he would not need to worry about finances for the time being. Moreover, strictly speaking, the installation of surveillance cameras was part of the zoo's development, meaning he would not need to dip into his own 100,000 yuan. With 900,000 available for expenditure, even if spent on the zoo, it was still his, so optimistically speaking. It meant he was essentially enjoying it himself. Onping reassured himself, choosing to overlook the logical inconsistencies. After all, one must maintain a positive mindset to find happiness in life. That he had long since come to understand this truth. However, it was evident that some individuals had yet to awaken to this reality, such as Xu Jing's friend and roommate, Xu Jing. After leaving the zoo, Xu Jing, infuriated, drove back to campus and immediately retreated to her dorm, kicking off her shoes and collapsing on her bed to sleep. This was not the typical Xu Jing, and Xu Jing was well aware of that. Soon, under Xu Jing's relentless questioning, Xu Jing eventually confessed. With reddened eyes, "He is such a scoundrel." Xu Jing knew precisely who Xu Jing was referring to, as she was aware of Xu Jing's early morning drive to that location. Just as she knew Xu Jing had nearly lost a night's sleep after receiving a frightening WeChat message. The source of all this turmoil was that scoundrel named Onping. Thus, as a good friend and sister, along with their families being acquainted, Xu Jing, after providing adequate comfort to Xu Jing, decided to head out to deliver a sound lesson to that scoundrel Onping. "Dare to bully my Jing." Grumbling behind the steering wheel, Xu Jing declared, "Let us see what you're so proud of." It was entirely understandable that Xu Jing reacted so strongly. After all, she had known Xu Jing for many years and had never witnessed her so emotionally affected by any boy. Thus, whether it was for revenge or mere curiosity to understand what had transpired, she felt compelled to make the trip. After 40 to 50 minutes, following the navigation, Xu Jing arrived at the zoo's entrance. As she parked and disembarked, the first sight that greeted her was the workers busily tending to the weeds. Following her gaze, she beheld the delightful scene of Xiaoban and Xiaoya, the couple, engaging in playful antics with a little fox. While the 3 chubby groundhogs observed with eager excitement, of course, she was unfamiliar with the little fox or the couple to her. It appeared as though 2 groundhogs were in a tussle with a charming fox. with 3 other groundhogs cheerfully watching the spectacle. Interesting, Xu Jing murmured, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Why do these animals not flee at the sight of humans? Her bewilderment was fleeting, for she had not forgotten her purpose for being there. Onping, Onping, are you around? Standing at the entrance of the zoo, Xu Jing refrained from rushing inside and instead called out in a loud voice. Unfortunately, there was no response. Well, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say there was no response. After all, upon hearing the sound, both the little fox and Xiaoban turned their heads to look at her. Not only did they glance her way, but Xiaoban even moved his mouth, saying, "Are you looking for the director? He has stepped out and is not here." Xu Jing, unable to comprehend, could only observe a groundhog chattering at her, oblivious to the fact that Xiaoban was replying. After calling out a couple more times without any response, she decided to walk along the dilapidated fence, which had seen better days, and interrupted one of the workers. The worker wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Are you inquiring about the boss? He seems to have gone out for a drive." "Oh, was it a wasted trip? How disheartening. Do you know when he will return?" The worker pondered for a moment. "It should be close to noon. He is likely bringing lunch for us workers, so he should be back shortly." "All right, I shall wait then. Thank you, sir." The sun, nearing noon, was indeed quite scorching. Waiting in the car would be unbearable, so Xu Jing sought refuge under a tree, sipping water while enduring the heat. Waiting and waiting. Finally, approximately 20 minutes later, a van appeared on the road leading to the zoo. Upon seeing it, Xu Jing immediately wiped the sweat from her forehead with a decisive motion, as if preparing for a confrontation. Chapter 21. I do not engage in sabotaging the vehicle. Xu Jing drove was a white Mercedes, and Onping, not blind, recognized the unfamiliar car. Then, noticing Xu Jing standing up, he beheld a beautiful girl that he smacked his lips. "Wow! My luck with the ladies is truly unstoppable. Beautiful women keep coming my way. How splendid." Onping's thoughts wandered. Simply put, he was indulging in wishful thinking. Due to this fanciful thinking, as soon as the car stopped and the door opened, Onping instinctively resorted to his usual charm, adopting a cheeky grin. "Is this a dream? Beautiful lady, truly, you are the most stunning girl I have ever seen. Are you here for a visit to the zoo?" "Come, welcome." Xu Jing. She was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Onping launched directly into a flurry of flattery, and the impact of his compliments, combined with his handsome features, was undeniably impressive. Thus, despite Xu Jing's cheeks flushing with annoyance, she felt a flicker of amusement and joy within her. "Beautiful. It's rather hot out here under the blazing sun. Getting tanned wouldn't be ideal. Shall we head inside?" Onping spoke again. Making a gesture of invitation to this, Xu Jing finally snapped back to reality. Cough, cough. "Who are you calling beautiful? Are we that familiar?" "Oh, so she was a spicy one." Onping thought, his playful grin not only remaining intact, but even widening. How could he possibly yield to such a little firecracker? Familiarity will come with time. We may not know each other well now, but eventually we will, especially in this heat, will be cooked to familiarity. Don't you agree? Beautiful? Xu Jing. What sort of person is this? How can his tongue be so slick? No, I can't let him keep talking. I must end this. Stop. Don't try to charm me. I'm not here for fun, Xu Jing stated seriously. Oh, so, you've come specifically to see me? Xu Jing's face darkened further. How can you be so self-absorbed? Because I'm handsome. What a piece of work. What on earth does that girl, Xu Jing, see in such a man? Could it be that her prolonged singlehood has led to some odd notions? Xu Jing rolled her eyes, lost in thought. I am Xu Jing's close friend, and I came here to discuss something with you. Please refrain from your playful antics. All right. Onping immediately ceased his smile, genuinely taken aback by this turn of events. Xu Jing, hey, I said, she just came by this morning. Have you already forgotten? No, it's not that I forgot, but she told me her name was Xu Jing. Xu Jing, caught off guard by this revelation, fell into a brief silence. However, her mind began to churn. It was easy to understand why Xu Jing would deliberately shorten her name. The reason was simple. The phrase, I want to be quiet, had become a modern cliché. Leaving Xu Jing quite exasperated that in fact, Xu Jing had repeatedly emphasized to those around her that she preferred to be called Xu Jing and absolutely not Jing Jing, lest she become upset. Her name is Xu Jing, Xu Jing finally stated, but that is not important. What matters is, what did you do to her? Why was she teary-eyed and went back to lie in bed, looking as if she had been crying? Just thinking of Xu Jing's appearance when she returned to the dormitory made Xu Jing furious. You, who can't even show a bit of compassion, have repeatedly bullied a young girl. What is wrong with you? Teary-eyed? Crying? Was it that serious? Omping suddenly felt a twinge of panic, though he enjoyed banter. He was not a cruel-hearted individual. After saying those words to Xu Jing in the morning, he had already felt a pang of guilt. Now, hearing Xu Jing's words, alas, what a predicament! Omping lit a cigarette, taking a drag. There was a bit of a misunderstanding this morning. I may have indeed said some unkind words. However, I didn't mean to be overly harsh. Could it be that she is simply too sensitive? Hearing those words, did Xu Jing find them agreeable? Of course not. With her eyes narrowing, she attempted to convey a fierce demeanor. Sensitive? Let me ask you, what did you send her over WeChat last night that frightened her so much she hardly slept a wink? Is that what you call sensitive? What is wrong with you? Did Xu Jing come this morning to seek an explanation, and you spoke to her in such a harsh manner? Are you out of your mind? You scared her so badly, she couldn't sleep all night, and you still think you have a right to be upset. Onping. The cigarette slipped from his fingers. He froze, realizing the gravity of his actions. So, what exactly did I do? After Xu Jing stormed off in anger that morning, Onping had indeed been curious about her sudden visit. However, he soon dismissed the thought, considering Xu Jing was already a married woman. Now, the mystery had been unraveled. The WeChat messages he sent, the voice notes. Even he was alarmed by them. For Xu Jing, being just a girl, it was entirely plausible that she would be frightened. He hadn't realized the situation until now. Fine, it was undoubtedly his fault. And when one makes a mistake, one must correct it. I wasn't aware of this. I sincerely apologize. Onping decisively stated, recognizing the importance of apologizing when necessary, a principle he never wavered from. Something occurred last night that I didn't anticipate would keep her awake. She came this morning but left in a huff. The more he spoke, the more guilt he felt. Well, since you're her friend, perhaps you could suggest how I might appropriately apologize to her. Xu Jing. The shift in tone was astonishing. Just moments ago, this cheeky and shameless character was now opting for a sincere apology. This person was quite peculiar indeed. I don't know. You'll have to figure that out yourself. The objective had been met. Regardless of the process, it was ultimately positive that Xu Jing's tone softened slightly. Upon hearing this, Onping found himself in a dilemma. Apologizing in person? He had already blocked her on WeChat, had no way of contacting her, and besides, stop. Just as he thought the matter could be resolved smoothly, he heard her reply, "What do you mean by a married woman? I don't comprehend." It's just the literal meaning. Xu Jing has a boyfriend, and I prefer not to engage with such girls to avoid any misunderstandings. It is a matter of principle. I don't engage in sabotaging. Upon hearing this, Xu Jing's eyes widened, staring at Onping for at least 5 seconds before confirming he was serious. Xu Jing couldn't hold back her laughter. First of all, can you stop being so self-absorbed? The line of suitors for Xu Jing is probably miles long. You really don't stand a chance. Secondly, who told you she is a married woman? She has been single for 22 years. Where would a boyfriend come from? Onping. Oh. Chapter 22. What a line of thought. How extraordinary. However, she clearly told me yesterday that the necklace she lost was a gift from her boyfriend. Haha. Xu Jing laughed, shaking her head. I thought with such a silver tongue. You must be quite clever to a girl who clearly has no boyfriend, yet claims she does. Do you not understand what that implies? Well, with that said, how could one not grasp it? Onping felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. So this is meant to dissuade me from my inappropriate thoughts. Indeed, a teachable soul, Xu Jing remarked, with the sun blazing and noon approaching. Now that the matter was settled, she decided it was time to leave. Very well, that will be all. Your attitude is commendable. Remember to apologize to Xu Jing later. With that, Xu Jing prepared to get into her car. Onping nodded. One ought to apologize when in the wrong, no matter how bitter the heart may feel. By the way, I still don't know your name? Xu Jing. What a lovely name. Onping's eyes sparkled, a smile gradually returning to his face. So, Xu Jing, do you have a boyfriend? Xu Jing? What kind of person is this? I truly cannot tell if he is impressive or just a scoundrel. Xu Jing swung open the car door and shot him a glare. I have a boyfriend. Oh, is it a real boyfriend or a fake one? A real one. Then your boyfriend is a person, right? Not some. Onping, do you want me to hit you? Apologizing is indeed an art. Thus, Xu Jing does not actually have a boyfriend. She was merely talking nonsense yesterday, given that this girl is indeed quite beautiful and interesting. An apology not only needs to be made, but should also be a little creative. That let's see if this opportunity can be seized to draw the two closer together. That I asked for Xu Jing pretending to have a boyfriend yesterday. Haha, that is hardly a concern. After all, one must possess self-awareness. One cannot expect a beautiful girl to develop feelings for you after just a couple of encounters, sending you subtle glances and throwing herself at you. If there were such a girl, without exception, she would certainly have an ulterior motive. Either she is enamored with my handsome looks, or she covets my riches. In any case, her intentions are definitely not pure. While enjoying his lunch, Onping mused to himself. Coming to this realization, a smile crept onto his face. Not bad. This is challenging. I like it. After finishing his meal, taking advantage of the lovely sunshine and gentle breeze, Onping began giving the little raccoon a bath. Compared to Xiaoban and Xiao's quick adaptation to the zoo, the little raccoon, having lived in the wild and needing to remain vigilant to avoid being eaten by larger animals or captured by humans for its fur, was clearly taking much longer to adjust. Furthermore, this little raccoon was also afraid of water. Thus, it was easy to imagine how much trouble bath time would entail. Thankfully, while entering the water was a bit of a struggle. After a short while, feeling the comfort of soaking in warm water, the little raccoon gradually relaxed. It was quite amusing. Xiaoban and Xiaoya had short fur, so when wet, their overall appearance did not change much. They still looked chubby and adorable. However, the little raccoon, once its fur was soaked, revealing its true form, Onping found it incredibly hard to suppress his laughter. Director, why do you look so strange? The little raccoon tilted its head, its small eyes filled with confusion. Hearing this, Onping, needing to stifle his laughter, could only tightly shut his mouth and shake his head, remaining silent. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but think how amusing this little raccoon looked. Suddenly, an idea struck Onping that wasn't he troubled about how to apologize to Xu Jing. He chuckled, convinced that if that girl saw this hilarious little raccoon, she would surely laugh. With this plan in mind, the urge to laugh subsided a bit. After ensuring he was composed, Onping wiped his hands and took out his phone. Come here. Little raccoon, let me take some pictures of you. Cooperate, okay? All right. The little raccoon, unsure why it was suddenly being photographed, nodded in agreement. Thank you, now give me a smile. Click, click, click. The sun was just right outside. In no time, the little raccoon's fur would be completely dry. After giving the little creature a quick wipe with a towel, Onping sent it outside to play. Now came the main event, as Xu Jing provided him with Xu Jing's phone number. Therefore, to apologize and further their relationship, the first step was to re-add her on WeChat after being blocked. This should be straightforward. He would keep sending requests, demonstrating his sincerity, until Xu Jing accepted. Fortunately, this process did not take too long. After being repeatedly rejected, about an hour later, his friend request was finally accepted. The show was about to begin. As soon as the request was accepted, Onping immediately sent over a prepared meme, featuring the adorable little raccoon during bath time, along with an apology text, saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. It must be said, the little raccoon's comical appearance was truly hilarious. And sure enough, Xu Jing replied, albeit with just a string of ellipses. However, every beginning is challenging, and her willingness to communicate was a good sign. Onping smiled, lit a cigarette, stretched his arms, and reminded himself that during these extraordinary times, he must proceed with caution. After all, future happiness may hinge on this moment. Pondering deeply, Onping began typing. This is a new addition to my zoo, the little raccoon you saw yesterday, that I named it Xiaoli. Isn't it adorable? Xu Jing responded quickly, starting with another string of ellipses before getting to the point. A new addition to the zoo? Onping, you're quite amusing. Do you take me for a fool? So this raccoon wasn't he part of your zoo yesterday, but it is today. So, you meant to say that by helping me find my necklace yesterday, you were actually staging a show with these animals to fool me. Omping. What on earth? This thought process is extraordinary. No. What are you thinking? Am I that malicious? I truly met Xiaoli for the first time yesterday. Then late last night, it came knocking at my door, probably hungry, and I fed it, and it just stayed becoming a part of the zoo. It's that simple. I'm not putting on a show. Xu Jing's reply came swiftly once more. Keep on spinning your tails. Seeing that line, Omping felt a sudden urge to pull his hair out. This was not how he had envisioned the scenario playing out. He had never expected Xu Jing's thought process to be so unconventional. How could she jump to the conclusion that it was all an act? Now, how should he respond to turn the tide, avert disaster, and smoothly win the heart of the beauty? Chapter 23. Dinner invitation. All right, I'll see if I can concoct a story. Onping typed rapidly. However, creating a narrative takes time. So, I think by dinner time, it should be ready that if I'm not mistaken. You still owe me a meal. How about dinner tonight? Xu Jing. Onping, you truly are a talent. Angry emoji. Thank you for the compliment, shy emoji. I'm not complimenting you. Frustrated emoji. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let us have dinner together tonight. I'm not picky. You choose the place and let me know, and I'll be there on time. Now I must go, Xiaoban. Xiaoye and Xiaoli are at it again. I need to break them up. Bye. At Haiqing University, in the girls' dormitory. Haha, this person is truly hilarious, huh? Su Qing was laughing so hard that she could hardly catch her breath, feeling as though she might pass out at any moment. Meanwhile, Xu Jing, beside her, wore a face full of disbelief, glancing alternately at her phone screen and at Su Qing. She felt her mental state was crumbling. She could not comprehend how someone like Onping had managed to live this long without being taken down. The IT was truly a conundrum of the century. Onping wasn't he lying. Xiaoban, Xiaoye, and Xiaoli were indeed play fighting. However, this fight was merely playful. The three little creatures were just amusing themselves. Onping paid them no mind, lighting a cigarette while checking his phone. Since Xu Jing had sent a message saying she wouldn't treat him to dinner. Based on his understanding of girls, the absence of a refusal meant she had agreed. With that in mind, and now that he had some money, perhaps he should buy some new clothes this afternoon, and find Tony to do his hair, tidying himself up a bit. Would he not dazzle Xu Jing's lovely eyes? Onping thought about it and deemed it a feasible plan. However, he couldn't leave just yet, as the technician for the surveillance installation had arrived. The technician, surnamed Zhao, appeared a bit taken aback after hearing Onping's request and had to repeat. So, Mr. In, you mean to say that you want to cover your entire house without any blind spots? Yes. That's exactly what I mean. How many do you think we need to install? The house Onping currently resided in was perhaps not aptly described as merely a house. After all, it was around 300 square meters, plus a vast expanse of grass outside. Tio described it, a luxurious villa, a garden mansion. After a careful inspection, technician Zhao provided his answer. 3 cameras per side, a total of 12, to ensure there are no blind spots. Which means what? Expensive. Upon hearing those words, Onping chuckled. At this moment, he felt that, aside from various matters, the installation of surveillance cameras was a triviality that held no significant cost. No worries, let's get on with it swiftly. As you can see, I am in charge of a zoo here. Once everything is in order, we will need to install at least several thousand cameras throughout the entire zoo. Master Zhao, you understand my intent, don't you? As a businessman, if Master Zhao could not grasp even this simple notion, he truly deserved his lack of financial success. Master Zhao nodded repeatedly. I understand. Thank you. Boss and I assure you that I will execute this task to perfection. You need not worry in the slightest. Very well. I appreciate your assistance that if anything arises, feel free to call me. I shall take a short rest. Basking in the splendid spring sunshine, he reclined beneath the shade of a tree, closed his eyes, and indulged in a delightful nap. The thought of pairing this tranquility with a cup of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a beautiful woman made it all the more enchanting, like a celestial being reveling in bliss. As he settled into the lounge chair, Onping smiled contentedly, then opened his phone to browse an online shopping platform for suitable swings. The zoo was adorned with numerous well-established trees, robust, and sturdy. Finding a few trees with appropriate spacing to secure several swings seemed perfect. It would be delightful to swing leisurely and nap in between. After 10 minutes of selection, he placed an order for 10 swings, completing the task and drifted off to sleep. Little Half, Little Moon, and the little raccoon had been residing on this land for quite some time, familiar with their surroundings and capable of entertaining themselves without Onping's oversight. Quite splendid. With eyes closed and then opened again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, the sun nearing its descent. Onping was awakened by Master Zhao, who informed him that the surveillance system was installed and ready for testing. According to Onping's specifications, the monitoring room was set up in one of the villa's study-like rooms. Onping followed him inside to inspect, finding a dozen screens seamlessly integrated, providing a comprehensive view of the villa from all 4 directions. Heh! If anyone dares to come tonight, let them see what I am capable of, Onping muttered silently, thoroughly satisfied, and proceeded to take out his phone to make the payment. It was only then that he noticed a WeChat message from Xu Jing sent about half an hour earlier. At the entrance of the second canteen of Xu Jing University. 6 o'clock, I invite you to dinner. A smile crept across his lips, a reflection of delight. The canteen? What significance did that hold? After all, it was not merely about the food, but rather about the company. Moreover, dining at her school might even attract the attention of her classmates. How intriguing! Onping chuckled softly, perhaps overthinking the matter. In truth, he was indeed overthinking, for the reality was that Xu Jing had chosen the school canteen purely because she deemed Onping, this rascal, unworthy of dining at a fine establishment. One could only wonder how Onping would feel upon discovering this truth. All right, I shall arrive on time. After responding to the message and settling the bill, he calculated that if he departed immediately, purchased a new outfit and tidied his hair, he would be just about ready. Thus, Onping hurriedly prepared a simple dinner for Little Half, Little Moon, and the little raccoon. I need to step out for a bit. I may return late tonight. Please enjoy these provisions to stave off hunger, and I will bring back some delicacies for you. The promise of food ignited their excitement. The little ones cheered, for happiness was often quite simple. After making arrangements for the little ones, he bid farewell to the gardener and drove off in his wooling vehicle. He purchased new clothes and shoes, quickly changing into them, and had his hair cut neatly. With some time to spare, he decided to buy a bouquet. Roses seemed inappropriate, so he opted for lilies as a gesture of apology. Surely, that would suffice. Finally, he checked his reflection in a shop window. Ensuring he looked perfect, after getting into the car, he navigated to Xu Jing University's second canteen, found a suitable parking spot, and strolled to the entrance. Lighting a cigarette, he sent a WeChat message to Xu Jing. I have arrived. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Jing and Xu Jing were not far away and had nearly instantaneously spotted him. Consequently, both girls were left utterly bewildered, even doubting their own eyesight. In disbelief, they exchanged glances, each questioning, "Is that Onping?" Chapter 24. Fire Prevention. Theft prevention and guarding against best friends, people are judged by their clothing. Much like deities are adorned in gold. This statement could not be more accurate. Xu Jing blinked rapidly, her eyes widening in surprise. I never expected that this brazen fellow, when properly groomed, could look quite appealing. Although Xu Jing was reluctant to concede, the truth remained undeniable. It was not merely a matter of changing clothes. After all, Onping had not been particularly disheveled before. Rather, it was the fact that his hair was neatly cut, and without his usual playful demeanor, he appeared remarkably spirited. As Xu Jing continued her observations, in truth, both men and women possess an appreciation for beauty, and there lies no difference therein. Furthermore, I must admit, I've realized I was mistaken about something, Xu Jing remarked, gazing at Onping in the distance. Xu Jing, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" I used to think I disliked men who smoked. But now I've come to understand that it's not smoking itself I detest. It's the smoking of those who lack merit. Men like Onping, who are handsome while smoking, well, I find it rather agreeable. Xu Jing. I say, Xiaoqing, isn't that quite the double standard? Women are inherently creatures of double standards, you know? At a loss for words, Xu Jing sighed. All right. You may say whatever you wish. Let us go. It's time for dinner. As Xu Jing began to walk away, Xu Jing followed suit, that Xu Jing intended to end the discussion regarding Anping's attractiveness, yet it was evident that Xu Jing had no such plans. Xu Jing. Truthfully, Anping is quite handsome. After all your deliberation, you've indeed chosen someone commendable. Why not give it a try? Stop right there. Do not speak nonsense, Xu Jing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. You know precisely what kind of rascal he is. If you wish to try, be my guest. Upon hearing this, Xu Jing's mischievous smile widened. I simply find him quite pleasing to the eye, and with such a grand zoo, he must be rather wealthy, Xu Jing teased, so if you don't mind, I might just want to give it a whirl. No objections. Go ahead, Xu Jing replied with remarkable speed. Though it was merely a half-hearted promise to treat Anping to dinner, the school canteen was frequented by numerous students, and being seen might lead to some unwelcome gossip. Fortunately, there were private rooms available in the canteen, and Xu Jing promptly reserved one, that the three soon found themselves inside, that Xu Jing handed the menu to Anping, saying, I invited you to dinner, so please feel free to order whatever you desire. All right, Anping responded with a smile and a nod. Being a typical man, he had no particular preferences regarding food. As long as it was edible and filling, he was satisfied. Thus, he quickly ordered 2 dishes and a soup, just half a day apart, and both of you seem even more radiant, Anping remarked casually as he returned the menu. Upon hearing this, Xu Jing furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, what a smooth talker. Meanwhile, Xu Jing, catching a glimpse of Xu Jing's reaction, smirked and quipped, Anping, your flattery is so sweet. Do you consume honey daily? Indeed, would you care to sample? Anping retorted playfully. Xu Jing. Despite her penchant for flirting with boys online and engaging in mischief without consequence, Xu Jing's real-life persona was that of a beautiful and demure university student. The digital realm, after all, differed greatly from reality, that in the online world, anonymity afforded her the freedom to speak her mind without restraint. Yet in reality, face-to-face, Xu Jing felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, reluctantly admitting to herself that Anping was indeed a silver-tongued rogue. I say, do you speak to every girl you encounter in such a manner? Anping shook his head with a smile. Of course not. I'm an exceptionally devoted man. Xu Jing, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but join Xu Jing in a derisive laugh. Truly, I am quite devoted. I have always focused my attention solely on those who possess the beauty of celestial beings, such as the two of you, Xu Jing. Thus, you see, I am exceptionally devoted. Anping, may I request something of you? Xu Jing could no longer endure. Anping's incessant compliments were becoming overwhelming. It wasn't that she detested flattery. Rather, she was acutely aware of her feelings and feared that prolonging this flattery would lead to dire consequences. Certainly, go ahead, he replied. Could you please remain silent and eat your meal? Anping had not forgotten the flowers in his car. No, I have brought you a gift as an apology. It's in my car. Why don't you wait for me for a moment while I go fetch it? No need, Xu Jing firmly declined. However, at that moment, Xu Jing, that mischievous girl, insisted on causing trouble. Oh, Xu Jing, the person is sincerely apologizing to you. You ought to at least see what the gift is, that if you don't like it, you can always just toss it aside. Exactly, what Xu Jing said is quite right, that I have already bought it, so you all wait here for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Asking a woman for her opinion? Forget it. Isn't it true that women often say one thing while meaning another? Therefore, no need to consult, just see it, buy it. Once purchased, just give it. And so, Anping walked away swiftly, not allowing Xu Jing another chance to refuse. Indeed, Xu Jing lacked for nothing, but considering that Anping was genuinely apologizing, coupled with Xu Jing's insistence, she wavered slightly. Thus, a few minutes later, she found herself regretting her decision immensely. You wicked girl, Xu Jing, Xu Jing's lips twitched, and she glared at Xu Jing, who was intertwined with her arm. Are you in cahoots with him? How could you be so devious? Under such accusations, Xu Jing felt quite wronged. Yet, contrary to expectations, her little face blossomed into a radiant smile. Firstly, I genuinely did not know. You cannot falsely accuse me. Secondly, Xu Jing, at such a time, instead of running away, you still have the mood to scold me. Do you know what that signifies? What does it signify? Xu Jingjing's cheeks flushed slightly. It means that you have no intention of escaping. And considering your reactions over the past 2 days, Xu Jing, let me ask you a serious question. Do you truly not mind if I try my luck with Onping? Think carefully before you answer. Or if I take action, you cannot utter phrases like guard against fire, theft, and best friends. Xu Jing. Chapter 25. We cannot afford to offend. Face is truly of utmost importance, a law that applies to all. Irrespective of gender, in fact, considering that many girls have the habit of being stubborn and refusing to admit their mistakes. This law seems to suit women even more. Xu Jingjing's face darkened significantly, nearly grinding her teeth in irritation. Xiao Qing, listen well, if you are fearless, go ahead today as long as he flirts with other girls in the future, and you can tolerate it. I wish you both happiness. This grinding of teeth, this fierce demeanor. Who are you trying to fool? Xu Qing smiled widely. Best friends are meant to tease each other, just like parents say children are meant to be a source of trouble. She actually had little feeling for Onping, not that he was unattractive, but rather that something fell off. Thus, she had said what she did earlier purely to provoke her good friend, who was so easily embarrassed. Now, Xu Jingjing's reaction indicated that she had achieved her goal of provocation. She was quite pleased, finding the whole affair particularly amusing. I want to see just how stubborn you can be, Xu Qing mused to herself, her face lighting up with delight. Then it's settled that I am still young and not in a hurry to marry, so if Onping ever does behave that way, I will simply dump him. It's no big deal. Besides, I enjoy challenges that I think Onping right now is akin to a wild cat frolicking about, attracting all sorts of attention. I am curious to see if I can transform this wild cat into a docile house cat. Doesn't that sound challenging? Isn't it interesting? Xu Jingjing. I don't care. Do as you wish. Let us hurry back to the dorm. Escaping was certainly not an option. Moreover, to be frank, at this point, wasn't it a bit too late to be talking about fleeing? Didn't she notice the students by the roadside, their attention captivated by the handsome Onping holding flowers? Hadn't she seen many girls with sparkling eyes, especially those older single women in their 3rd and 4th years, chattering excitedly? Is that handsome guy from our school? How come I've never seen him before? I haven't seen him either. It's infuriating. Where has he been hiding all this time? I roam the campus daily, yet I've never encountered him. Wow, handsome guy, come to my embrace. I promise to treat you gently. You little flirt, can you speak properly? Get lost. Do you dare swear you're not thinking that way? Onping's lips twitched uncontrollably. His hearing was exceptionally sharp, so he clearly caught snippets of those conversations. Oh dear, those single senior girls are truly terrifying. We cannot afford to offend. Xu Jingjing maintained a stern expression as Onping approached her, fully aware of the myriad gazes directed her way and the incessant chatter surrounding her. Thus, she began to suspect that Onping was intentionally trying to embarrass her, to make her look foolish. That scoundrel is truly detestable. And you too. Xiao Qing, claiming you're not in cahoots. If you weren't, how would that scoundrel know that my favorite flower is the lily? After all the kindness I've shown you, is this how you repay me? It infuriates me. To accept or to decline? That was the pressing question. Accepting the flowers would mean being the center of attention, potentially leading to rumors swirling around the campus. However, to refuse such beautiful flowers and simply discard them would be a waste. Xu Jingjing found herself in a quandary. Onping, should he choose to be, could indeed be quite considerate. He smiled gently and turned his gaze towards Xu Qing. How about you, Xu Qing? Could you help take them back? Sure. Xu Qing agreed readily. Let us exchange WeChat. All right. Upon entering the dormitory building, having momentarily escaped the prying eyes outside, Xu Jingjing could no longer contain her grievances and turned to Xu Qing. Xiao Qing, just how much did you tell him about me? We are good friends. How could you treat me this way? Xu Qing was busy inhaling the sweet fragrance of the flowers, which was indeed delightful and soothing. She hadn't anticipated Xu Jingjing's sudden inquiry, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Blinking, Xu Qing responded, I didn't tell him anything. Why do you ask all of a sudden? You're lying. If you hadn't said anything, how would he know that my favorite flower is the lily? Flowers? Lilies? Xu Qing chuckled, finding Onping rather intriguing. Xiao Jing, I swear I didn't say a word. When I visited him at noon, he asked for your phone number, and I didn't give it. As for why he brought you lilies, I suspect he found out about your preference on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Xu Jing scrutinized Xu Jing, who had sworn an oath. Should she believe her? Yet, it was hard to trust that smooth-talking scoundrel had put in such effort. Are you sure? Xu Jing shook her head adamantly, still unwilling to believe that Onping had been sincere. I assure you, I didn't say anything. If I were lying, may I remain single for life. Well, for a girl, such an oath was indeed quite severe. Thus, even if Xu Jing remained skeptical, she had to accept it. She had to believe that Onping had found a way to learn about her preference for lilies. Choosing not to gift her the roses she detested, but rather the lilies she cherished, upon that realization, it felt somewhat heartwarming. Perhaps that scoundrel isn't he truly a player? Suddenly, this thought struck Xu Jing, and it left her feeling startled. Just as she was processing this, a second wave of shock hit her. That Xu Jing, with a mischievous grin lighting up her lovely face, teased. So, Xu Jing, Onping went out of his way to bring you your favorite lilies. Do you want them? It was intentional, absolutely intentional. You wicked girl, Xu Jing, are you deliberately trying to infuriate me? No way you take them. Really? No regrets. You're so annoying. Hurry back to the dorm. All right then. Thank you, Xu Jing, for being so generous. A few minutes later in the girls' dormitory, Xu Jing fetched a small pair of scissors meant for trimming flower stems and stood beside Xu Jing. You have to cut them at an angle. Don't make them too long or too short. You need a vase. I have one. You can use it. Just add some water to keep them alive. And remember to change the water regularly. Otherwise, they will stink. Honestly, Xu Jing was struggling to suppress her laughter. She was genuinely worried that if she burst out laughing now, given what she knew about Xu Jing's sensitive nature, Xu Jing would likely retaliate fiercely. Thus, she held back her laughter while also playing along. Oh dear, caring for flowers is such a hassle. Let me take care of it for you. Everything I tend to seems to die. It's too troublesome. All right, go mess around in the bathroom with that. Did I need to log into a game and voice chat with a guy? Don't disturb me. Seeing Xu Jing carry the flowers into the bathroom, Xu Jing finally allowed herself to laugh and shook her head repeatedly. I truly am the best friend of the century. This is exhausting. Chapter 26, The Barbecue Stall. Siberian Husky on the way back to the zoo, Onping, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a melody humming from his lips, almost forgot to bring some treats for Xiaohan and Xiaoye. Fortunately, he remembered just in time and turned the car around in late May. As the temperature rose day by day, many roadside eateries began to place plastic stools and chairs outside their doors, allowing food enthusiasts to enjoy their indulgent meals while savoring the evening breeze. Onping slowed down, glancing left and right. Having just dined and feeling quite full, he found himself resistant to the enticing aromas wafting from the stalls. Thus, for the moment, these presumably delectable offerings held little appeal for him. Uncertain of what to purchase, he pondered for a while before concluding. Perhaps a bit of barbecue and some beer would suffice. In moments like this, the utility of his beloved Wuling van became ever more apparent. That at the very least, without a doubt, transporting a dozen cases of beer would pose no challenge at all. After parking the vehicle, placing his order, and finding a vacant seat, he pulled out his phone and noticed a WeChat notification. Not from Xu Jing, but rather from that quirky girl, Xu Jing. Xu Jing had sent a smiley face, declaring, Xu Jing really loves the flowers you sent. Keep it up, young man. Sometimes it felt as though life had a whimsical way of manifesting itself. Earlier that evening, during dinner, Onping had sensed that Xu Jing's overt friendliness towards him seemed less about genuine interest and more like a deliberate provocation aimed at Xu Jing. In other words, that girl Xu Jing was his ally. Thus, this message served as further confirmation of his intuition. Onping chuckled at the thought. Having an insider while being so dashing himself felt truly rewarding. With an ally in place, how hard could it be to win over someone as seemingly straightforward as Xu Jing? Thank you. I will certainly make an effort. By the way, Xu Jing, you are genuinely a good person. Whoever gets the chance to be with you in the future must have accumulated immense good fortune in their past lives. A few minutes later, Xu Jing replied, Onping, I love hearing that. You're absolutely right. This girl is indeed exceptional. Onping responded with a smile. And incredibly beautiful, too. Yes, stunningly beautiful. Oh dear. The shamelessness of these two could truly rival one another. Xu Jing declared she was done chatting and wanted to play games, and their brief exchange came to an end. Anping stared at his phone, hesitated for a moment, before suddenly deciding to send Xu Jing a WeChat message. Xu Jing, feel free to come visit my zoo when you're free. Although you lost the bet yesterday, I've decided to treat you for free from now on. This is a special privilege for you, who is exceptionally beautiful. To his surprise, Xu Jing promptly responded. Perhaps it was not so surprising after all, considering the typical activities of contemporary university students at night. What else could they do but lounge in their dorms and daydream? Anping, do you want to see the red exclamation mark? Anping immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Then speak properly. Xu Jing replied. Does that mean I can't compliment you on your beauty anymore? Fine, I promise I won tea. In the girls' dormitory, Xu Jing stared at the WeChat message, momentarily stunned. What a scoundrel. How can he be so infuriating? This is driving me crazy. With a huff, Xu Jing tossed her phone aside, refusing to respond. What a jerk. In the evening, the bustling barbecue stalls attracted not only an array of food and drink enthusiasts with nothing better to do but indulge, but also the affection of stray cats and dogs wandering about. Most people are, in fact, quite kind-hearted. While stray cats and dogs may be a bit dirty, there is really no need to resort to kicking or hitting them. The barbecue stall was rather crowded, and it appeared that Anping would have to wait a while. Feeling bored, he stood up, fetched a bottle of ice-cold soda, and returned to his seat, lighting a cigarette as he patiently awaited his order. Barbecue generally consists of various meats, and the aromas were indeed tantalizing. 3 little kittens, rather quiet, sauntered gracefully among the patrons. With nothing else to do, Anping began to observe them. The fact that the kittens were silent meant he could hear nothing. But that was not the point that as he watched, he suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon something remarkable. Despite the multitude of patrons, the 3 kittens were not simply approaching any random person. Plaintively gazing up with big, watery eyes, begging for food. Instead, it appeared as though they were selectively choosing their targets. Human beings who were likely to offer them sustenance, while deliberately ignoring those who were less promising. What an intriguing strategy. So, how exactly were these 3 kittens discerning which humans would provide them with food? Anping found himself curious, and the urge to inquire emerged. However, with so many people around, it was evidently not feasible. Perhaps when the kittens come closer, I can quietly ask them. As Anping contemplated this, his cigarette burned down to the filter, and he habitually flicked the butt to the ground, preparing to extinguish it with his foot. Just then he turned slightly, and oh my! He was startled. When did this Siberian husky appear? Anping was taken aback and quickly patted his chest to calm himself. Why are you staring at me? Turning back, he found the husky still gazing at him with an odd expression, which prompted him to quietly ask again. This husky appeared a bit thin, dirty, with scars on its legs, and lacking a leash, suggesting it had been wandering for some time, seeking food here. Unfortunately, unlike the inherently adorable kittens, this dog had grown into a rather scruffy adult. The haughty, disdainful expression it wore made it clear that obtaining food would not be an easy feat. Anping initially assumed the husky was staring at him out of hunger. Noticing no response, he softly inquired, "Are you hungry?" Upon hearing this, the husky finally reacted, though not in the manner Anping had anticipated. The husky replied, "If you're not staring at me, how would you know I'm staring at you?" Huh. Is this a response to my previous question? A delayed reaction? Perhaps this dog simply had an unusually slow response time. Chapter 27. Late-night skewers. Moreover, such a reply. Is this something a husky could articulate? Aren't huskies supposed to be notoriously foolish? Anping was astonished, and in that instant, it felt as if a new world was slowly unveiling itself before him. What lay beyond that door? Surprise or fright? You make a valid point. So, are you hungry? Anping asked again. This time, the husky did not exhibit any delay in responding. However, it was evident that for this conversation to proceed normally would be no simple task. The husky moved its mouth and answered, "You humans are quite peculiar." Well, while it may have been a non sequitur, there was no issue with that. I think you are rather peculiar as well. It's only natural for me to be peculiar. I'm a dog. Are you a dog too? How could he possibly argue with that? This was absurd. If he lost an argument to a dog, how could he ever hold his head up again? I'm a human, and you're a dog. Onping reiterated this fact, to his surprise. Even this fact did not deter the husky from finding a counterpoint. If you're not a dog, then how can you talk to me? A dog? I haven't seen anyone else able to converse with me so clearly. You must be a dog. Such logical reasoning. This must be a rather extraordinary husky, or perhaps the understanding that most humans have of huskies is fundamentally flawed. After all, a dog this articulate cannot possibly be foolish. Onping was intrigued. Since this husky was a stray, perhaps he could take it home and let it join the zoo. There should be no problem with that. As this thought crossed his mind, the system suddenly activated. Onping initially believed it was about to issue a task to grant him another chance at a lottery draw. But he was mistaken. To his astonishment, the system was actually attempting to dissuade him from doing so. Friendly reminder. The husky before you is the king of destruction. Allowing it to join the zoo may yield far more disadvantages than advantages. Although this is a rather unusual husky, please take great care in weighing your options before making a decision. After all, huskies are common, but there is only one zoo. Onping, king of destruction? Is it really that serious? At this moment, when he thought of the term king of destruction, Onping could only imagine the typical havoc that huskies are known to wreak at home. They are infamous for their destructive tendencies. However, in Onping's modest and unremarkable veterinary perspective, the root cause of such behavior stemmed from an excess of energy, confined within a house with no outlet for their exuberance. They would inevitably turn their attention to furniture. Upon reaching his zoo, sprawling over 1,000 acres, the animals could roam freely, expending their energy through daily frolics, and no matter how vigorous they were, eventually their exuberance would be depleted. Leaving no room for any destructive tendencies, it posed no significant concern. Onping pondered for a moment before softly addressing the husky before him. I am a human, and we shall not delve into that topic any further. Instead, I inquire, are you hungry? Hungry. The husky finally offered a semblance of a normal response. Then how about I treat you to a meal? Flattery without cause is often sinister. What is your ulterior motive? Ah, there it was again, an abnormality. Speaking of motives, it was quite straightforward. Thus far, he had successfully persuaded a family of groundhogs and a red fox. This being the third encounter, it should be as simple as reiterating his request. The reality was, he could only simplify his explanation as much as possible. Although he pretended to be on a phone call, the throng of people around him led to some idle observers noticing the peculiar conversation. He needed to conclude this dialogue swiftly. Otherwise, it could lead to unforeseen complications. This husky, regardless of the circumstances, was undeniably astute, with a thought process that diverged from the norm. Whether for better or worse remained to be seen. In any case, it was quite intriguing. Onping made his decision, and the system obediently issued a task. However, judging by the reward for this task, the system appeared rather reluctant to allow this husky to join the zoo. Current side quest. Communicate with the husky and persuade it to join the zoo. Reward. 1 million in development funds for the zoo. Time limit. Within 1 hour. The reward had shifted from a chance at a lottery to a development fund. The completion time had also drastically shortened to just 1 hour. Upon reading these 2 lines, Onping felt a genuine sense of disappointment. He had hoped to have another lottery chance to win something extraordinary. However, his curiosity outweighed his discontent, for he was truly intrigued by what made this husky so special, eliciting such a reaction from the system. Fascinating. Very well, I accept your proposition, he concluded, for the unconventional nature of the husky's reasoning meant he could not apply standard logic to this situation. Thus, the husky readily agreed. Regardless, securing an additional million was undoubtedly a positive outcome. My apologies for the wait. Here is your barbecue, all packed up that we welcome you to visit us again. The groundhog family, though they enjoyed eating, did not consume excessively. In contrast, the carnivorous little raccoon required more sustenance. Naturally, now there was also a husky to consider. The zoo's future expenses for food would certainly add up. Fortunately, this expenditure fell under the category of development funds, sparing Onping from using his own money. Indeed, it posed no significant issue that he hopped into the vehicle, intending first to sign a contract with the husky, then to stop by a convenience store to purchase 5 cases of beer, and finally, he would head straight for the zoo. After meandering about, they returned to the zoo, where it was already past 9 o'clock. Nearing 10 at there, both the little half-moon family and the little raccoon awaited Onping's return at the entrance of his villa. The allure of food is truly compelling. Onping remarked with a smile that he opened the car door and stepped out, introducing the new member of the zoo, the husky named Cola. The name had come to Onping during his drive and took some deliberation to finalize. Unlike the groundhog family and the little raccoon, this husky had always lived among humans and was quite familiar with them. That in other words, it was not easily swayed by the quality of names. After considerable selection and negotiation, the name Cola was ultimately decided upon. Upon entering the zoo, Onping introduced Cola to the little half-moon family and the little raccoon. Cola remained quiet throughout the journey and continued to do so, only breaking the silence to calmly say, "Hello." The little half-moon family and the little raccoon, having deliberately eaten very little that evening, were already hungry, and the aroma of barbecue wafted enticingly through the AT that moment. They had little energy to concern themselves with the newly arrived husky. Whatever it was about the husky could wait until after they had eaten. "Hello." The 5 groundhogs and a fox responded somewhat perfunctorily. The conversation quickly shifted back to Onping. "Director, that smells delightful. What delectable dish do you have? Please do share." In the stillness of the night, Xu Jing was watching television when her phone vibrated with a WeChat message from Onping. Upon opening it, she was met with a photograph, to be precise. It was an image that left her utterly bewildered. In the picture, a person and 7 animals were enjoying skewers and beer together. What on earth was happening? Chapter 28. How should money be spent? Indulging in skewers and beer, they reveled in merriment before succumbing to slumber. Onping, having partaken in a bit of drink, felt the pull of sleep, yet given that he had installed cameras during the day, he felt compelled to remain awake a while longer to see if the mysterious entity from the previous night would make another appearance. As it turned out, nothing occurred, and he found himself lingering awake until after midnight. With a sigh, he decided it was of little consequence. After all, the doors and windows were securely locked, and judging by his experience from the previous night, whatever lurked outside should be unable to breach his defenses. Thus, he surrendered to sleep. Riding the wave of intoxication, Onping lay down and quickly drifted into a deep slumber, so profound that even a thunderstorm would struggle to rouse him. In the living room, the groundhog family had also succumbed to sleep, with one of them, either the little half or the little moon, snoring audibly. Time passed unnoticed until, from the depths of darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. These eyes, though not large, shimmered with an unusual brilliance amidst the shadows. The eyes shifted slightly, adapting to the darkness and checking whether the others were truly asleep. They moved slowly until they locked onto another pair of eyes, equally wide open, filled with a disdainful intensity. The movement ceased in the darkness. The 2 pairs of eyes remained fixed on each other, neither blinking, uncertain of what they were observing. The owner of the disdainful gaze was none other than the husky, Cola, who scrutinized the little raccoon for some time before finally yielding and blinking first. "Why aren't you asleep?" Cola inquired, its tone devoid of surprise or excitement, instead imbued with an aura of an almost omniscient emptiness. To be honest, that feeling was rather unsettling. The little raccoon blinked in response, its eyes feeling somewhat dry from prolonged wakefulness. "I could pose the same question to you." "I cannot sleep," Cola replied straightforwardly. "Neither can I," the little raccoon answered. Having joined the zoo around dawn the previous day, the little raccoon had spent the day acclimating to the environment and had begun to understand the layout of the zoo. Conversely, Cola had only arrived the night before and was still adjusting to this new locale. In short, Cola and the little raccoon were not well acquainted. With such unfamiliarity, trust was absent. Moreover, within Cola's perception, raccoons were inherently cunning. Thus, Cola resumed the conversation. "I suspect you are not merely unable to sleep. You are plotting something." The little raccoon felt a jolt of anxiety at being so accurately discerned. Yet it was clearly not one to crumble under pressure. On the contrary, its mental fortitude was formidable. It would not concede to such an accusation. "The same could be said of you. Why are you awake at this hour?" "I have already stated. I cannot sleep." "I refuse to engage in this trivial banter. Realizing that escaping the villa, while under Cola's watchful gaze, was impractical, the little raccoon simply closed its eyes, genuinely preparing to sleep this time. Time passed incrementally in the darkness. Only Cola's eyes continued to emit a faint glow. These eyes moved, occasionally glancing this way or that. Observing this behavior, many might assume Cola was contemplating an elaborate renovation plan. However, Cola was not pondering such matters in truth, it was reminiscing, longing for the home it remembered. Nothing more. Finally, after an indeterminate span of time, Cola too closed its eyes and drifted into slumber, thanks to the benevolence of the heavens. The past few days had been bathed in sunlight, ensuring that the workers could proceed with their weeding without hindrance. Witnessing the diligent efforts of the last 2 days, the area surrounding the zoo's entrance had been largely cleared of weeds. Appearing spacious and inviting, of course, manual removal could not achieve total thoroughness. Smaller weeds and uneven patches would still require a weed cutter to address. The cost of purchasing such equipment would naturally be covered by the zoo's development funds. In fact, after a leisurely morning, Omping engaged in a discussion with the system regarding this matter. According to the system's explanation, all expenditures related to construction within the zoo fell under the purview of development funds. Omping found this explanation wholly satisfactory, and with that satisfaction came a flurry of ideas bubbling up in his mind. The smile on his face grew ever wider as one reflects upon the matter. Or rather, to put it another way, if he were to step outside the confines of his established perceptions and endeavor to view this zoo through fresh eyes and from a novel perspective, then could it truly be said that a zoo must remain merely a zoo, in a location sprawling with vast lands, lush green pastures, and majestic towering trees? Why could it not transform into his own private paradise? Or perhaps a splendidly luxurious estate? With this thought in mind, Omping hastily retrieved his phone and commenced an online search. He scoured both domestic and international listings for opulent estates. The results were unequivocal. These magnificent manors invariably featured expansive lawns and abundant greenery. Considering things from another angle, if one were to house some animals within these estates, could they not also be deemed a distinctive kind of zoo? Whether it should be referred to as a zoo or a manor is of little consequence. What truly matters is how Omping perceives it. He had already resolved how he would choose to see it, but he had determined that this place would become his private estate, his personal paradise. And it would house numerous animals, from which he could also charge admission and earn a little extra income. Life is truly splendid, Omping mused, before promptly searching for a lawn mower, an essential purchase. Especially now that he possessed over 1.7 million in development funds. Indeed, I shall procure the finest and most sophisticated. The advancement of technology is truly a blessing. After nearly an hour, he identified a reputable brand, contacted the seller, inspected the merchandise via video call, and ordered 3 units at 70,000 each. The total came to 210,000. He placed the order and made the payment, with delivery promised within 3 days. How delightful it is to have wealth! After acquiring the lawn mowers, Omping was left with around 1.5 million. What should he purchase next? Rising to his feet, he lit a cigarette and began to stroll in his days of poverty. He often fantasized about what he would buy and the blissful life he would lead once he became wealthy. Yet now that he had the means to spend, it struck him as curious that he found himself at a loss for how to expend this newfound wealth. What is this affliction? Omping muttered to himself. Could it be that after being poor for so long, my heart has truly become impoverished, rendering me clueless on how to spend money? It was indeed a rather lamentable state of affairs. Omping let out a long sigh and shook his head in resignation. What else could he do? He would simply have to ponder it gradually. After all, spending this money would require a certain finesse, but he needed to allocate his funds within the confines of the zoo while simultaneously deriving the utmost enjoyment from the expenditures. It seemed rather challenging. Oh well, there's no rush that I shall contemplate further. The weather was pleasant. It was time to give the husky a bath. Kale, where has that rascal disappeared to? Xiaoban Xiaoye. Have you seen Kale anywhere? Chapter 29. Why is it that everything I do seems to be wrong? Upon closer inspection, how intriguing it was that Kale was missing, and so too was Xiaoli. However, the family of 5, Xiaoban, Xiaoye, and their kin, were all present. Yet, alas, These 5 gluttons were utterly oblivious to the situation. Onping shook his head in frustration. What else could he do? He couldn't very well yell at those 5 adorable little creatures, thus he began his search, but to no avail. The zoo was too expansive, as long as Kaylay and Xiaoli strayed even slightly. Locating them would be an arduous task. After a brief search, Onping emerged drenched in sweat, yet still saw no sign of them and had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. However, this search was not entirely fruitless. To summarize, he gleaned 2 preliminary insights. First, the area was quite hilly, and due to prolonged neglect, some sections of the zoo's fencing had deteriorated and would require dismantling and reconstruction. Second, given the zoo's vastness, he would need to purchase several vehicles capable of traversing the grassy terrain. Otherwise, should any issues arise in the future, or if he needed to locate the animals, relying solely on his 2 legs would eventually render them useless. Although he could not find them now, he would have to wait. For reasons he could not articulate, Onping did not believe that Kaylay and Xiaoli had encountered any peril. After all, what could possibly happen? This remote area might indeed harbor fearsome creatures, such as wolves, but if Kaylay and Xiaoli truly encountered such beasts, surely they would not remain silent. Onping did not recall hearing any sounds, nor had Xiaoban's family. Such a straightforward question. They could surely answer. Thus, he decided to bide his time. Onping retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, reclined back on his lounge chair, and began browsing for sightseeing vehicles suitable for the zoo. Interestingly, as he perused, a sudden whim struck him, and he decided to purchase several tents. He had long envied those online who set up tents by the seaside or mountains and spent a night outdoors. Now that he thought of it, with the right circumstances, how could he not seize the opportunity? He placed the order. Onping felt invigorated by his purchases. He believed he had finally grasped the reason behind women's love for shopping. For buying things is indeed a delightful endeavor. For a brief moment, he forgot about the disappearance of Kaylay and Xiaoli. But where, indeed, had Kaylay and Xiaoli gone? As a dog, even a Siberian husky, Kaylay possessed a keen sense of smell. Thus, when dawn broke and he noticed Xiaoli stealthily leaving the house, he refrained from barking or immediately pursuing her. Instead, he deliberately waited a moment before quietly following her scent. Soon, the 2 companions, one trailing the other, ventured along the inner side of the fence, journeying further and further until they reached a densely wooded area. Xiaoli entered the depths of the forest, stopping approximately in the middle. Kaylay did not approach too closely. Instead, he concealed himself behind a large tree to observe discreetly. After a brief period of watching, Kaylay's curiosity grew, increasingly perplexed that he simply could not comprehend why Xiaoli, a fox, would sneak away to this thicket to converse with a parrot. A cross-species romance? One that runs upon the ground, and the other that soars in the sky. Could that truly work? In no time, various unconventional thoughts began to swirl in Kaylay's mind as he pondered the peculiar situation. Xiaoli and the parrot seemed to struggle to communicate, likely due to their linguistic barriers, yet they engaged in conversation for over half an hour before concluding their dialogue and beginning their return. Although Kaylay could understand Xiaoli's words, the distance was too great, and both Xiaoli and the parrot spoke in hushed tones, rendering their words indiscernible. The return journey did not require any tracking, so after a moment of hesitation, Kaylay's unusual instincts kicked in. Sensing the whiff of intrigue, he resolved not to return immediately, but rather to follow the parrot and uncover the truth that as the parrot spread its wings and ascended the mountain. Kaylay slipped through a gap in the fence to follow. This was a foolish, exceedingly foolish decision. Yet, akin to many humans engrossed in their own folly, blissfully unaware of their misguided choices, Kaylay felt a surge of pride in his cleverness as he made this decision. Completely oblivious to the impending trouble, it was only when he halted, craned his neck, and could no longer see a trace of the parrot that he turned around, inhaling deeply, only to be met not with the scent of conspiracy, but the unmistakable aroma of danger. It was then that he suddenly realized the foolishness of his actions. Run! The instinct for survival was deeply ingrained in his very being. Once, he had been a joyful, carefree creature, a quintessential Siberian husky, and he had reveled in his happiness, believing that life would continue in such splendid fashion, much like the majority of those in the throes of infatuation. Yet he never anticipated that his idyllic existence would be abruptly shattered. On that fateful day, His owner brought home a woman. This woman did not harbor affection for him and considered him nothing more than a bothersome fool. Thus commenced the battle that time. He had no inkling that the war had been predetermined from the moment that woman stepped into the house, in his frustration. He chose a misguided form of resistance. That choice hastened his descent into the life of a stray dog. He was cast out. Not only that, but because he had once found a home, the couple drove him far away, releasing him from the car and speeding off without a backward glance in that moment. He understood that he had lost. From that instant forth, he resolved never to be a merry fool again, but rather to embody a quiet, wise, and profound canine, that he believed he could maintain this facade. How easily can one's nature be altered? My fate is mine to control, he thought, and he spoke those very words until this moment. What is this aloofness? What is this tranquility? What is this wisdom? All of it can go to hell. This damned place is truly terrifying. I would rather return to my life as a stray dog than remain here. Damn it, this is genuinely frightening. Kale bolted forth, not merely exerting himself to the utmost, but racing for his very life against the specter of death. Kale felt a deep sense of injustice. Why? Why must the heavens treat me thus? I embraced my true self, the joyful fool, yet I was discarded. I concealed my essence, presenting myself as quiet and aloof. And what is the result? As a result, my miserable life as a dog is on the brink of extinction. Who dares to chatter incessantly with me about why everything I do seems wrong? With my mouth agape and racing too swiftly, my tongue dances wildly in the wind. This little hill has no path at all. The slope is merely strewn with grass or scattered pebbles. My forepaws, having trodden upon the stones, are pained beyond description. Yet I cannot afford to stop, nor can I hesitate, at this very moment, regardless of the abyss that looms ahead. I must exert every ounce of my being to attempt to leap over it. Otherwise, what else is there? I certainly do not believe that the creature behind me, baring its teeth and panting heavily in a frenzied pursuit, is merely seeking a heart-to-heart conversation. I am utterly convinced that beast intends to devour me. Chapter 30. What a splendid idea. I am grateful for my boundless energy. Although I have nearly become a useless dog, I have managed to survive. Panting heavily, I come to a trembling halt, turning to glance back at the gray wolf that seems too fearful to enter the zoo. As a Siberian husky, I am undeniably handsome, and I am well aware of my good looks, having often admired myself in the mirror. Thus, my gaze falls upon the gray wolf. This creature seems remarkably familiar to a fellow kind, a distant relative, a cousin. My eyes widen in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Hello, you. Not understanding, I muster the courage to inquire. Unfortunately, before I can finish my sentence, the gray wolf outside the fence shoots me a piercing glare. As if to convey, I will feast upon you eventually. The wolf swiftly turns and departs, vanishing in no time. Thus, I am left amidst a gust of warm winds, feeling somewhat disheveled. Xu Jing University boasts a vast campus, the West District, East District, and a myriad of other disorganized elements abound. After morning classes, Xu Jing, and the other two girls from their dormitory, Zhao Shuang and Li Ran, walk side by side towards a small restaurant within the campus. To label Xu Jing as a prominent figure at Xu Jing University is, to be honest, a slight exaggeration. Although she is indeed beautiful, talent emerges in each generation, and there are plenty of fresh-faced, attractive young women among the incoming freshmen each year. Thus, to speak candidly, one could assert that Xu Jing possesses a certain level of recognition among her peers in her major and some other disciplines within her year. This recognition stems primarily from two reasons. Firstly, her beauty, appealing physique, and amiable personality. Secondly, as her junior year approaches its end, she stands on the verge of becoming an undesirable senior spinster, having never experienced a romantic relationship that a college life devoid of love feels incomplete. And those who remain single can only pitifully consume the copious amounts of relationship advice dished out by their friends. For instance, Zhao Shuang and Li Ran often indulge in this kind of banter. However, despite this, they have shared a dormitory for 3 years, fostering a close bond. Thus, Zhao Shuang and Li Ran genuinely care about Xu Jing's romantic pursuits. Naturally, they would never be foolish enough to voice their suspicions. Perhaps, Little Jing actually has a preference for girls? Wouldn't that put us in quite a predicament? Such alarming conversations have indeed occurred. In the small dining area, the four of them sat down and placed their orders, needing to wait a while for their meals. Consequently, without any need for preamble, the topic swiftly shifted to Anping. Little Jing, the flowers on your table smell delightful. Who sent them? Zhao Shuang feigned curiosity. Li Ran immediately chimed in. It must be from a boy. How unusual that you would accept flowers from a boy. These two girls had not returned to the dormitory the previous night, and their whereabouts were unknown. Xu Jing, being somewhat shy, felt embarrassed discussing such matters, even with these familiar friends. Just as she was about to explain, Xu Jing, the mischievous one, interjected with a sly grin. You two are quite perceptive. Let me tell you, that boy is incredibly handsome. Truly, I have a picture to show you. I think our little Jing has indeed caught the tail end of youth and ought to indulge in a little romance. Ouch, little Jing, why did you step on me? How dare she ask why? If I didn't step on her, that blabbermouth would continue rambling on carelessly. Young women in their 20s, while they may appear poised and graceful in public, when gathered together, the conversations can be quite scandalous. If the male populace were privy to the discussions that unfold among these girls, they would surely feel a rush of embarrassment and excitement. The bond among Xu Jing and her three friends is particularly strong, as Xu Jing and the others are aware of Xu Jing's shyness. If they overstepped, she would genuinely become upset. Thus, after a brief chat, Xu Jing proposed a serious matter. Around mid-next month, they would be on break, and afterward, they would be seniors. Zhao Shuang and Li Ran planned to pursue further studies, and regardless of the outcome, their senior year would be quite busy. Xu Jing and Xu Jing, however, had little interest in graduate exams. To be frank, they did not have much enthusiasm for internships or jobs either. The reason was simple. Both hailed from well-off families and did not need to toil for meager wages. Thus, a question arose. What should they do during their senior year? Surely, they could not spend all day in their dormitory, idly playing games and watching movies. Otherwise, they would emerge from the year utterly unkempt. However, neither wished to pursue internships nor jobs, and with no classes to attend during their senior year, the only obligation from the university was to submit a final project. What Xu Jing intended to discuss was not a distant prospect, but rather an imminent task. Namely, the assignments due next month at the end of their junior year, marking the conclusion of a rather aimless year. With a playful smile, Xu Jing suggested, since it's a sketching assignment, why don't we go to a more picturesque location to draw? Upon hearing this, Xu Jing instinctively assumed Xu Jing meant a trip out of town. Are you planning to travel? She was mistaken. Xu Jing shook her head, not traveling in this sweltering heat. Besides, it's merely a semester assignment, not a graduation project. With a smile in her eyes, Xu Jing proposed, how about we go to the Anping Zoo and find our favorite scenery by the seaside to sketch? What a splendid idea! Zhao Shuang and Li Ran immediately expressed their support with bright smiles. As for Xu Jing, well, she did not hold back either and promptly stepped down hard on Xu Jing's foot once more. Sketching at the Anping Zoo? Is that truly appropriate? Xu Jing pondered, then vehemently shook her head. She acknowledged that the scenery at the Anping Zoo, particularly along the seaside, is indeed beautiful. But such beauty pales in comparison to the inevitable mockery that would arise from Anping's frivolous flattery. No matter how splendid, it would ultimately fall short. Absolutely not. I refuse to go there, Xu Jing mused, habitually reaching for her phone and illuminating the screen that a new WeChat message notification caught her eye. Scrolling up and down for a quick glance at the sender, no sign of that rascal from Anping. It seemed there was an odd sensation. Could that rascal still be asleep? Chapter 31. This is a gift. Unattainable by envy. Sometimes one needs a reason or an excuse to undertake a task, especially for someone as bashful as Xu Jing. Reaching out to Anping. Without a proper and reasonable excuse, she simply could not bring herself to do it. Fortunately, after a moment of thought, she realized she had just the excuse she needed. Last night, Anping had sent her a WeChat message, which she had neglected to respond to. Thus, she could feign that she had only just seen it and reply now. After contemplating, Xu Jing discreetly glanced at Xu Jing and the others, ensuring they were not paying attention to her before typing a response. Your days seemed quite carefree, befriending little animals. At the zoo, Onping had just returned from the city with takeout and was eating. Kaylee, after lunch, I'll help you take a bath, so don't wander off. They say there are large wild animals here that if you run around, you might get eaten. Had Onping said this last night, Kaylee might not have taken it too seriously. But after the fright from this morning, Kaylee, at this moment, had no doubt. I absolutely cannot leave the zoo alone again. Otherwise, my life may very well be at risk. Kaylee thought to himself, nodding at Onping in agreement, earnestly assuring him, Director, I promise I won't run off. You can rest easy. It did not disclose to Onping the events of the morning. There were things it wished to say, but could not, because it did not want to be abandoned again. Being a stray dog, while liberating, was not as comforting as having a home. Onping chuckled. Kaylee, are you truly a Siberian husky? Yes, I should be. Then why are you different from other huskies? Isn't a typical husky supposed to be a bit foolish and unruly? At this, Kaylee immediately halted his meal, turning to Onping with a puzzled expression. What does this mean? Director, is it bad that I am so quiet and well-behaved? Onping, unaware of the peculiar thoughts swirling in Kaylee's mind, nor of his past, found it difficult to grasp the true meaning behind Kaylee's retort. After a moment's contemplation, he replied casually, It's not that it's bad. Rather, as a husky, your tranquility feels rather odd. Almost out of place. Do you understand what I mean? Kaylee pondered for a brief moment, convinced that he comprehended, but needed to confirm. So, Director, do you wish for me to be my true self? That's about the gist of it. It would be more joyful that way. There's an old saying, isn't there? Oh yes, too much talk leads to loss. And another saying? Right, one should not speak while eating or sleeping. So, Onping, why can't you simply enjoy your meal in peace? Why must you ramble on about this and that? Have you not considered the potential chaos that might ensue if you allow Kaylee to embrace his true nature? Onping had not considered this, and thus remained oblivious to the frightful consequences of a liberated husky. Let us await the outcome. That Xu Jing, you truly are cultured. You are indeed a university student brimming with literary knowledge. You are beautiful, fit, kind-hearted, and so well-educated. What a predicament. Xu Jing. Though these were compliments, she felt an odd discomfort knowing they came from Onping's mouth. Black line emoji. Have I not told you to speak properly? Onping. I am indeed speaking properly. I assure you, every word is sincere and genuine. Xu Jing. Then allow me to rephrase. I do not enjoy hearing such remarks. If you wish to avoid a red exclamation mark, refrain from saying this to me. Onping, nose-picking emoji. Xu Jing, you are rather difficult. Look, even Kaylee agrees with me. Following his words, Onping promptly shared a picture of Kaylee. Slightly tilting his head with an expression of disdain, one must admit, Kaylee excels in the art of expression. Xu Jing. Onping, you are the difficult one. How can you provoke such irritation? Onping. It's a talent. One cannot envy it. Xu Jing. Conversation over. Goodbye. Onping. All right, do come visit when you have time. I have gained another husky, and the number of little creatures is increasing. Upon seeing this WeChat message, Xu Jing deliberately chose not to respond. She thought to herself, perhaps this could serve as an excuse in the future. Setting down her phone, she picked up a soup spoon and sipped some broth, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. But what could it be? In that moment, she could not recall until Xu Jing turned to her and asked, Xu Jing, did you tell Onping about our sketching trip? Did he agree? Xu Jing. What on earth am I doing? I clearly had something important to discuss, yet I completely forgot. After finishing lunch and giving Kaylee a bath, the timing was perfect as the delivery arrived. Today, it was the swing he had ordered 2 days prior. Nothing more than a regular swing. So do not misinterpret. With the swing delivered, the next step was to assemble it. Fortunately, this was not a task requiring much skill. Onping completed the assembly of several swings in just over half an hour. Now it's time to enjoy. Onping casually wiped the sweat from his brow as he lay back on the swing. Ah, bliss! Lying on the swing, feeling the gentle sway, he lit a cigarette and closed his eyes. Could life be any more delightful? Perhaps it could be. But for now, this was more than sufficient. He felt utterly at ease. He decided to take a nap, but clearly, sleeping during the day proved quite challenging. Before long, he noticed that the little family of Xiaoban and Xiaoye, along with Keilei, had gathered around, gazing up at him. Their eyes seemed to convey envy. "Director, why are you lying like that?" Xiaoban spoke up, his endearing naivety prompting him to voice his thoughts. Recognizing his voice, Anping kept his eyes closed. "Because it's very comfortable." "How comfortable?" "Super comfortable. Can we also lie down?" Xiaoban asked eagerly. Well, it seemed he had to open his eyes now. Anping opened his eyes and looked down at the 7 little creatures. "Do you all wish to lie on the swing too?" At his words, all 7 nodded in unison. "Are you certain?" They nodded again. "All right, I will help you, but let me make it clear. Whatever happens, it is not my responsibility. This is your choice." Chapter 32. The Existence of the Pig Team Member. Swinging for the first time can indeed be a bit daunting as it sways back and forth, making one feel as though they might fall at any moment. Just as Anping anticipated, once he placed Xiaoban, Xiaoye, and the others on the swing and gave it a gentle push. Help, this is terrifying. Director, let me down. I can't take it. Director, something is wrong. The world is spinning, and it's spinning so fast. Director, I can't hold it anymore. I need to pee. This scene was utterly delightful. That moment. Anping, capturing the frantic expressions of the little animals who were nearly scared out of their wits, felt a surge of cleverness. There was no way they could come down. They must endure and adapt. Soon they would come to love this experience. Anping chuckled as he reclined back onto his swing, first sending the video he had just recorded to Xu Jing, then closing his eyes for a leisurely napped to his surprise. He slept far longer than expected. When he finally picked up his phone and saw the time, "Oh no, it's past 4. How long have I been asleep?" He was astonished, but it soon became inconsequential. After all, he had no work obligations and no need to earn money. He could sleep as long as he wished. Now that he had rested enough and was no longer tired, there was nothing particularly pressing to attend to. Anping mused that at this time of year, in late May, it was still quite bright around 4 o'clock. Darkness would not descend until about 6. 2 hours should suffice. Resolute, he stood up and walked a few steps to rouse the still sleeping Keilei and the others. "Come on, I'll take you to see the sunset by the sea." The 7 little creatures, just waking and still somewhat dazed, looked at Anping with sleepy eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend his words after a brief pause. They finally reacted. "See the sunset. Why must we go to the sea? Isn't it fine to see it right here?" "The sea is far away. Walking there is exhausting." Anping, cigarette in hand, chuckled. These little ones had been indulging in food and drink daily, hardly exercising, and it appeared they had become quite lazy at this rate. It would not be long before they became unreasonably plump. Though perhaps, given they no longer needed to hunt, a little extra weight wouldn't be a problem. "All right, enough complaining. Those who wish to come with me, let us go. Those who do not can continue sleeping." "Director, you are wise." This remark came from Xiaoli, who, upon finishing her statement, promptly lay back down, clearly among those who preferred to stay. At least, that was her decision at that moment. Perhaps it was also the decision of Xiaoban and Xiaoye's family. Just then, Keilei piped up unexpectedly. "So, Director, if we go with you, will there be barbecue for dinner?" Barbecue. The mere mention of those 2 words seemed to wield a peculiar power, compelling Xiaoli and the family of Xiaoban to suddenly perk up, their eyes gleaming with desire. Without a doubt, they all yearned for barbecue. Anping, momentarily taken aback, coughed as the smoke from his cigarette caught in his throat. "Cough, cough. Come on, didn't we just have that last night? Why do we need it again tonight?" "Because it's delicious," the 7 little creatures replied in unison, their response unyielding. "Anping, no matter how delicious it is, we can't have it every day. Do you know how much I spent on those barbecues last night?" In truth, it was only a few hundred yuan, but Anping was deliberately exaggerating. After calculating the time, he realized that if they set off for the sea now, stopped to enjoy the view, and returned, it would be at least 8 or 9 o'clock. He certainly did not wish to drive back into the city for barbecue at that hour. It would be too much trouble. "I don't know," the 7 little creatures responded, still adamantly. Their brazen attitude was somewhat irritating. Little did Ping know, an even more vexing remark was still to come. Director, are you poor? After a series of negotiations, the plan for a barbecue was settled, albeit not for tonight, but rather for tomorrow evening. Speaking of which, Ping also has a fondness for barbecues, particularly as the weather grows increasingly warm with summer approaching, that I end the evenings with nothing much to do. Indulging in barbecue delights alongside chilled beer or refreshing beverages would be simply delightful. This sense of pleasure is something he longs to possess. Crucially, to achieve such leisure, he would need to frequently venture into the city for supplies. The matter of money is trivial. The real inconvenience lies in the incessant running around, often requiring extended waits. Otherwise, should I simply purchase the ingredients and grill them myself? Just like those foreigners I see on television, casually barbecuing skewers and steaks in their gardens. How delightful that would be. Sounds good. But we need to buy the grilling equipment. And where will we store it? Just leave it out in the open. What if it rains? Perhaps we should directly construct a barbecue pavilion or an outdoor dining area, providing shelter from the wind and rain, while also adding a touch of charm. Exactly, that's the plan. This way, I'll have a reason to invite Xu Jing over tomorrow night. Enjoying barbecued meat and a little drink in the evening. What could be better? As Ping strolled towards the seaside, he indulged in a myriad of fanciful thoughts. The result of such musings was an utterly cunning smile that had taken residence on his face. The 7 little companions, enticed by the barbecue, noticed the sly grin etched upon Ping's visage. The little ones began to whisper among themselves. What is up with the director? Why does he look so sinister? It feels quite terrifying, as if he is plotting something nefarious. Cola, having had more interactions with humans and being previously owned by a man, scrutinized Ping for a moment and concluded, I've seen that expression on human faces before, if I'm not mistaken. The director is thinking about women. Alas, as soon as the words left its mouth, Ping snapped back to reality. Cola, what did you just say? Nothing. You must have misheard me. I didn't say anything. Cola's survival instincts were no joke. Quite impressive. However, in a team, it's not enough for just one member to excel, for the existence of a pig teammate can be quite a burden. Sigh. It's hard to articulate. Right. Cola didn't say the director was thinking about women. Little Half interjected anxiously. Ping, Cola, the other 5 animals. Cola was on the verge of madness. Little Half, you fool. Just I already? Were you trying to get me killed? Director, please don't hit me. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Chapter 33. So the director is quite incompetent at the seaside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ocean was painted a brilliant red, creating waves that sparkled in the light. Life was indeed delightful. One could even say it was carefree. How wonderful. Ping thought to himself, and then he heard that foolish dog Cola expressing a desire to take a swim. Cough, cough. Startled, he exclaimed, No, Cola, don't even think about it. This is the ocean. If you go in, you'll drown. Following their brief conversation, particularly after hearing Ping say it could be its true self, Cola did not immediately revert to its former self. However, it was gradually returning to its original nature. As for why this was the case, perhaps it had its own thoughts. Maybe it was still concerned that if it fully returned to its true self, Ping might not like it. What then? Cola grinned, revealing its signature creepy uncle smile. Director, don't underestimate me. I'm a great swimmer. This is the ocean. No matter how great you are, it one team matter. Besides, there are sharks in the water, and with your tiny frame, you wouldn't even be a mouthful for them. Director, Cola clearly thought Ping was joking. Surely you jest, it's just fish. What fish could possibly eat me? I could devour it instead. This silly dog sigh, it's exhausting. The sunset was beautiful, and while phrases like the sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches dusk might evoke sadness. Ping was too lazy to ponder such things. He simply found the scene before him to be quite lovely. Of course, it would be even better if he could hold a beauty like Xu Jing in his arms while admiring this picturesque view. Speaking of Xu Jing, he hadn't seen her today. Perhaps he should think of a way to create an opportunity to meet. Otherwise, if they kept avoiding each other, how would he ever win the heart of the beauty? Moreover, there were many wolves in the university. He had to step up his game, or else what if Xu Jing was snatched away by another wolf? He shuddered at the thought. Time to act. Omping quickly pulled out his phone and sent a photo of the 7 little companions sitting by the sea, facing the ocean, to Xu Jing. The sunset is stunning. It's just missing you by a hair. Xu Jing, busy with something, replied a few minutes later with a concise and straightforward response. Second time, 3 strikes, got it. Understood. I promise I won't air again. He. Omping plopped down on a rock, lit a cigarette, and glanced at the 7 little companions, who were either daydreaming or playfully frolicking. After confirming they were a safe distance from the cliff's edge, he began typing again. When engaging with a beauty like Xu Jing, it's essential to play along with her. Some straight men might see this as simping, but in truth, it's a skill. After all, what is shameful about pursuing a beautiful woman? Furthermore, what does it mean to not be a simp? Should he stand before Xu Jing and declare, "Woman, you must be my girlfriend," employing some absurd, domineering CEO act to avoid being seen as simping? Whether one is simping or not depends solely on one's perspective, and he did not see himself as such. This is called strategy. By the way, I have a small matter to ask your opinion on. I'm planning to build a vacation villa here, so that every day when I open the window and draw the curtains, I can see the sunrise and sunset. What do you think of this idea? What do you think? Even though the afternoon had passed, Xu Jing had yet to bring up her plans to sketch at the zoo. She felt it was awkward and didn't know how to mention it, so she decided to take her time. However, to be honest, the scenery at Omping's zoo, particularly the section by the sea, was indeed quite beautiful and highly suitable for sketching. Now, Omping suddenly proposed to build a house there. Upon reading this, Xu Jing found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling the phrase "facing the sea, with spring blossoms," a notion that was inherently beautiful. In fact, her family owned a seaside villa, but the traditional seaside villa felt somewhat off out of course. The view there was not as splendid as that at the end of the zoo. Xu Jing found this idea appealing. She was unaware that her liking for it signified that she had already taken the bait. Like fishing, she sensed the lure without realizing it was a lure. That sounds wonderful. The scenery there is indeed lovely, Xu Jing replied. Smiley face. Then it's settled. Once the house is built, you're welcome to stay. A slight smile crept on her lips, revealing unmistakable joy that Xu Jing could not deny it, nor could she ignore it. We'll talk about it later. And there's another small matter. I've noticed that Little Month, and even Cola and the others are all crazy about barbecues, that I intend to construct a barbecue pavilion at the zoo. Do you enjoy barbecues? It's all right. Why do I feel like you're raising those little animals as if they were people? Xu Jing inquired curiously. Because I feel that they're not so different from us. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xu Jing was visibly moved at that moment. A gentle smile graced her face. How many women genuinely dislike kind-hearted men? It's a rather intriguing question. Of course, Xu Jing would not know that Omping, this rascal, was wielding kindness as a weapon against her. The truth is, Xu Jing was quite the naive girl. She really shouldn't have asked about Cola. I encountered it at a barbecue stall last night. It seemed to have been abandoned, so I brought it back. Instantly, her expression softened further, and her smile grew increasingly genuine. A beautiful woman, if she holds no interest in you, will typically not engage in lengthy conversations, whether through WeChat or phone calls. They often find various excuses, such as needing to eat, shower, or sleep, to end the conversation. That evening, this naive girl, Xu Jing, did not employ any tricks. She chatted with Omping for quite a while, and even naturally mentioned that Xu Jing and the others wanted to go to the zoo to sketch. How could Omping possibly refuse? He welcomed them with open arms. Having settled the plan, their conversation gradually came to a close. The sun had already set, and darkness began to envelop the sky. It was time to head back. Omping stood up and called out, "All right, it's been fun. Let us go back for dinner." "Yay, dinner time. Let us race to see who can get back first," Little Half excitedly suggested. The plump little groundhog, it seems, has truly gone mad, forgetting its own weight. Consequently, the 7 little creatures dashed away. "Director, stop dawdling and hurry up." "Director, why are you so slow? Are you a turtle?" "Director." Omping heard them and couldn't help but chuckle. "For heaven's sake. You have 4 legs and I only have 2. How could I possibly outrun you?" So the director is such a weakling, a pathetic creature. Hey, who said that? Have the courage to repeat it. Chapter 34. The Simulated Sandbox. The future of the zoo system. Can the seaside house and barbecue pavilion I mentioned be considered part of the zoo's development? This was a significant question. Onping currently had only around 200,000 at his disposal. Perhaps building a barbecue pavilion would be feasible, but constructing a luxury seaside villa? Absolutely impossible. Unless the system acknowledged that these two structures were integral to the zoo's development, it would certainly be out of the question for now. Fortunately, under certain conditions, it can be categorized within the zoo's development scope. What kind of conditions? The host must adhere to this system's plan and construct these two buildings at designated locations. Furthermore, the materials, style, design, and all internal furnishings will be determined by this system. Is that all? Onping chuckled. This was rather convenient, as he had no expertise in construction. With that thought, Onping promptly agreed. All right, no problem. For caution's sake, please confirm your choice once more. Confirm. Understood. To fulfill the host's request, this system will initiate an update immediately, which is expected to take 1 minute. Please be patient. Updating. Update completed. Please enter the simulated sandbox area and select the buildings you desire. Click on the corresponding structure, pay the requisite fee, and the host will receive a complete construction manual along with all necessary internal equipment. Friendly reminder, the payment ratio is 1 to 10. For example, if a barbecue pavilion's estimated completion cost is $2 million, the host only needs to pay $200,000. The remainder will be covered by this system. Reminder 2. Any building purchased from the sandbox can be paid for using the Zoo Development Fund and the host's personal discretionary funds, with no restrictions from the system. Reminder 3. Once a building is purchased, refunds will not be accepted. A simulated sandbox? What kind of absurd update is this? Onping was taken aback, and a sip of cola shot out of his nose. Leaving him in discomfort, he quickly wiped it off and rubbed his eyes vigorously. To be honest, he was a bit dazed, struggling to grasp the current situation. Enter the simulated sandbox. The Real Zoo covered 1,000 acres, roughly 700,000 square meters. The simulated sandbox was scaled down by 1,000 times, meaning the entire sandbox was approximately 667 square meters. Undoubtedly, this was a sizable sandbox. Thus, Onping had to continuously scroll slowly to see the entirety of the sandbox. But that wasn't the main point, hiss. As he examined it bit by bit, Onping could only draw a sharp breath. He almost felt compelled to exclaim how terrifying it was. After all, what a joke. What kind of celestial zoo was displayed in this simulated sandbox? This was simply too astonishing. Onping, overwhelmed, felt his throat dry, so he took another large gulp of cola to soothe himself. System. Is this the future of the zoo you envision? It is not a vision, but a future that must be realized. Agreed. There was no reason to refuse such an extraordinary, almost fairy tale-like zoo. System. You are truly remarkable. The system fell silent. Onping was determined to transform this zoo into the image portrayed in the simulated sandbox. He saw no reason to oppose possessing such a magical and breathtaking zoo. However, reality was always so cruel that he never anticipated that the reason would come knocking so swiftly. Clicking on the barbecue pavilion. Just like in the nurturing games he had occasionally played, the price appeared, $2,800,000. Hiss. When the system used the barbecue pavilion as an example, it mentioned $2 million. Onping genuinely believed it was merely an example. After all, constructing a pavilion, purchasing a few barbecue grills, and maybe some tables and chairs, how could that possibly cost $2 million? Now, it turned out that the barbecue pavilion in the sandbox was priced at $2,800,000. Was it really that expensive? Wait a moment. If a barbecue pavilion cost $2,800,000, then what about the seaside villa? With that thought, Onping's body jolted, and he hurriedly scrolled to the end of the zoo. At the end of the sandbox stood several stunning 2-story luxury villas, each more dazzling than the last. Clicking on one, the price displayed, $260 million. Onping. A 2-story small house for $260 million? Hiss. Hiss. His heart raced, and Onping gasped sharply, attempting to calm the turbulent waves within his chest. Unfortunately, it was evidently futile to this moment. Onping suddenly realized that prior to the system update, it had specifically asked him to confirm his choice. So this was where the trap lay. Indeed, the scenery depicted in the simulated sandbox was undeniably beautiful and breathtaking. But how much would it cost to create such splendor? Onping had already come to a conclusion in his heart. Yet he couldn't help but continue scrolling through the sandbox, clicking on various buildings. The sizes and styles of the structures varied, and so did the displayed prices. The more affordable options, like the barbecue pavilion, were priced at just over $2 million, while the pricier ones, over $30 billion for a small house. Gulp gulp. The sound of difficult swallowing echoed. Previously, he was astonished. Now, he was in shock. Onping grabbed the cola beside him and downed it in one go before hastily pulling out a cigarette. His hands trembled slightly, which he only noticed then. Lighting the cigarette, his trembling eased a bit. Taking a deep drag, he felt ready to speak and finally managed to utter, "System, if I were to construct the zoo in reality according to the vision presented in your sandbox, could you tell me approximately how much it would cost?" A brief silence. "The simulated sandbox will adjust according to actual circumstances. The current version is merely a preliminary one, based on this initial sandbox. The estimated total construction cost would be around $800 billion. Gulp gulp. The difficulty of swallowing instantly intensified. His throat ached. Cough cough. So, I would need to pay around $80 billion. Yes. Unbelievable and astonishing. Onping finished his cigarette with fervor. System, do I look like someone who possesses $80 billion? The truth was, the mere mention of $80 billion had already left Onping utterly stunned that he was just an ordinary person. $80 billion. Even a few billion would allow him to live a carefree life that in fact, he had never even dreamed of hundreds of billions. Now, Onping truly didn't know how to conceptualize or comprehend the current situation. Let's not even mention whether he had $80 billion. Just the thought of spending $80 billion on a zoo was absurd. Clearly, the system was not joking with him. The system responded. Host, do you think I would care about $80 billion as if it were mere pocket change? A chapter 35. Not that handsome, just moderately so. Dear system, stop showing off, or you might just get struck by lightning. Host, thank you for your concern. I want to be struck. The one who will be struck is you. Sleep, sleep. Lying on the bed, Onping had come to a rough understanding of the situation. To put it plainly, this affair was essentially a nurturing game. Moreover, if one were to delve deeper, it was not much different from life itself. The reasoning was quite simple. Everyone lives in this world, works hard, puts in effort, and earns money. Money is currency, a number created by the state. You work and the state compensates you, either directly or indirectly. Then with the money you've earned, you consume, which either directly or indirectly returns the money to the state. This process is an infinite loop until your life comes to an end. Now, it seemed to Onping that the process was quite similar, albeit with slight variations, that he completed the task set by the system, built the zoo, earned money, and then reinvested that money back into the zoo, repeating this cycle endlessly. In the end, it was just a game. Each of our lives is merely a game. The essence of the game is something most people cannot change. What we can decide is merely the process of the game. You can play this game joyfully, enjoying the process and deriving pleasure from it. Alternatively, you can be sullen, brooding, and enduringly waiting for the game to conclude. That it's that simple. Thus, lying on his bed, Onping let out a long sigh that I end this second life. He maintained a positive mindset and held himself to high standards. So, he thought, let it be, I'll just sleep. He purchased a barbecue pavilion, priced at $2,800,000, ultimately paying $280,000. After deducting the $280,000 for the zoo development fund, the purchase was complete. The location for the barbecue pavilion had been secured, and the related equipment was on order, expected to arrive within 3 days. Early in the morning, the sun shone brilliantly. Onping, cigarette in mouth, walked to the designated area of the barbecue pavilion as indicated on the modeled in a rectangular grid on the ground. The words barbecue pavilion appeared amusingly. He had received the complete project proposal, but as he was not an engineer, he could only vaguely comprehend its contents. Such specialized matters required the expertise of professionals, given that it was merely the construction of a pavilion. Seeking a professional construction company seemed somewhat exaggerated. They might not even be inclined to take on the job. Who should I turn to? Onping pondered, feeling a bit troubled. I don't know anyone around here. Although he struggled to grasp all the details in the proposal, one thing was clear. This barbecue pavilion had exceptionally high standards. Hiring just a few workers who knew how to construct pavilions likely wouldn't suffice. I need to find professionals. With that thought, Onping decided to venture into the city later. personally visiting some construction companies to see if anyone would be willing to take on this task. A pavilion seems rather monotonous. Perhaps I should also construct a house. Onping suddenly entertained this notion. After all, the structures depicted in the model would need to be built sooner or later. What was the point of delaying? Furthermore, the funds from the Zoo Development Fund could only be used for such projects and could not be spent on personal matters. So postponing seemed even more pointless that a person with a good mindset possesses remarkable strength. Resolute, Onping quickly checked his financial situation that as of now, he had over 180,000 in discretionary funds, while the Zoo Development Fund still held over 120,000. Let me see what I can purchase in the model with over 120,000. Last night, when he viewed the model, Onping hadn't paid much attention. But today, with a calmer mindset, he realized that, according to this model, even the little ones would each have their own house. Not only that, but these houses would be luxurious mansions complete with courtyards. The most absurd part was that each of their houses had a price tag of no less than 100 million, that upon seeing these prices, Onping couldn't help but twitch his lips, and his gaze fell upon the modest abode he currently resided in. What does it mean that there is no harm without comparison? In that moment, Onping felt an acute pang in his heart. I am the director, and I live in such a house, while I must also build courtyard mansions for those who indulge in leisure every day. Is this a joke? Onping sighed deeply. Waking up early today, he felt the need to lie on the swing for a while, to close his eyes and rest, for otherwise, his mood would surely not improve. However, just as he lay down, a Volkswagen Beetle and a white Mercedes-Benz drove toward the zoo on the only road outside. Onping initially did not notice, but Xu Jing, inexplicably cheerful, honked the horn. Beep beep! The honking forced Onping, who had just settled down, to quickly rise and head toward the zoo's entrance. That as he walked, he had to compel himself to temporarily forget about the model and the zoo's construction. Those trivial matters could be cast aside. From this moment on, the focus of the day was singular: to deepen his relationship with Xu Jing, striving with all his might for the grand pursuit of winning her heart. The two vehicles came to a stop in succession, and 4 young ladies exited. Upon seeing this, Onping abruptly halted. That he had already met Xu Jing and Xu Jing, but it was his first encounter with Zhao Shuang and Li Ran. To be honest, they were quite beautiful. Xu Jing, are these 2 lovely ladies your roommates? Onping inquired while assessing Zhao Shuang and Li Ran. To say, with such a mischievous glint in his eyes, who could he deceive? Certainly not Xu Jing. Just then, Xu Jing, who was retrieving her painting supplies from the trunk, instinctively rolled her eyes and muttered, "This rascal." Yes, this is Zhao Shuang, and this is Li Ran. Hello, hello. Onping instinctively seized the opportunity, greeting them as he extended his hand for a handshake. That was the first time Zhao Shuang and Li Ran met Onping, and to be candid, they found him quite handsome, with a warm smile that made him seem very approachable. An excellent first impression. Thus, without further hesitation, the 2 young ladies extended their fair hands. Hello, director, and I heard you were quite handsome, but I didn't expect you to be this handsome. That it's wonderful, Zhao Shuang remarked. Flattery, I'm not that handsome. Just average, Onping replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Li Ran chuckled. Director, and you really have a way with words, and a wonder Jing would receive your flowers. Gulp. Xu Jing's face instantly flushed, and she exclaimed, Li Ran. Chapter 36. The Owl and the Macaw, the Shy Girl. Blushing at the slightest provocation is truly delightful. Reflecting back to his university days, Onping thought that girls like Xu Jing, untainted by the harsh realities of society and money, were indeed treasures. Cough, cough. Damn. Pure love. That Onping's mind began to wander. The grass in the zoo had yet to be fully cleared, and it was expected to take another 3 days. The uncut areas had weeds growing quite tall, making it somewhat difficult to drive through. But could 4 young ladies really carry all those painting supplies to the seaside? That would surely be exhausting. How about this? Let's put everything in my car and drive a bit, Onping suggested. To Xu Jing hesitated. But won't driving on the grass damage it? Onping smiled and shook his head. Not if it's just occasionally. I already ordered a few sightseeing vehicles online yesterday, which will make it much more convenient for you all to visit in the future. Given that they were still not too familiar with one another, and seeing Xu Jing, Zhao Shuang, and Li ran smiling at her with knowing glances. Xu Jing decided to nod in agreement. Thank you. Hee. No need to be so polite with me, that it's my honor to assist the beautiful Xu Jing, Anping replied. Xu Jing. This rascal, spouting nonsense again. And you three, Xu Jing. What are you laughing at? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Frustrated, Xu Jing bit her lip, seething yet unable to express her anger. It was truly difficult. Upon reaching the seaside, the four of them quickly found their preferred spots and began to set up their supplies. Anping watched for a short while, realizing he truly knew nothing about these materials. And time was running short, but he needed to head into the city to buy lunch for the workers. You all keep up the good work here. I need to make a trip to the city and will return before noon. What would you like for lunch? I'll bring it back for you. Anping, you are truly considerate, Xu Jing quipped, her tone somewhat mischievous. Thank you, go ahead, and we'll discuss it for a bit. Then let Jing send you a WeChat message. Xu Jing. I'll endure you, Xu Jing. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. All right, I'm off. The Wuling van soon departed, and Xu Jing glanced back to confirm that Anping had driven far away before she marched over to Xu Jing with a fierce expression. She intended to teach that mischievous girl a lesson. However, Xu Jing was no fool. How could she just sit there and wait to be reprimanded? Quick as a flash, Xu Jing darted over to Zhao Shuang, and Li ran aside. Jing, what do you plan to do? How dare you ask what I intend to do? Xu Jing's face tightened, her voice laced with barely restrained fury. I'm going to beat you up. Jing, first of all, I'm helping you. I think Anping is quite nice, and you are indeed intriguing, albeit a bit shy. So as your good friend, I must take a stand. You dare to keep talking nonsense. Xu Jing was even angrier, her face darkening. Don't get worked up. Let me finish. Xu Jing, though appearing flustered, was actually quite composed. Secondly, Jing, are you certain you want to do this? What is this tactic? First a show of courtesy, then a threat. Xu Jing paused, her eyes darting as she momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind Xu Jing's words. What are you talking about? What I mean is I also have Anping's WeChat, and I know what your true self is like. Are you sure you want to beat me up? I could very well describe your private self to Anping, you know? Xu Jing, are you threatening me? What a joke. Xu Jing, you wretched woman, I considered you my good sister. And yet you dare to threaten me? There are limits to what one can endure, and I can no longer tolerate this. The words, laced with venom, escaped Xu Jing's lips as she decisively sprinted towards Xu Jing. Xu Jing's carefully laid plans crumbled in an instant, leaving her genuinely alarmed, prompting her to flee once more. Jing, you are a lady. You cannot resort to such behavior. Jing, I am serious. Do not come closer, or I shall retaliate. Ah, Xiaoran, Xiaoshuang, come save me. Goodness, you two heartless wretches. How can you pretend not to see this? Ah, Jing, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Truly wrong. I apologize. In an instant, Xu Jing's wails echoed across this stretch of land by the sea. Utterly tragic and haunting. Perhaps, hadn't Ping been present to hear such cries, he might have found them somewhat melodious and slightly provocative. However, the owl perched on a nearby treetop could not entertain such thoughts. After observing for a brief moment, the owl could no longer bear it and silently turned its head 180 degrees to face another direction. Alas, it could choose not to look. But it was powerless to silence its hearing, especially with Xu Jing, this madcap girl, incessantly screeching. Alas, this woman is truly terrifying, utterly brutal. How could Ping possibly fancy such a woman? I cannot discern who truly has the problem. The owl muttered to itself. Hearing this, a nearby macaw burst into delighted laughter. You do not understand. Humans are exceedingly peculiar, that we cannot apply our reasoning to comprehend their actions. Moreover, did you not hear that Xu Jing would never exhibit such brutality in front of Ping? In his presence, she would conduct herself impeccably, ensuring he remains oblivious. The macaw's words were somewhat profound, yet not overly so. The owl pondered for a moment before grasping the gist. So, you mean to say, deception? The macaw nodded vigorously. Congratulations, you are correct. The owl. What is there to be jubilant about? I always suspected that this parrot was not quite right in the head, that it was indeed unwise to befriend it. I have heard that ignorance seems to be contagious. With that thought, the owl instinctively shifted its body slightly, distancing itself from the macaw. So, according to your assertion, the interactions between human males and females are merely a cycle of deceit? The owl inquired. The macaw nodded again. Precisely. Men deceive women, women deceive men. They engage in mutual deception, which they term love. The macaw displayed a keen insight. Thus, this process of love among humans rarely endures for long. Typically, they will register their marriage midway through this romantic endeavor, binding themselves together. They will often hastily procreate, ensuring that when the deception unravels, neither party can escape. Can you guess what those who cannot flee will end up doing? The owl shook its head. Having had limited interactions with humans, what will they do? Based on my observations, they will either cohabit aimlessly, waiting for the end to come, or they might engage in quarrels to find amusement. The owl. How dreadfully dull. Chapter 37. I have always been a genius. And Ping had a change of heart. Initially, he thought it prudent to expedite the construction of the barbecue pavilion, but with Xu Jing and her companions appearing, it seemed they would extend their stay at the zoo for several more days. This was an excellent opportunity to cultivate his relationship with Xu Jing. He could not squander it on building a mere barbecue pavilion. Moreover, in a few days, the weeding project would be completed, followed by a lottery for a special zoo development fund that, if fortune smiled upon him, he might secure substantial funding to construct several buildings at once. Which would be more convenient? The barbecue pavilion is certainly a necessity. If funds permit, let us also build a few houses for the animals. Otherwise, if they are cooped up in my residence every day, and Xu Jing decides to stay for a cup of coffee in the evening, that could lead to significant complications. Kayleigh, do you not agree with this reasoning? In the passenger seat, Kayleigh, embodying the essence of a silly dog, had poked his handsome head out of the window, mouth agape, and tongue flapping in the wind, turned his head slightly upon hearing the question. Director, what did you say? This silly dog that I in Ping chuckled and shook his head. It is nothing. I merely remarked on your undeniable handsomeness. Of course, I exchanged my intelligence for this charm. How could I not be handsome? The afternoon unfolded without any noteworthy events. After delivering lunch to Xu Jing and her trio of friends by the sea, and Ping shamelessly lingered by the shore to observe as Xu Jing sketched that he remained until he noticed her face darkening, clearly on the brink of anger, prompting him to discreetly withdraw. The girl, engrossed in her art, was already stunning, and with Xu Jing's inherent beauty, she appeared breathtakingly exquisite. And Ping mused to himself, while Xu Jing, gripping her paintbrush, grew increasingly uneasy, feeling discomfort throughout her being. She did not turn around. Yet she was certain that the scoundrel in Ping was watching her from somewhere behind, as if she were a delectable morsel ready for consumption. Compounding her distress were Su Qing, Li Ran, and Zhao Shuang, the trio of mischief makers, who were all stifling laughter. Though they did not vocalize their amusement, their eyes conveyed their mirth. Consequently, after a moment of perseverance, Xu Jing could no longer withstand the pressure. She set down her paintbrush and approached Ping. Naturally, upon seeing her advance, Ping's smile broadened significantly that he intended to deliver a playful quip, but Xu Jing spoke first, her words quick and sharp. Are you quite idle? Su Jing in quit? Her tone a blend of embarrassment and suppressed ire. Indeed. Ping chuckled, genuinely unaware of her displeasure. Truly exasperating. What do you typically do in the afternoons? I suppose I take a nap. I've installed a few swings at the zoo, and it's quite comfortable to nap on them. Care to try? No, thank you, Xu Jing promptly rejected. Since you usually nap at this time, could you not return to do so? Your presence here makes Su Qing and the others uncomfortable. Given her nature, Xu Jing could not outright express her own discomfort, so she resorted to mentioning Su Qing and the others. Unfortunately, her calculations fell flat. Upon hearing this, the ever-eavesdropping Su Qing and her companions exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously chimed in. We are not uncomfortable at all. We welcome and handsome to stay a while longer. Xu Jing. You three, you shall remember this. I am absolutely furious, on the verge of exploding. No, I must endure sigh. And Ping was no fool, though it took some time. After several days of shamelessly interacting and conversing with Xu Jing, He had gleaned a modicum of understanding regarding her character. It was not comprehensive, but it provided a foundational insight. She was shy and could not be pushed too hard, or she would retreat. With this understanding, Ping recognized that it was no longer appropriate to linger stubbornly. It was time to take his leave. However, before departing, there was one attempt he felt compelled to make. Such an opportunity was rare. "I apologize, I did not realize. I shall take my leave now," Ping said with a contrite smile, then pretended to have just remembered something and made a suggestion. "By the way, I will be heading to the city to buy barbecue in the afternoon. Would you like to join?" Xu Jing. "No, thank you. We will return to the school to eat." Suin Fao Shuang. Li ran. "Sure, we adore barbecue. Thank you and handsome. Success." As Ping briskly walked towards his vehicle, ensuring Xu Jing was not watching, he quickly texted Xu Qing, "A debt of gratitude. I shall treat you to a grand meal later." Xu Qing's response was swift. "No need for thanks. I simply found it amusing. However, I must caution you, if you turn out to be a scoundrel, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Rest assured, I am as pure as they come." Vomiting emoji. Thanks to the current state of the internet, which is incredibly advanced, Ping quickly located the contact number for the barbecue restaurant he had visited 2 days prior. Generally, barbecue places open after 6 in the evening, serving late-night fare. Calling in the afternoon to place an order is typically futile. Yet this was no ordinary situation, given that tonight there would be 5 people and 7 animals, among them Xiaoli and Keilei, who tended to eat quite a lot. In summary, anything less than 1,000 yuan would certainly fall short. Therefore, the conversation progressed smoothly, and Ping soon arranged with the restaurant owner to pick up the food at 6 o'clock. The phone call ended. It was now just past 2 in the afternoon. Opportunities are rare and must be cherished, especially now that fortune has smiled upon me. There is a saying, if I recall correctly, when pursuing a lady, one must cast aside all shame, and upon that foundation, one must invest genuine thought and effort steady, indeed. Thus, after much contemplation, the fact that Xu Jing is somewhat bashful is evident. Moreover, having already presented her with flowers the day before, bestowing another bouquet today would seem inappropriate and lacking in novelty. Additionally, when dealing with a bashful young lady, one must tread lightly, allowing her to perceive your sentiments without putting her in an awkward position where her cheeks might blush like a monkey's rear. This involves a delicate balance how does one navigate this balance? Ding dong. I've got it. Let everyone participate. As long as Xu Jing understands his intentions, it will suffice. I truly am a genius. With this brilliant idea, Ping suddenly burst into laughter, praising himself heartily. This maneuver left little Li and the others utterly bewildered, their expressions reflecting sheer confusion. As the somewhat recovering Kola approached, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Director, when did you become a genius?" Upon hearing the voice, Ping, reclining on the swing, turned to touch Kola's head. "Director, I haven't become a genius. I have always been one." Kola. Nearby, an owl perched atop a tree commented, "This fellow is indeed rather shameless," unable to suppress its thoughts. It had not anticipated that Ping's hearing was so acute. Thus, when it noticed Ping staring at it, a wave of panic washed over it. Damn it, how could he hear me when I spoke so softly? What kind of ears does he have? Are they wind-catching? Chapter 38. Barbecue, fireworks, and beauties. The phenomenon known as the sixth sense has seemingly never been substantiated. Yet many individuals claim to possess it. Perhaps it truly exists. Have you ever experienced that sensation where, while preoccupied with your own affairs, you suddenly feel as though someone is watching you, akin to a clock ringing an alarm in your mind? Ding, ding, ding. Someone is spying on you. You quickly glance around, and sometimes you genuinely discover someone observing you, while at other times, it is merely a false alarm. This is what they refer to as the sixth sense. Ping is no expert and cannot ascertain such matters. However, one thing he can confirm is that in the past few days, he has occasionally felt as though something has been covertly watching him. He has searched and scanned his surroundings but found nothing, leading him to reluctantly conclude that he must be mistaken. Yet now, is it you who has been watching me all along? Ping rose and swiftly approached the tree. Gazing up at the predominantly white-feathered owl perched above, which appeared rather attractive and endearing, the owl felt a bit flustered but not overly so, for Ping was merely human, and it possessed wings to fly away at any moment. Thus, it had little reason to panic. "What are you talking about? I don't understand," the owl replied, twisting its head. Frankly, Ping was aware that the owl could rotate its head 270 degrees. But knowing and witnessing this peculiar ability firsthand felt somewhat terrifying. "Why are you staring at me?" Ping firmly believed that this creature was the one who had been observing him these past few days. "Hey, you human, why can't you comprehend my words?" "I certainly wasn't watching you," the owl continued, feigning innocence. "Why would I watch you? Do you really think you are that appealing?" "Indeed," Ping retorted the owl. "You truly are shameless," it remarked bluntly. Unfazed by its wings, Ping was indifferent to such comments. Having heard them before, he paused for a moment to glance at the task recently assigned by the system. Current side task: communicate with the owl. Persuade it to join the zoo. Reward: 1 opportunity for a special lottery draw for the Zoo Development Fund. Deadline: within 72 hours. The 72-hour time frame piqued Ping's interest. Having possessed the system for a while, he has developed a fundamental understanding of these tasks that he believes the time limits set for each task correspond to its difficulty. The shorter the time, the easier the task; the longer the time, the more challenging it becomes. Thus, it appears that persuading this white owl to join the zoo will not be an easy feat. Ping's mind raced with possibilities. He needed money, and he was unsure how to earn it at the moment, so this lottery opportunity was essential. "What you said is true, I concede," Ping smiled, since he needed to win over this owl. Fostering a good relationship was imperative. "Never mind, whether you are or not is of little concern to me. I am not overly bothered." Upon hearing this, the owl silently sighed in relief. Simultaneously, as Ping suspected, it found its impression of him had improved slightly. "Let us talk about something else," Ping casually suggested. "Have you lived here long? Are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch you something to eat?" The owl chuckled, having observed Ping's activities for several days. "Flattery, without cause, often hides ulterior motives," it sharply remarked. "What are you after?" "Patience. This little creature is quite tenacious." Ping forced a foolish grin. "Actually, I have no ulterior motives. I simply thought that meeting is a form of fate. You see, this is my zoo. Would you be interested in joining?" "Not at all," the owl replied curtly. "My stage is the vast blue skies, not this minuscule patch of earth akin to a frog in a well. That is all, goodbye." With a flap of its wings, the owl left no room for Ping to continue speaking, swiftly flying away and vanishing into the nearby hills of the zoo. No wonder it stipulated 72 hours. This creature is certainly not easy to deal with. The owl, being a bird, could fly, as a human, had no wings and could not pursue. Thus, witnessing the owl depart, Ping could only sigh and light a cigarette. He was not overly disappointed. After all, such matters cannot be forced. And he had more pressing concerns at hand. Fireworks are a wondrous spectacle, particularly at the moment they soar and explode, encapsulating countless beauties in one breathtaking instant. Therefore, after leaving the zoo, Ping drove his vehicle while smoking a cigarette. Following the navigation to a large fireworks distributor. Fireworks are not an extravagant luxury. At a price of 300 yuan each, 10,000 yuan could procure over 30,50 yuan. Had it been in the past, unless he had lost his mind, he would never have considered such an extravagant expenditure. That, of course, in the past, he lacked the funds to waste in such a manner. But now, with wealth in his grasp, he yearned for liberation and a chance to indulge. Thus, Ping paid the 5,000 yuan in full, the cents promptly waived. "Boss, where do you plan to send these fireworks?" Being addressed as boss felt rather pleasant, perhaps even more so than being called handsome. Ping smiled, buoyed by the moment, and instinctively reached for his cigarette. Thankfully, the fireworks shop owner, quick on the uptake, intervened. "Boss, I apologize, but if you wish to smoke, let us step outside. Otherwise, if we ignite these..." Ping felt embarrassed. It was not his intention. He simply hadn't realized the implication. "No worries, I shouldn't smoke here." "Well then, I have to leave. Please hurry and load the fireworks into my vehicle. They must arrive by 7 o'clock. Is that all right?" "Absolutely." After departing the fireworks shop, he drove straight to the barbecue restaurant. After about 20 minutes, he loaded box after box of beer into his car. Then a rather extravagant amount of barbecue, before heading back to the zoo. The sky was darkening. Previously, when alone here, he seldom ventured out at night, and given the beautiful moonlight over the past few days, the outside remained quite bright, making the absence of streetlights seem inconsequential. However, tonight, from a distance, it seems the streetlights must be included in the first batch of projects. The model included streetlights, and clicking on them would similarly display a price. The model also featured the zoo's pathways, and clicking on those would incur charges as well. Money was everywhere, behind the steering wheel, and Ping let out a slight sigh. He suddenly realized that if he wished to expedite the construction of the zoo, it seems he would need to devise ways to earn more money. Otherwise, relying solely on the tasks issued by the system might take him 10 or 20 years with little to show for it. Never mind. Today is a day of joy. Concerns about making money can wait until tomorrow. A positive mindset is indeed powerful. Ping exited the vehicle, waving cheerfully at Xu Jing and the group of 7 who were playing and taking photos with Cola and Little Lee. Just then, a delivery truck appeared from a distance. Hee, the fireworks worth 50,000 yuan have arrived. Chapter 39. The bright moon and the twinkling stars. Today is a rare occasion, with all 4 of you stunning beauties visiting my zoo. Ping grinned widely, his signature playful smile adorning his face. So, I thought we could liven things up tonight with some fireworks. Although fireworks are not a rarity, they are seldom set off during mundane times. Furthermore, in the city, regulations are strict. Aside from festive occasions, igniting fireworks can lead to trouble. However, in the suburbs, it is permissible as long as it doesn't cause any fires. The 4 young ladies all smiled, their expressions sweet and delightful. Gazing at such smiles, particularly the serene one on Xu Jing's face, Ping suddenly recalled a line, or perhaps a lyric. You know, from a certain perspective, I could be considered a bit of an artistic youth myself. Oh, how so? Xu Jing asked playfully. Just as I hoped you would ask. Ping beamed. For instance, seeing you 4 lovely ladies laughing so joyfully reminds me of a phrase that I think is quite fitting. What phrase? Zhao Shuang inquired. Hearing this, Ping first glanced at the 3 girls before his gaze settled on Xu Jing's face. No spring breeze, no matter how beautiful, can compare to your smile. Those who have never seen you would never understand. The 2 lines, dripping with sweetness, hung in the air, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The 4 girls paused. Even the small group of eagerly awaiting for barbecue, with their mouths watering, were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. Everything was suspended. The atmosphere grew strangely tense. Amidst this oddity, Ping's gaze was fixed on Xu Jing, whose head had involuntarily lowered, her petite face flushed with an escalating warmth. Clap, clap. The cheerful and playful Xu Jing was the first to snap back to reality, clapping her hands to shatter the awkwardness. Impressive. Ping, you're truly a man of both talent and beauty. I admire you. Oh no, what if I fall for you? How splendid it would be if I were single right now. I feel the same. Had I known I would meet such an outstanding man like you, Ping, I would have waited. Each girl chimed in, and soon enough, they all turned their gaze towards Xu Jing, saying nothing, merely looking at Xu Jing thought, damn it. Ping, you insufferable scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting? And where did you acquire such eloquence? Can't you just be a straightforward rogue? In that moment, somewhere deep within her, a little deer stirred, awakening to the joy it felt. An alarming sign indeed. It was as if an abyss awaited her not far ahead. The weather was delightful today. At this hour in the evening, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, fragrant with the aroma of grass and trees. And when it comes to barbecuing, atmosphere is truly paramount. It's hard to explain why, but summer barbecues ought to be enjoyed outdoors, preferably with bare arms. Well, that is out of the question for tonight, given the chill. The table was rather heavy, and Ping struggled to move it alone. Xu Jing noticed and intended to help. Yet, alas, her bashfulness proved to be quite vexing. Thus, it was Xu Jing, unperturbed by such matters, who stepped in to assist, arranging the table and chairs. With the bright moon overhead, countless stars twinkling, and a gentle breeze caressing the air, the scene was undeniably serene. Truth be told, few normal individuals would dislike such leisure, Such comfort. Moreover, it isn't merely a matter of money. It's about a rhythm, a state of mind. Here, everything feels as though it is slowed down. There's no need to rush, Xu Jing remarked while skewering meat. Smiling. It feels wonderful, doesn't it, Jing? Xu Jing replied, though she hardly paid attention to Xu Jing's words. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, making her exceedingly restless. She was uncertain of what she was feeling. Thus, seizing an opportunity when Anping wasn't looking, she cast a furtive glance in his direction. Well, there he was, all playful grins and smooth talk, still a rogue at heart. How could I possibly be interested in such a scoundrel? Su Jing Juke Sopti. Suspecting, no, she firmly believed, that her tumultuous emotions arose solely from her inexperience with someone like Anping. Curiosity is inherent in all. The feelings she was currently grappling with were mere novelty, not genuine sentiment. With that thought, she sighed in relief. Her mood considerably brightened. Let us eat. If we don't hurry, these 7 little creatures beside us might devour all the barbecue. Xu Jing turned to glance at the 7 little ones sprawled on the picnic blanket. She had to admit, the scene was quite magical. Animals eating barbecue. Well, some animals are indeed clever, no doubt. But drinking beer while munching on barbecue? Isn't that a tad exaggerated? After contemplating for a brief moment, she decided to ask Anping, how did you train them to do this? Anping grinned at the question. A great magician never reveals his secrets. With a hint of arrogance, he swiftly shifted the conversation. However, if you genuinely wish to know, there's a way. Are you curious about how? Upon hearing this, Xu Jing's face stiffened slightly. Great, with that tone and expression, it was clear that he wouldn't have anything good to say next. This scoundrel. Xu Jing thought to herself, refusing to take the bait. I don't want to know. This girl, so unpredictable, is truly no fun. After indulging in a hearty meal, the hour was late, although it was nearly the end of the semester. With no pressing classes and little to do at school, it would be inappropriate for 4 young ladies to sleep here overnight. Anping was more than willing to entertain such an arrangement. Yet he wasn't foolish. He knew better than to voice such thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely be labeled as coveting their bodies. Moreover, to be frank, if he were to invite Xu Jing to stay after only a few encounters. And she agreed. He chuckled to himself, knowing he would only be left more disappointed. So, after feasting, it was time for fireworks. You 4. Who among you is brave enough to join me in setting off some fireworks? Hey, don't all shake your heads at once. I can't manage them all by myself. Sigh. I realize now how challenging it is to be a man. Never mind, I'll have Kaylay and the others help out. Kaylay, what are you doing? Why are you running away? Ultimately, I'm left to shoulder it all alone. This world, so lonely, painfully lonely. Chapter 40. Sitting at home, the pot falls from the sky, in a remote suburb. Beneath a tranquil, starry sky, the fireworks soared into the night. Bang, 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 blooming into a dazzling array of colors. They say fireworks, though beautiful, are fleeting. Yet in truth, fleeting is a relative term, for as long as you have enough fireworks to ignite in succession, this resplendent beauty can indeed last for a considerable time. It truly is a magnificent sight. Anping gazed upward, quietly observing the flowers of light continuously unfurling beneath the starry sky. An overwhelming sensation washed over him, as though he were dreaming. After all, had he ever imagined he would have the opportunity to spend 50,000 yuan on fireworks? If this is a dream, then let it never end with a smile. Anping withdrew his gaze, turning to his left where Xu Jing sat, her small face illuminated by the fireworks. Tranquil yet filled with joy from this angle and distance, the girl appeared stunningly beautiful. Xu Jing sensed Anping's gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she turned slightly, staring at me like that is rather impolite. Is it? I truly didn't know. Anping replied with a chuckle, his thick skin having developed over time, unbothered. So, what do you think? Do you like it? He referred to the fireworks. Xu Jing smiled in response, her eyes sparkling. I like it. It's lovely. That's good. With that, Anping turned his gaze toward the grassy area to his right. There, Kaylay, Xiaoli, and the family of Small Half and Little Moon were all gazing up, chattering excitedly at the sky. These little creatures. likely having seen fireworks only a handful of times in their lives, found everything to be new and delightful. Little Half, Little Moon, Kayleigh, Xiaoli, and the Plump Trio, what do you think? Are the fireworks beautiful? Beautiful. The seven little ones chorused in unison, their voices ringing loudly. Of course, their cheers were drowned out by the continuous bursts of fireworks. Thus, Onping remained unaware that, in truth, there were many more spectators for tonight's pyrotechnic display. For instance, the white-feathered owl perched in the trees, as well as the parrot with an uncanny ability to mimic human speech, and not to mention a group of animals from the nearby mountains, startled by the explosions, including a gray wolf that in an instant. Numerous animals with countless eyes quietly gazed upon the beauty beneath the starry sky. Truly splendid. Click, click. Some photos were discreetly captured, and videos were quietly recorded. Who was filming? Who was recording? Certainly, it is Xu Jing, Zhao Shuang, and Li Ran, these three young ladies. However, their motivations for such actions vary slightly. Zhao Shuang and Li Ran share a common sentiment. They are filled with envy and jealousy. Women, as it is, are prone to such feelings. Even though Xu Jing is their good friend, they cannot help but instinctively compare themselves. It is debatable whether this is an innate instinct or a product of the societal conditioning girls receive from a young age. In any case, Zhao Shuang and Li Ran clandestinely captured photos and videos, promptly sending them to their respective boyfriends. Zhao Shuang, are the fireworks beautiful? The boy pursuing Xiao Jing set them off. Do you know what I mean? Li Ran, you big pig's trotter. I suddenly feel as if you've never done anything that moved me. Angry expression. Look at Xiao Jing's prospective boyfriend. At that moment, in the boys' dormitory of Haiqing University, two boys were left utterly bewildered. Their expressions a mix of confusion. What is going on? One is at home, yet the pot falls from the sky. Naturally, as their girlfriends were in a huff, they had to appease them, and soon, WeChat was abuzz. As for Xu Jing is lively, beautiful, and undoubtedly has numerous admirers. Yet her act of surreptitiously taking photos and videos was not intended to provoke anyone. Well, that may not be entirely accurate, for she indeed has someone in mind to provoke. However, it is not a certain young man, but rather a particular middle-aged individual. Who, you ask? It is Xu Jing's mother, Xin Xiaolan. This is not snitching. I am merely offering a subtle reminder. Xiao Jing, you cannot blame me. Additionally, Aunt Shen, I can only hint at this point. Whether you discover it or not is entirely up to you. Thank you, Xu Jing said, returning to her dormitory quite late, hastily preparing for a shower and sleep. However, before entering the bathroom, she contemplated and decided to send a brief message of thanks to Ping. Ping replied promptly, my pleasure. Surprisingly, upon reading that line, Xu Jing did not roll her eyes, but instead offered a faint smile. It seems that women's moods are indeed fickle. Xin Xiaolan, no longer a young woman, had reached middle age, and going to bed early had become her truth. Thus, the hints provided by Xu Jing were only noticed by her the following morning when she found herself with some leisure time in the office. The hints were neither too overt nor too subtle. One could say the balance was quite well struck. Xin Xiaolan's fingers moved, clicking on the photos in Xu Jing's moments, enlarging them. Well, in truth, there was no need to enlarge them much. After all, Xu Jing is her daughter, and even just a silhouette or a profile would present no challenge for her to recognize. Upon identifying Xu Jing, she pondered, who is this boy standing alongside my daughter? Where was this photograph taken? Why does it resemble a grassland? Wait, what is that in the lower right corner? A groundhog, a husky, a fox. What place is this? Thus, Xin Xiaolan's mind was flooded with questions, growing more intense. With a plethora of uncertainties, she clicked to play the video. It was evident that fireworks were being set off, and quite a few at that. The scene was beautiful. Grassland, starry sky, fireworks. This unknown little rascal is quite adept at creating an ambience. The video was short, and upon its completion, one of Xin Xiaolan's questions was answered, that it was not a gathering of friends. For in the video, only the boys standing beside Xu Jing was visible. Thus, the facts were almost self-evident. Having been around, she could not be oblivious to the implications of a boy standing next to her daughter, both of them gazing upwards at the fireworks. How could she not understand the situation? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Let me take another look. It seems they have yet to hold hands, suggesting this is just the beginning. What a pity there is no frontal shot. Otherwise, I could see what this little rascal looks like. Ah, I must take a look. With a decision made, Xin Xiaolan's fingers flew across the screen, quickly sending a WeChat message to Xu Jing. Little Qing, does the handsome guy in the photo have a frontal shot? Please send it to Annie for a look. Chapter 41. Director, where is your conscience? Ha! Annie, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. By the way, Annie, I recently met a very interesting handsome guy. He has opened a zoo in the western suburbs of Haicheng. He is truly handsome. Let me send you a photo. Sending in Ping's photo. Xu Qing's face lit up with delight. I am so beautiful and clever. It truly is a burden. In terms of shamelessness, this girl is quite comparable to Ping. Little Qing, what are you laughing about? Xu Jing inquired curiously. Hearing this, Xu Qing was slightly startled. She understood Xin Xiaolan. How to put it, Xin Xiaolan was quite unlike the typical mother. She was easygoing, loved to have fun, and one might even say she was a bit unorthodox. Therefore, she was not concerned that Xin Xiaolan would betray her. That Xu Qing shook her head with a smile. Oh, I wasn't laughing at anything in particular. I just suddenly thought of something happy. After spending a considerable amount of time together, they became quite familiar with each other. That Xu Jing furrowed her brow. She sensed that Xu Qing was being dishonest. All right, staring at me won't help. I won't fall in love with you. Just focus on your drawing, Xu Qing teased. At this, Xu Jing's expression darkened immediately. It is indeed peculiar how people are .1 can sleep until they wake naturally, with little to no responsibilities, leading a carefree life, which should be a blessing. Yet, after a few days of such leisure, this morning, as Ping lay on the swing, swaying back and forth, he suddenly felt a sense of despondency, as if continuing in this manner would render him utterly useless. Realizing he ought to find something to occupy himself. Could this be what they call idleness leading to illness? Ping mused aloud. Beside him, Kola, who was rolling about on the ground, thought Ping was speaking to him and responded immediately, perhaps. But even I feel quite empty, doing nothing all day. After saying this, Kola turned to Xiao Li and the little family of Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu, asking, what about you? Do you feel the same? Upon hearing the question, Xiao Li blinked, pondered briefly, and then nodded. It's all right. I don't feel too empty. After all, I run around every day. For me, aside from not having to search for food and worrying about being eaten, life hasn't changed much. Xiao Li provided an excellent answer. Thus, the two gluttons, Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu, who had noticeably gained weight over the past few days, echoed Xiao Li's sentiment. I feel the same as Xiao Li. Me too. This shameless couple. Sighed that Ping shook his head helplessly. It was clear he could not rely on these little ones for answers. Consequently, he realized he felt empty, and thus, he understood he must find something to do. Not for the sake of making money, but simply to have something to fill his days and make his life a tad more fulfilling. Ding dong. Wait a minute. Am I becoming one of those rich second-generation kids who drive sports cars but work a job that pays $3,000 a month? Suddenly enlightened, he had previously struggled to comprehend the mindset of such individuals and even thought them quite odd. After all, with so much money, why not indulge in leisure? Why bother with a job? Now he understood. Truly understood. Without a job or something to engage in, one would become useless. With this thought, he realized that even those wealthy second-generation kids had their struggles, so what should he do? As he pondered, Ping's gaze wandered, finally settling on the dilapidated entrance of the zoo. This zoo still lacked a name. Without reconstructing a proper entrance, it could not possibly open. From the outset, he had no intention of turning this zoo into a private establishment akin to Old Yu's infamous zoo. He still envisioned it as a place for business. Whether the profits were substantial or minimal was insignificant. What mattered was that once it opened, visitors would come, beauties would arrive, and all sorts of people would flock to witness this miraculous zoo. At that point, wouldn't his reputation soar tremendously? The efficiency of logistics is truly remarkable. It validates the saying, money makes things happen. By the afternoon, several lawn mowers and sightseeing vehicles ordered online the previous day began to arrive via delivery trucks. As they unloaded, The zoo suddenly appeared far more official with the addition of these professional tools that Ping, cigarette in mouth, settled into the driver's seat of one of the sightseeing vehicles, gesturing grandly. Come on. Hop on, let's go for a ride. The animals, now devoid of the threat of hunger or survival, led remarkably simple lives, devoid of complications. Responding to the call, Kola and Xiao Li's group, having nothing particularly pressing to attend to, happily scampered over. The sightseeing vehicle was not high, but height is a relative concept. Kola, being an exuberant husky, jumped up effortlessly, taking the passenger seat. Xiao Li followed suit, but with the front seat occupied, it begrudgingly settled into the back. Kola, why are you running so fast? Xiao Li grumbled. Upon hearing this, every day returns to a hint of one's true nature. Why today, the once aloof husky, Kola, has transformed significantly from their first encounter. With a mischievous grin, Kola exclaimed, "Haha, it's you short legs. You run too slowly." Little Li, I'm infuriated. What did you say? You're the short one. Your whole family is comprised of short legs that you believe I'll give you a beating. Ha! Beat me. Even if you jump, you could probably only reach my legs. Kola cast a disdainful look. Naturally, Little Li was on the verge of losing her temper and was ready to confront Kola. All right. Ping interjected with a chuckle. You two bicker every day. Don't you ever tire of it? Settle down, we're about to depart. Ping vowed that he truly did not intend to forget Little Ban and Little Yu's family. It was just that fine the last time he left behind this plump family of 5 in the van. This time, he was poised to drive off before they boarded. Director. Twice. It's happened twice. Little Yu, who was too pudgy and short-legged to climb aboard the sightseeing vehicle, spoke with a tone filled with both grievance and fury. Director, what do you mean by this? What do we represent in your eyes? Ping. Are you saying that only Kola and Little Li matter to you? Why do you want to leave before we even get on the vehicle? Ping. I'm so sorry, I truly didn't notice that it was absolutely unintentional. Besides, you all should inform me if you weren't on board. I assumed you had all gotten on. Director, you lack integrity. Among the couple, Little Ban had a relatively mild temperament. But at that moment, Little Yu shot him a glance, compelling him to speak up. We, as a family, have come to seek refuge with you. And this is how you treat us? Where is your conscience? Ping. Feeling guilt-ridden, he recognized that the more he spoke, the more he would misstep. Ping was eager to rush over to Xu Jing's side to show off and couldn't afford to waste more time here. Most importantly, he was well aware that Little Ban and Little Yu were putting on a dramatic act to evoke sympathy for a purpose. Thus, to save time, he decided to be straightforward. Ping sighed silently. This time, I was indeed in the wrong, that I apologize sincerely. May I treat you to something delicious to appease your anger? Chapter 42. Something is amiss with this zoo. Groundhogs, strictly speaking, are not considered carnivorous. They can consume meat. Yet they do not relish it as much as Little Li and Kola do, who cannot live without meat. Their primary diet consists of grasses, vegetables, and fruits. However, that was in the wild. The reality is that since joining the zoo, these 5 plump little creatures have been willing to try almost anything. Initially, Ping worried that their indiscriminate eating might lead to health issues. However, there were no problems. These little ones were remarkably healthy, even indulging in beer without any adverse effects. This was rather abnormal. Ping felt perplexed. He contemplated various possibilities, yet those were quickly dismissed. At this juncture, the sole remaining possibility, albeit incredulous, was that this zoo was indeed peculiar. This peculiarity was not only evident in Little Ban and Little Yu's family, as well as in the insatiable appetites of Little Li and Kola, but also manifested in Ping himself. The most direct indication was in his auditory and visual senses. Initially, he thought he was mistaken, but as the days passed, there was no doubt. Both his hearing and vision had indeed improved. This was quite intriguing. System, do you know what is going on with this zoo? Silence. The system opted to feign ignorance. At the end of the zoo, the sea breeze was vigorous today, with waves crashing in a spectacular, yet somewhat daunting display. Ping stood at the edge, gazing into the distance where he could vaguely see dolphins joyfully leaping from the water. The scene was truly delightful. Ping smiled. He had come here to show off, and having done so, it was time to check out Xu Jing's artwork before heading back. Haicheng University is a prestigious institution, and its fine arts department is undoubtedly exceptional. Onping had previously been unaware of this. He had just discovered this information using his phone. Upon seeing these details and then glancing at Xu Jing, who was engrossed in her painting, he thought indeed she was remarkable, truly worthy of his admiration. That Xu Jing paused, lifting her head, that as the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. They had dined together the previous night, and Onping had even set off a dazzling array of fireworks for her. If she were to scowl at Onping again, it would be her fault. That, of course, the impression that Onping was a scoundrel had not changed, and before making her smile radiantly, that would be quite the endeavor. "Can you draw?" Xu Jing casually initiated a conversation. "No," Onping chuckled. "It seems that apart from my handsome looks, I possess no other talents." With a darkened expression, Xu Jing immediately regretted speaking to this scoundrel. "Do you always have such a thick skin?" "Not really. Only with you." Well, that ended the conversation. It was impossible to continue without growing frustrated. "I'm going to paint now." "All right. Good luck. By the way, these little ones seem to want to play here for a while. Will that affect you?" Xu Jing shook her head, indicating it wouldn't be a problem. Onping smiled and walked away. If he had eyes in the back of his head, he would have realized that shortly after he turned to leave, Xu Jing covertly glanced back, her expression complex, with some time to spare on his way back to the house. Onping looked for the owl he had seen yesterday. Perhaps due to the faint hope he had when he first saw the task, he did not find it and thus did not feel too disappointed. After all, life is long, and there will be plenty of opportunities for a lottery in the future. That was what he thought. However, he certainly did not anticipate that merely an hour later, a lottery opportunity would suddenly present itself. Trigger hidden task. Officially take the first step in managing the zoo and name the zoo. Task description. Officially determine a name for this zoo. Completion reward. 1 lottery opportunity for the Zoo Development Fund. And an update for this system. Onping. There are hidden tasks? Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? What a surprise. So, naming. Once the name of the zoo is established, it seems that it is akin to a person's name, rarely changed thereafter. Thus, it appears essential to contemplate carefully what name to choose. After all, from a certain perspective, this name seems to hold more significance than most human names, especially considering the exaggerated nature of the simulation sandbox within the system. Imagine if years later this simulation sandbox transforms into reality. And not to mention that this zoo could create a sensation worldwide. At the very least, it would certainly astonish the entirety of Xia country without a doubt. Onping had that confidence, and the reason was quite simple, that he did not believe there would be any place in Xia country that would cost a staggering 800 billion. A zoo costing 800 billion? Only a lunatic would undertake such a venture. Thinking of it this way, when the simulation sandbox ultimately becomes reality, wouldn't I become a household name? Sigh, I'm already this handsome. What on earth would I do if I became that famous? Thus began the self-indulgent reveries of a narcissist. Onping reclined on the swing, lost in thought, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. This sleep persisted until his phone vibrated, jolting him awake. It was Xu Jing's call that it was evening, and the 4 girls needed to return, requesting Onping to come pick them up in the sightseeing vehicle. Soon at the zoo entrance under the setting sun, Onping waved farewell to the 4 beauties with a smile. Haicheng University, girls' dormitory. After spending the entire day under the sun painting, even with sunscreen applied, the 4 girls' skin had turned slightly red. "I feel that if we keep basking in the sun for a few more days, we'll turn into charcoal," Zhao Shuang remarked. Looking at her reddened arms with a distressed expression, that Li Ran, having changed into her pajamas and preparing to binge-watch a series, was more easygoing. "Oh, Shuang, you worry too much that it's just a few days of sun. By the end of summer break, you'll all be fair again, right?" Xu Jing chuckled and, speaking of summer break, remembered something. "Shuang Ran, you both are preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. So how do you plan to spend this summer? Are you going home?" Zhao Shuang and Li Ran contemplated this matter. They had discussed it before. "We'll probably go home for a few days after the break, then come back." "What about you and Xu Jing?" In their dormitory of 4, 2 decided to pursue further studies, while 2 opted not to. Xu Jing had no interest in the entrance exam. And as for Xu Jing, Xu Jing turned to look at Xu Jing, who was sitting on her bed staring blankly at her phone. "What are you doing? Did you hear what we said?" Did Xu Jing hear? She did not, as her attention was entirely absorbed by a WeChat conversation. The message was sent by her mother. She felt bewildered, utterly perplexed. Chapter 43, The Enchanted Zoo, as Xu Jing had anticipated. Shen Xiaolan did not betray her. She did not come straight to the point, inquiring about boyfriends or matters of the heart that in fact, her WeChat message, at first glance, appeared as it always did. Asking whether school meals were satisfactory, if she was sleeping well, whether her allowance was adequate, and when the next break would be. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Until, for reasons unknown, the conversation veered towards Xu Jing's personal life. Just as Xu Jing had imagined. Shen Xiaolan was not the overly serious type of mother. Rather, she was not a stern matriarch. Consequently, throughout their upbringing, the mother-daughter relationship flourished, with Xu Jing often sharing her thoughts candidly with Shen Xiaolan, without any reservations. Initially, Xu Jing believed this chat was no different from their usual exchanges. Thus, she casually mentioned what she had been up to lately, discussing how there were boys showing interest in her. But none of them sparked her interest. Jing, have you not encountered a boy who piques your interest even slightly? Shen Xiaolan inquired. No, Xu Jing replied immediately. Well, that makes me quite worried you wouldn't happen to be disinterested in boys. Would you? Xu Jing. Look at that, which mother talks like this to her daughter? At times, Xu Jing felt utterly helpless with her mother. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you been drinking? Just a little? And I'm about to sleep to be by the way. Before I forget, I have two things to tell you. I might need to take a trip to High City in a few days, and the other thing is that your Uncle Lu's son is coming back from abroad next month. So? What do you mean, so? That boy, Chongqing, is still single, and you are too. Your father and your Uncle Lu think you two should meet next month? Xu Jing was utterly bewildered, completely taken aback. It took her a while to grasp what Shen Xiaolan was implying. And she immediately became flustered. No way. Heh. Then you can tell your father. I have no authority in this matter. Mom, are you kidding? Is there anything in this house that you don't have authority over? I am telling you, I refuse to meet him. What era are we in? How can you still bring this up? Besides, I'm only 22 years old. What is this all about? Jing, are you under the impression that I am consulting you? I am merely informing you, all right? Now, I'm going to bed, bye. Xu Jing. What is going on? What a troublesome May this is turning out to be, with one maddening incident after another. Xu Jing was overwhelmed with frustration. Little did she know, the more agitated she became, the more irritating matters arose that Ping sent a message. Xiao Jing, could you do me a favor? My zoo still doesn't have a name. Could you help me come up with a charming one? Not interested. At that moment of irritation, Xu Jing had no inclination to think of a name. She quickly typed those few words, preparing to hit send. Just then, the memory of last night's fireworks flooded her mind. Sigh, being a sensible girl is truly challenging. She deleted her message and rephrased it. Aren't you quite talented? Can't you think of anything? Of course, she could think of something. After all, it was merely naming a zoo. The crux was considering the zoo's uniqueness and its future prospects. The name had to be exceptional, appealing, and memorable. The standards were rather high. It couldn't be just anything. Naturally, the primary reason for seeking Xu Jing's assistance was also to establish a closer bond with her. Moreover, as he mentioned, this was a request for her help. Since it was help, it would be perfectly reasonable to treat her to a meal or take her to a movie as a gesture of gratitude later. This is called strategy. However, Xu Jing did not contemplate this deeply. Ah, what a naive little beauty. Indeed, the girls in school are far easier to persuade than those in society. And Ping lay back on the sofa, feeling quite pleased with himself, chuckling to himself. Upon hearing the sound, the 7 little ones, either sprawled on the floor or lounging on the sofa, immediately turned their heads in unison, gazing at Ping with puzzled expressions. And Ping, oblivious, continued to grin at his WeChat. Oh, is the director losing his mind? Cola, did you infect the director with your foolishness? Cola was not pleased to hear this. Shut up. I am handsome and clever, resourceful and intelligent. Where is the foolishness? I think you are the one who is foolish. Hey, you get upset when I mention you, Xiao Ban chimed in. Just look at the TV. It says your kind of dog is as dumb as a rock. And you still won't admit it. Cola? Furious doggo. What television? It's all lies, I tell you. I not only outshine you in looks, but my IQ also crushes yours. Tell me, besides eating and sleeping, what else can you do? Xiaoban. Xiaoli could no longer endure. You two fools, can you just stop arguing? Are you going to let me watch TV or not? Xiaoli. What did you just call us? Fools, you smelly fox. Are you asking for trouble? Xiaoban shouted. Wife. Let's take him down. All right. Well, the animated show on TV was forgotten as the seven little ones, feeling that watching cartoons was insufficient, decided to join in on the action and have a brawl. And Ping lifted his eyelids and took a glance. He had long since grown weary of their fighting antics, so he merely said, Go outside to play. Don't make a ruckus in the house. After chatting back and forth on WeChat for at least half an hour, they had narrowed down the names to the Enchanted Zoo and the Marvelous Zoo. And Ping had suggested the Marvelous Zoo, while Xu Jing proposed the Enchanted Zoo, believing that simply calling it marvelous lacked humility. Enchanted, on the other hand, could be interpreted as unique and dreamlike, aligning well with the zoo's essence. That it was evident that Xu Jing, with her personality, was earnest about debating and explaining, genuinely considering the name. What did this signify? It meant that this silly girl had taken the bait. Done. And Ping smirked with satisfaction. He liked both names, Marvelous and Enchanted. However, objectively speaking, based on Xu Jing's interpretation of Enchanted, this name might carry more poetic resonance. And Ping pondered for a moment that it was a significant decision, yet simultaneously not so consequential. Quite paradoxical, indeed, haha. All right, in light of your beauty and talent, we shall name it the Enchanted Zoo. And Ping replied with a smile. Xu Jing immediately sent a frowning emoji in response. Can't you just speak properly? Or do you think this flowery language works on other girls? The words slipped out instinctively, and upon realizing it, he thought, what on earth? How did I end up saying that? He hurriedly retracted his message. Chapter 44. The system's major update. Are you sure you want to name this zoo the Enchanted Zoo? All right, confirming. Congratulations, host. You have completed a hidden task. Would you like to draw a prize immediately? Of course, I want to draw a prize right away. Let us see how much I can win this time. And Ping took a deep breath of his cigarette on the sofa. Draw, tap, 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 tap. Congratulations, host. You have won a 50 million development fund for the zoo. The fund is being issued. Fund successfully issued. Ding. The moment the text appeared before his eyes, and Ping shot up from the sofa. Even his body trembled. His mouth quivered as he exclaimed, What the? 50 million. Have I finally hit the jackpot? His heart raced, hands quaking. He hurriedly opened his phone to check the transaction message. 10, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. This is real. It's truly 50 million, not a dream. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily as he burst out of the house. I am not just a commoner. And Ping truly did this. He dashed out barefoot, laughter echoing as he ran out onto the porch. Little ones, the director has struck it rich. The battling Cola, Xiao Li, Xiao Ban, and Xiao Yu. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, no words were necessary. The meaning in their eyes was crystal clear, and surprisingly unanimous. Oh no, the director has truly lost his marbles. The system is about to update. This update will take a while, approximately 5 minutes. Please be patient. Updating. Update complete. Name. And Ping gender. Male age, 26, interests fantasizing. Daydreaming, small animals, living status, middle class, comfortably well off. Akesh, 51, 520. Director level, entry-level director. Zoo level, beginner level zoo speed, 20 strength, 20 agility, 20 stamina, 20 vision, 10 hearing, 10 smell. This update highlights the elevation of the zookeeper's level is now intertwined with the zoo's level. This means that as the zoo upgrades, the zookeeper's level will also elevate, and vice versa. Dear host, please strive diligently to enhance your level. Upgrade quickly, as the benefits are plentiful. The conditions required to ascend to the next level 1-star zookeeper are as follows. First, the completion rate of the zoo's construction must exceed 20. Second, there must be more than 10 species of animals within the zoo, with a special note. 5 groundhogs will be categorized as a single species. Third, the affection level of the animals towards the zookeeper needs to be above 80 for all of them. The current affection levels can be viewed by clicking to expand the foldable list. Xiaohan, 70 points. Xiaoyu, 75 points. Depeng, Airpeng, Sanpeng, not yet able to speak, not counted in the score. Xiaoli, 50 points. Kailei, 80 points. Now releasing the main quest, the official opening of the Dream Zoo. Quest completion reward, 1 luxurious lottery chance. Time limit, from now on, within 90 days. Note, this quest cannot be declined and must be completed, otherwise the host's zookeeper qualification will be revoked. Please take heed. Please, please, it's the middle of the night. Must it be so thrilling? I merely named the zoo. You said you would update, and you did, but what is this? Stamina, agility, visual, and auditory capabilities. I won't even mention those. What else with this upgrade system? Do I really have to upgrade? This isn't just like a zoo simulation game. It feels more like an actual game. Well, if it is a game, considering I'm free and unburdened, if you pay me generously, I'll indulge you in this play. It's no big deal. The crux is, aren't these upgrade conditions a tad too stringent? 20 construction completion? According to the overall estimate of the simulation sandbox, 1/5 of 800 billion. Haha, 160 billion. Even if I can use my money at a 1-to-10 ratio, that still requires 16 billion. And then, regarding the variety of animals, I want to even comment. But what is this about affection? Do I really need to please these little creatures to make them like me more? Thunder rumbled. Onping plopped down on the porch. Feeling overwhelmed, neither the cigarettes, the beer, nor the cool night breeze could calm him, that he felt as though his head might explode. As dawn broke, the sun rose, marking a new day and a fresh start. Onping groggily got up. The hangover was truly dreadful. He vowed never to drink so much again. The discomfort felt like a death wish. Moreover, the smell of alcohol clinging to him was quite unbearable. At that moment, Xu Jing slightly frowned, her pretty face clearly showing her distaste. Onping, noticing this, awkwardly scratched his head. Something happened. I was in a bad mood and drank a bit too much. I don't usually drink like this. With her brows slightly relaxing, Xu Jing shifted her gaze to the side. Drinking is not good, she replied softly. Though her voice was low, everyone on the sightseeing bus found it hard not to overhear. Thus, the trio, clearly aware of Xu Jing's bashfulness, stifled their laughter, their actions and demeanor betraying them. Xu Jing's little face inevitably flushed with embarrassment. Well, the sun was indeed shining. Onping grinned. As someone suffering from a hangover, he genuinely agreed with Xu Jing's statement. Drinking was indeed detrimental, utterly unbearable. Understood, I'll drink less in the future. Xu Jing did not respond further. Today marked the final day of the weeding project. The zoo's ground had become quite level, offering a pleasant sight. At first glance, it almost resembled the grasslands of the northwestern region. A few cows and sheep would make it even more authentic. Onping glanced back, and the grassy area truly appeared pleasing to the eye. Just like Xu Jing beside him, the nature of relationships is indeed fascinating. After several days of interaction, they had reached a point where they could casually chat, although it still felt somewhat unnatural. The progress was significant. With continued effort, success and winning over the fair maiden would be within reach. Onping thought to himself, and his mood instantly brightened. Feeling uplifted, he subconsciously hummed a tune while driving the sightseeing vehicle back, as if the system's substantial update from the previous night had never occurred. Yet it had happened, and there was no evading it. However, Onping, holding a cigarette, carefully reviewed the details again and suddenly realized. System, upgrading is not mandatory. Indeed, it is non-compulsory. So, I can remain unupgraded indefinitely without any repercussions. People strive for higher grounds, and water flows to lower levels. After upgrading, the vast world will unfold before the host. Of course, the host may also choose to never upgrade, remaining in this small pond, living your little life until the end of your days. Chapter 45. The world is so vast, I wish to explore it. May I inquire about the specific benefits of upgrading? A vast world. Could you elaborate a bit more? Pleasure on Earth. System. Can't you elaborate on what that entails? Silence. What the heck, playing dead again? This system is truly irreverent. Onping, feeling helpless, lay back on the swing, gazing at the 7 little creatures playing in the distance. Lost in thought, realizing he truly needed to contemplate this matter. Upgrade? A vast world? What does it all mean? The system remains tight-lipped. Yet this latest upgrade from the system indeed clarified one of his lingering doubts. His visual, auditory, and olfactory senses had indeed improved in recent days, and this was no figment of his imagination. This meant that the zoo was indeed rather extraordinary, so should he strive to upgrade or continue to live leisurely like a carefree sloth. Although it seems a bit exaggerated to phrase it that way, at this moment, Onping genuinely felt he stood at a crossroads in life. One path leading to a comfortable, lazy existence in a pond, and the other to a grand, turbulent sea of stars. How to choose? At lunchtime, the painting of Xu Jing and her companions was already completed in the morning. This meant their art activity had come to a fulfilling conclusion. And after lunch, they could leave, no need to return the next day. This truly was a bit disheartening. Onping mused, when do you all start a summer vacation? Having interacted for 3 days, it would be absurd to still be strangers. Onping inquired. Hearing this, Xu Jing first glanced at Xu Jing, seeing her still focused on her meal, had no choice but to answer. On the 15th of next month. Today is the 25th, so there are still 20 days left. Since Xu Jing's family is not in Haicheng, if she goes home for summer vacation, it would be at least 2 months before they meet again. How can he possibly win over the fair maiden then? That is a dilemma. Not much time left. What do you plan to do during summer vacation? Xu Jing saw right through Onping's true inquiry and smirked. Play, eat, and perhaps travel, right, Xu Jing? When the question turned to her, Xu Jing had no choice but to drop her pretense of silence. I plan to visit Yunnan, Kunming, Dali, and Shangri-La. The mention of these 2 places suddenly reminded Onping that he once contemplated when he had money and leisure in the future. To buy a better off-road vehicle, take along a girl he fancied, first travel around the country, and then explore the world. The world is vast, and he wished to see it, so how did he inadvertently forget his previous aspirations? That sounds wonderful, Onping responded, his mind already contemplating whether to travel this summer, fulfilling his previously unachievable dreams due to lack of time and money. However, the thought of traveling now did present some complications that it wasn't about lacking time or money. But rather, what about the 7 little creatures, Xiao Han and Xiao Yu? Should he hire someone specifically to take care of their meals? Or should he bring them along on the trip? Doing so would undoubtedly enhance their affection levels. And along the way, he could film videos, do live streams, and perhaps gain some popularity online, potentially earning a bit of money. Just imagine, one person traveling with 7 rare little animals. That would certainly garner enough buzz. In today's internet landscape, having a hook means having traffic, and with traffic comes income. This plan seems quite promising. What about you? What do you plan to do this summer? Xu Jing asked, lowering her head. A rare initiative that was quite astonishing that she could do such a thing. Consequently, Xu Jing, Zhao Shuang, and Li Ran all widened their eyes in unison and then burst into laughter, amidst their desperately stifled chuckles. Naturally, Xu Jing's little head lowered even further, nearly buried in her lunchbox. Onping was filled with joy that Xu Jing, that girl, was proactively inquiring about his plans, which was indeed a very promising sign. As for me, I haven't quite made up my mind yet that I should be able to clear the grass at the zoo today, but as you can see, there is still almost nothing here. Some basic facilities need to be constructed. The timing was just right, that if he could finalize a construction company soon and allow the work crew to start, a summer and a couple of months should suffice. After all, it wasn't like they were erecting skyscrapers. The balance within him tipped slightly. Onping realized he genuinely wished to travel. We'll see how it goes. Perhaps I will venture out for a bit. This summer is perfect for the engineering team to set up the necessary facilities for the zoo. Then, I can return from my trip and open for business. That sounds quite good, Xu Jing responded, her head bowed. Once the topic of the zoo arose, the 5 of them quickly engaged in lively conversation. Zoos were not particularly rare. Countless cities around the globe featured them. The conventional zoo confines animals within cages while visitors observe from the outside, in contrast, A safari park allows animals to roam freely within the grounds while visitors are secured inside vehicles. As this topic unfolded, the four girls became curious about what kind of zoo Onping was planning. Within a minute, however, all four were left bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend Onping's words. For Onping had declared, "My dreamland zoo will be a third type of zoo, where neither humans nor animals need to be confined in cages." Gululu. Xu Jing instinctively swallowed hard. "So, when visitors come to your place, they'll just wander around with all sorts of animals?" Onping nodded with a smile, understanding Xu Jing's reaction. "No, how could I not understand?" Zhao Shuang interjected, unable to contain herself. "So, will there just be small animals here, like these few groundhogs?" Onping shook his head. "No, there will be larger creatures as well, like tigers, lions, and leopards." Li Ran was astonished. Then who would come to risk their necks just to visit a zoo? This description was indeed quite apt and vivid to Xu Jing. Having finished her meal, delicately wiped her mouth and awaited Onping's reply. Though she remained silent, being a rational person, she felt that Onping was either insane or speaking nonsense. Onping was neither mad nor spouting gibberish, but he could communicate with animals, and with the constraints of the contract in place, he could ensure that the creatures within Dreamland Zoo would not harm any visitors that asked for the potential threat posed by unruly visitors to the animals. Just like humans, animals have their tempers. If pushed too far, unfortunate events could occur. Therefore, this aspect required meticulous handling, such as clear guidelines for entering the zoo and an adequate number of surveillance cameras. Onping believed these issues could be resolved. The problems were not insurmountable. After sipping his tea and pondering, he provided an answer. "Firstly, I can assure you that the animals in my zoo will not harm visitors," he said, gesturing towards the 7 little creatures. "Would you all agree?" Upon hearing this, the 7 little ones nodded in unison. Their intelligence almost incredulous that Xu Jing and her companions were momentarily taken aback. "Secondly, I really don't mind how many visitors come, if no one dares to visit. We can always conduct business online, shoot short videos, and live stream for people across the country and around the world to watch. We can still make money, can't we?" Chapter 46. The Animals Watermelon Eating Contest another day drew to a close, marking the official completion of the zoo's grass clearing project. Thus, the exhilarating lottery segment arrived once more. The lottery wheel began to spin. Congratulations! The host has won a development fund of 30 million for the zoo, and the funds have been distributed. Humans are indeed a remarkably amusing species. Last night, winning 50 million had nearly brought Onping to tears, almost choking him with excitement. Yet tonight, winning another 30 million felt rather ordinary. Of course, he was undeniably pleased, as he had received 30 million without lifting a finger. That sensation of money falling from the sky was, in any case, delightful. Onping smiled. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and even the evenings felt somewhat stifling, that he ventured into the city to buy a cartload of watermelons, the perfect companion for hot days. Not only for himself, but also for the 7 little creatures. Soon enough, in the living room, Onping was devouring half a watermelon, while the 7 little ones were also enjoying their share. "Make sure to finish it, don't waste any," Onping jested. Kaylay immediately replied with confidence, "Don't worry. With just this little watermelon, watch me finish it in no time." Little Lee seemed perpetually displeased with Kaylay and seized the opportunity to retort, "Kaylay, you're just bragging again." "Right, bragging." Xiaoban and Xiaoya chimed in with laughter. Kaylay huffed in annoyance. "I may not excel in other areas, but when it comes to eating, none of you can match me. So, what do you say? Shall we have a contest? Let us compete. I'm not afraid. But what happens if you lose?" Little Lee was getting into the spirit. Kaylay showed no signs of retreating, having earned a reputation as a formidable debater online. As long as it did not involve physical confrontation, he feared no one in verbal sparring. "If I lose, I want to eat for a day tomorrow. And if you lose, the same goes for you. Deal, no problem." And thus, the watermelon eating contest commenced, heating up in an instant. Onping seized the opportunity to take out his phone and record a video. He had made a decision. While a laid-back life was pleasant, doing nothing all the time felt rather empty. He was concerned that if this continued, he would become utterly unproductive. Hence, engaging in this upgrade game seemed quite appealing. Having made this choice, he estimated that the zoo's integrity would require approximately 16 billion, meaning he would need to come up with 16 billion himself, that he couldn't rely entirely on the system for this amount. Although he wished he could, the system's ambiguous stance indicated numerous underlying issues that he needed to devise a way to secure these funds, at least the majority of them. Dream big, let us aim high. It has just 16 small goals. How hard could it be? Gazing at the incoming text message indicating he was nearing 1 billion. Omping spoke to himself with grand aspirations. Times have changed for a zoo. Ticket sales in this era cannot truly compete with online revenues. Furthermore, there have already been successful precedents of zoos engaging in online live streaming in the previous world. Omping had read related reports. While he couldn't recall every detail perfectly, he at least remembered the numerous viewers and substantial income generated from the live streams of giant pandas at the Sichuan panda base. It seems I need to procure a few giant pandas as well. Sichuan, is it? Perhaps I should head there first next month? In this different world, laws vary. Here, as long as zoo managers have the financial means and capability, they can legally and properly accept a variety of animals. Of course, the prerequisite is to care for them well, rather than consuming them, that in this world. The Summer Kingdom imposes severe penalties for consuming animals on the wild animal list, upon capture with solid evidence. The consequences could range from life imprisonment to capital punishment. When Onping first learned of such stringent laws, he was quite taken aback. However, that initial shock soon faded, as he had no intention of consuming wild animals. In summary, a trip to Sichuan to procure a few giant pandas seemed feasible for the director of Dreamland Zoo. Onping noted this plan on his phone, since he could pass through Sichuan without turning back. He could head straight to Yunnan, where there were plenty of animals, including massive creatures like elephants, that if he could manage to bring back a pair of elephants, that would be impressive. That Onping's mind raced with various thoughts until Kaylei's triumphant howl, celebrating his victory in the watermelon eating contest, snapped him back to reality. How? I won. You bunch of losers, I told you earlier. You're no match for me. Are you convinced? Kaylei's boastfulness was enough to make one want to smack him. Onping glanced at the little ones having fun together. As long as they were happy, it was no big deal, and he wouldn't involve himself. Besides, he had matters to attend to. What matters? Finding a high-traffic platform to kickstart his short video and live streaming career. Onping picked up his phone and opened the browser, preparing to search. Just then, a series of howls erupted, sounding like Kaylei's. Yet upon closer inspection, one could distinctly discern the differences. The howls were sudden and echoed from outside the house. Kaylei, you foolish dog. What on earth are you howling about now? Little Lee, startled by the noise, immediately scolded Kaylei. This plump little creature seemed to know nothing but eating. His partner, Xiaoye, rolled her eyes and punched him lightly. She exclaimed, "You fool! That wasn't Kaylei howling. Something else is making that noise. What kind of animal could produce such sounds?" Thoughts flooded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Damn it. Are there really wolves? And, judging by the sound, they are not far off. Onping was taken aback. In an instant, the trivialities of short videos became utterly insignificant. These inconsequential matters could be dealt with tomorrow. What mattered most at that moment was, "Shaoli, you've lived here for a while. Have you ever seen a wolf?" Asking Xiaobai and Xiaoye was futile, as they were rather foolish. But turning to Shaoli, who was astute, was indeed a wise decision. Shaoli had already turned to face the direction of the back door of the villa, from whence the sound emanated, neither too near nor too far, most likely from the mountain outside the zoo. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that Shaoli recognized the gray wolf before Onping arrived at the zoo. That gray wolf was already a resident. They were, in fact, friends. Thus, Shaoli was certain that the wolf would not howl without reason. That a sudden chill gripped Shaoli's heart. Could something have happened? Instinctively, it felt compelled to venture outside. Just then, Onping spoke up. Shaoli turned. "Yes, I have seen one, a gray wolf." Upon finishing, its little eyes darted around, a plan forming in its mind. Instantly shifting its tone to one of unwavering loyalty, Shaoli declared, "Director, do not worry. I will go out and see what is happening. I will do everything in my power to protect you." Chapter 47. Misfortune at Home. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. Was the fox truly the type to recklessly rush outside, knowing there were wolves lurking? No matter how one contemplated it, something was undeniably off. Moreover, this little creature was sprinting away with remarkable speed, as if fearing being stopped. Xiaoli ran with such swiftness that Anping barely had time to voice a protest before the little rascal had vanished in a flash. Notably, this little one was remarkably adept at opening the back door. It was quite unsettling. Xiaoli dashed outside. Anping hesitated for a moment. Although he was genuinely frightened of wolves, Xiaoli was. After all, a member of the ZOS, the director, it seemed inappropriate to cower in the house, feigning ignorance. Thus, gathering his courage, Anping rose and said, "Keilei Xiaobai, Xiaoye. Let us also go and take a look." The words hung in the air, and in an instant, the atmosphere felt as though it had come to a standstill. That day, when Keilei had been chased down the mountain by the gray wolf, it had no idea that the creature pursuing it was a wolf. The following day, upon watching television, it learned the truth. That dashing, handsome creature was indeed a wolf, a brutal and fierce being that one should never provoke. Therefore, upon hearing Anping's statement, Keilei instantly became a dramatic performer. "Oh dear. My head hurts so much and my legs ache terribly. Director, I fear I am unwell. I cannot accompany you out to investigate." Anping, "Xiaobai, please, you foolish dog, have some dignity. And if you're going to lack shame, at least act better." "Director, I believe I might have overeaten tonight. I feel utterly unwell. Perhaps I could accompany you another day. Otherwise, my current condition would only hinder you," Xiaoye chimed in. Xiaobai immediately joined in the performance. "Darling, it is all right. The director will surely understand, considering we are unwell. After all, such a good person as the director would never deny us the chance to rest." Anping, "Misfortune at home, indeed. How did he end up with such a timid, spineless bunch?" Anping let out a long sigh, resolving that from now on, any new animal recruited to the Dreamland Zoo must be evaluated for courage. Otherwise, he would end up raising a pack of useless creatures, which would surely drive him to despair. Lighting a cigarette, Anping, genuinely weary of further conversation, took it upon himself to head towards the back door. The night breeze was rather strong. The grass in the zoo had been cleared, and visibility was excellent. Upon stepping outside, he swiftly glanced around. Nothing was amiss. He exhaled in relief. The wolf was not in the zoo, which was reassuring. However, just as he relaxed, the wolf's howl erupted once more. Anping's body jolted. He confirmed that the sound came from the mountain ahead, where wolves were indeed present. "Oh no, we must quickly repair the fence. Otherwise, if that wolf gets in..." The consequences were too dire to contemplate. The mountain, not particularly high, should have been a secluded place devoid of human presence, that a flash of crimson darted upward like a phantom, moving with astonishing speed. This little creature, when it took off, was surprisingly swift. Though the mountain was small, its rugged terrain made movement challenging due to the dense vegetation and lack of proper paths. Xiaoli's frequent excursions on the mountain allowed it to navigate swiftly. After a short sprint, it abruptly halted, sniffing the air intently. The scent of humans was unmistakable, mingled with a faint trace of blood. Humans were on the mountain at this late hour, and the presence of blood in the air implied a significant implication. "Those damn poachers are back," Xiaoli cursed vehemently. Humans are the kind of beings who, the more something is forbidden, the more they seek to challenge it, craving a thrill. Poaching, or more accurately, the consumption of wildlife, is one such indulgence. Before Anping arrived at Dreamland Zoo, many wild animals thrived in the suburban area where the zoo was located. Poachers had set their sights on this place, equipped with tranquilizer guns, making frequent visits. Xiaoli had nearly fallen victim to such encounters. The mere thought of these poachers filled it with rage. After a brief pause, Xiaoli resumed its swift movement. It needed to locate the gray wolf, or perhaps the macaw, or the white owl. In terms of knowledge about Dreamland Zoo, Xiaoli was far more informed than Xiaobai and Xiaoye's entire family, even more so than director Anping.as for Keilei, the outsider brought in from the city. Well, that was a different story altogether, that here's how it stands. In nature, different species of animals do not share a common language. But the intriguing part is that once they enter the confines of Dreamland Zoo, they can communicate freely. However, upon stepping outside the zoo's boundaries, that communicative ability vanishes instantly, unless both parties signed a contract provided by Anping. To prove this point, Xiaoli had previously coaxed Keilei and Xiaobai out of the zoo for an experiment. Now, with poachers roaming about at night, they certainly would not want to leave empty-handed. They needed to enter the zoo first. Only then could they communicate effectively, devise strategies, and evade danger. Xiaoli moved swiftly, soon catching sight of the gray wolf, and nearby, the macaw. It was no surprise that the macaw arrived first, as it naturally resided on the mountain. Spotting the macaw made things considerably easier. Xiaoli hurried over, chattering animatedly and using body language to signal everyone to descend the mountain and enter the zoo. There were still many other animals on the mountain, some of which were particularly enticing to the poachers. Foxes, wolves, wild rabbits, wild chickens, and 2 brown bears fixated on foraging for honey. However, the movements of those 2 bears were unpredictable. Sometimes they roamed this mountain, other times they ventured elsewhere, making it impossible to ascertain their whereabouts today. If they were present and happened to be discovered by those wretched poachers, well, that would be dire indeed. The macaw took to the skies, swiftly locating the owl. Soon, the gray wolf descended the mountain, followed closely by Xiaoli. The macaw and the owl, due to their ability to fly, remained aloft to relay signals, ensuring that as many animals on the mountain as possible hurried into the safety of the zoo. The moon hung high, and the stars twinkled brightly. The night was splendid, ideally suited for a peaceful slumber. Alas, these animals, upon hearing the warnings from the macaw and owl, had no choice but to forego their rest and hastily make their way down the mountain. No one truly relishes the thought of death. Animals feel the same. No creature enjoys being skinned and served as a meal. Life is merciless. Do you understand the law of the jungle? On the mountain, the leader of the poachers whispered, "We are human. They are animals. They are meant to be consumed by us. It is the natural order." The 2 young men beside him nodded in agreement. The trio continued their slow advance, their target for the night being a gray wolf. A hefty bounty of 2 million had been offered by their employer to capture that wolf. Greed drives men to their demise, and 2 million is no trifling sum. Thus, even though their quarry was a fearsome wolf, the 3 pressed on, resolute in their course of action. Chapter 48. A fat crow. The night was windy, and the breeze was quite strong. The grass and trees on the mountain swayed, producing an eerie, rustling sound. Among the 3, the middle-aged man leading them was named Xu Jing. Beside him stood 2 individuals. One was his younger brother, Zhou Kong. The 2 siblings had engaged in this sort of activity more than once. In fact, they had ventured to this mountain on several occasions. Thus, they were quite indifferent to the sound. However, the other person, their cousin Zhou Tsong, displayed evident signs of anxiety and fear. Today marked Zhou Tsong's initiation into such endeavors. Prior to the action, he had boasted confidently, asserting that there would be no issues. Yet that was clearly mere bravado. Now that the moment had arrived, the mere thought of their target, a fierce wolf, sent tremors through his calves to quell his nerves. He desperately focused on the potential earnings from this venture. Money, after all, is an immensely powerful motivator, particularly for someone of his impoverished status. The trio pressed onward. The moonlight was splendid this evening, casting a glow that rendered their eyes accustomed enough to navigate the mountain without the need for flashlights. As they walked, Zhou Tsong could no longer contain himself. "Jingo, must we continue searching like this? What if we can't find it?" Upon hearing Zhou Tsong's cowardly inquiry, Zhou Jing immediately reacted with impatience. "You timid fool. This is precisely our task. If we cannot find it, we shall keep searching until we do. Do you believe that money is easily earned in this world?" Chastened by Zhou Jing's reprimand, Zhou Tsong withdrew his head. Silenced. Observing this, Zhou Kong glanced back with a smirk, though his hand remained reassuring as he patted Zhou Tsong's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not worry. We shall not return empty-handed. Even if we do not locate the wolf tonight, we can catch some wild chickens or rabbits to sell tomorrow, each of us pocketing a tidy sum of 10,000 or so with ease." The allure of money emboldened the timid. After a night of effort, earning 10,000. Toiling at a regular job would require months of hard labor to amass such a sum. Instantly, Zhou Tsong felt a surge of courage. The 3 continued their advance, unaware that not far behind them, perched upon a large tree, a raven, its plumage nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, had been silently observing them for quite some time. Naturally, the raven had overheard their conversation. As the wind stirred, the raven spread its wings and soared toward the nearby Qiming Zoo. This raven, cloaked in deep black and significantly more robust and imposing than the typical crow, could be considered a resident of this region. However, unlike the little raccoon, the owl, or the macaw, this raven could not abide solitude and frequently took to the skies. The Tio likened it to a human. One might say it was a traveler, approximately 10 days prior. The raven had bid farewell to the owl and macaw, embarking on yet another spontaneous journey. Ordinarily, this journey would have required at least another 10 days to conclude. Yet, just a few days ago, while drinking from a brook, it inadvertently overheard a rather intriguing conversation. "I heard that the zoo in Haicheng has acquired a new owner. Is that true? I think I heard something similar, but I haven't paid much attention. After all, what does it matter to us? We cannot understand human speech." "Ah, that is true. It is unfortunate to lack such talent." "Haha, that seems to be the case. Moreover, it is still uncertain whether the new owner is the one we have been waiting for. Wasn't the last one not? Right, well, never mind. It does not concern us much. Let's just drink." The dialogue was uncomplicated and held little significance for the two conversing ravens. However, the news of a new owner at the Haicheng Zoo held immense importance for the raven. Thus, it boldly flew before the two ravens, quickly extracting the details of the situation with undeniable authority. Upon learning the specifics, it flapped its wings, altered its plans, and hurriedly made its way toward Haicheng. Despite knowing the odds were slim, both it and the owl, the macaw, and the other creatures inhabiting that area had all been waiting for the arrival of a certain individual. It had been waiting for at least 5 years. For a raven, 5 years is a remarkably long span, one long enough to cast doubt on the legends circulating among the animal kingdom, questioning whether they were, in fact, outright falsehoods. After all, did there truly exist a zoo somewhere on this earth that was a veritable paradise for all creatures? A zoo where the director cherished animals, could communicate fluently with them, and most crucially, would lead them toward genuine glory. Such a long-standing tale had become increasingly difficult for animals to believe. From a certain perspective, it could almost be deemed a fantasy. The plump raven flapped its wings, having spent 5 years waiting, nearly half its lifespan, on the verge of despair. Now that the zoo had a new owner, it felt compelled to see this human for itself. How could it possibly remain unsatisfied? Moreover, it harbored a dream that the legendary figure had indeed arrived, and it would be the first to join the zoo, becoming the leader. Heaven help me. If that truly is the individual, I must be the first animal to join the zoo. As it flew toward Qiming Zoo, the raven earnestly prayed that it really ought not to have been so hopeful. At the back door of the villa, and Ping, with a cigarette in his mouth, had been watching for quite some time. Little Raccoon still had not returned, and the howling of wolves had ceased. The surroundings appeared quite tranquil. Growing impatient, he glanced at the time again. It was already past 10 in the evening, and soon it would be time for bed. Should he continue to stand there waiting, or leave the door ajar and head inside? And Ping hesitated, and just then he blinked as if something was flying toward him in the sky. Unable to discern clearly, it appeared to be a bird. Why does this bird seem to be flying directly toward me? Could it possibly know me? And Ping wondered aloud. "Director, who are you talking to?" Suddenly, a voice emanated from beside his leg, and Ping was startled, nearly jumping out of his skin. He quickly looked down to find, "Damn it, Kaylee, you idiot, can't you walk without making a sound? You nearly gave me a heart attack." His heart racing, he admonished, "Kaylee, couldn't you announce your presence first?" Director, have you done something to feel guilty about? I heard that humans who have no guilty conscience are not afraid even when ghosts knock at their doors in the middle of the night." "Hey, you foolish dog. How dare you retort?" And Ping felt his authority as the director had been thoroughly trampled. This could not be tolerated. Such behavior must be suppressed, or else these little creatures would surely revolt. "I say, Kaylee, have you become arrogant? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" And Ping declared, shaking his fist. Yet he seemed to forget that a Siberian husky is thick-skinned and not afraid of being hit. In fact, it might even perceive a beating as a playful interaction. Kaylee tilted his handsome dog head back, speaking in a tone that was as irritating as it was disdainful. Director, did I hit the nail on the head? And Ping. Well, it seemed that this foolish dog deserved a good thrashing. Just as Ping was about to take action, the plump raven landed nearby, cocking its head as it observed the two in the dead of night. This scene was undeniably bizarre. Why was a raven staring at him with such an expression? Couldn't the night be a little more peaceful? Kaylay, we will settle this later. And Ping threatened quietly before turning his attention to the plump raven on the grass, not far away. Ravens are relatively common birds, and Ping reflected that his knowledge of them was limited to their reputed high intelligence and unpleasant calls that in many cultures. The presence of a raven is seen as an omen of misfortune. Humans do not typically hold a fondness for such birds that Ping felt indifferent. He did not pay much heed to omens. The man and bird exchanged glances for several seconds, and then Ping opened his mouth, preparing to speak. Just then, side mission released. Communicate with the raven and persuade it to join the zoo. Reward: 1 chance at a lottery. Time limit: 12 hours. A mission had descended from the heavens, along with yet another opportunity for a lottery, and Ping's spirits lifted. Finally, something good has come out of this ridiculous night, he thought, swiftly adopting a cheerful expression as he smiled at the raven. Hello. May I ask if you need something? Are you hungry? The plump raven had already noticed Kaylay before it landed and had clearly heard Ping and Kaylay's conversation. Thus, at this moment, its heart ached more than words could express. Why? Why? I have waited so long. I wanted to be the first to join the zoo and become the leader. Why must this foolish dog get there before me? What have I done wrong? Did I not merely take a trip? The pain in its heart was so intense it felt as though it could hardly breathe this moment. If not for its inherent strength, it might have collapsed to the ground. The plump raven blinked its eyes, the torment within threatening to drive it mad. Thus, fixating its gaze on Kaylay, it silently made a decision in its heart. Never mind, never mind. What belongs to me, I shall certainly reclaim. Isn't it just a foolish dog? I've fought countless battles across the vast expanse of the land, facing both grand and minor skirmishes, and have pulled the fur of innumerable creatures until they weep bitterly. Just this one foolish dog, and a furry one at that. Ha! Soon you shall experience my unparalleled fur-pulling technique. With such thoughts, the pain in his heart diminished significantly. The plump crow spoke. Hello, can you understand my words? The tone was devoid of surprise or doubt, merely seeking confirmation. This was rather peculiar. Ping raised an eyebrow. This rotund crow had exuded an air of oddity since its appearance. Could it be that this bird truly symbolized ill omen? Do you have something to discuss? The plump crow nodded gently, feigning an exaggerated humility that seemed almost too normal, that if those from whom it had previously plucked fur were to witness this demeanor, they would surely be astonished. After all, this crow had always been a brazen representative of arrogance, believing itself to be the mightiest being in existence. Well, I do have a few questions. Would you be so kind as to answer them? The crow inquired. This was becoming increasingly strange to Ping's brow furrowed even tighter, but he began to ponder. Surely this small crow poses no threat to me. All right, it should be convenient. Please ask. Can you understand the speech of animals? Yes, I can. Are you the director of this zoo? Indeed, I am. Will you ensure the zoo thrives? I shall endeavor to do so. Do you like animals? Will you, like some, kill them for clothing or food? This question proved somewhat challenging to answer, for he quite enjoyed meat. Though he primarily consumed common livestock such as cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and fish, it could still be considered eating animals. Ping contemplated carefully, deciding it wise to tread cautiously. I eat common animals like cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Oh, that is fine, I enjoy them too. But what about wild animals? Ping shook his head. I do not eat them. All right, one final question. Can you allow me to join your zoo? Ping. To complete such a simple task and gain a lottery opportunity. Moreover, it seems this is the first instance of an animal actively seeking to join a zoo. Could it be that this plump crow is smitten by my charm? Never mind, that's unimportant. What matters is to hastily finalize the contract. Soon, the contract was successfully signed, and Ping was delighted to acquire a lottery opportunity. Welcome to the Dreamland Zoo. From now on, we shall all be friends. Come, Step inside, have some water and snacks that I shall introduce you to the other animals in the zoo. Anping said with a smile. Money falling from the sky is truly a joyous affair. So much so that he almost forgot about the little raccoon still outside, that he was elated. Just moments ago, the realization of joining the zoo so effortlessly without any turmoil, and without the need for a brawl, left the plump crow equally pleased, for it believed that being ranked second temporarily was not a significant issue. After all, it was confident that given a little time, it could easily subdue the foolish dog. Kola, with its eyes closed. Thus, it was quite content until Anping spoke those words. The crow's heart sank. Its slightly plump body suddenly stiffened. The plump crow was taken aback and instinctively raised its head to ask, Director, what did you just say? What was happening? Why was it suddenly stuttering? Anping halted his steps, looking down in confusion. I said to come in and have some food and drink. Is there a problem? No. No, the next part. Oh, I meant for you to meet and get acquainted with the other animals in the zoo. Oh, other animals? The heart-wrenching sensation returned, even more intense and tumultuous, like a raging tempest. Director, how many animals are there? Not counting me? 7. What the? No way. Chapter 50. The double-faced one becoming second, though frustrating, was bearable if it meant that by defeating the foolish dog Kola, it could ascend to the top. But to be eighth, it would need to conquer 7 others first. It wasn't that the plump crow lacked confidence in defeating the 7 animals that entered before it. Rather, it was the sheer indignation of having merely gone out for a trip, only to return as the 8th. How utterly vexing. More importantly, the creatures ahead of it were those 5 gluttonous groundhogs who were useless in every regard. The plump crow felt a surge of frustration, dizzy with anger, nearly spitting blood. Damn it, I wanted to maintain my illustrious reputation, and now, this was intolerable. If it weren't for having just joined the zoo and Anping being nearby, it would have stormed over and given those 5 groundhogs a thorough thrashing. Look at my temper. It infuriates me. For a moment, the plump crow's mind was racing with thoughts, yet it remained silent, saying nothing. Thus, Anping remained oblivious to the crow's inner turmoil, continuing with his introductions. By the way, do you have a name? Anping recalled this matter and was about to suggest a name himself if it didn't have one, ensuring it would be impressive. However, the plump crow already had a name. A typical double-faced creature, it displayed complete obedience and gentleness before Anping, showing no hint of malice. The plump crow nodded. Yes, I am called Dashuai. Anping. Ha, what a name that exudes such dominance. The corners of his mouth twitched, since the plump crow had a name. His suggestion of Little Black would have to be shelved for now. What a pity. Well then, that is a lovely name. Thank you, Director, for the compliment. After a brief introduction to help everyone become acquainted, as the host, Anping prepared to fetch some food and drink for Dashuai. Little did he know, at that moment, simply observing Little Li and Xiaoya's family, along with the foolish dog Kola, had already made Dashuai feel quite full of anger. Leaving no appetite for food that, of course, being the double-faced creature it was, Dashuai wouldn't express this to Anping. Thus, after some thought, a cunning idea emerged in its mind. Director, I want to eat for now. I need to see my friends. They seem to be in trouble, Dashuai stated. I just saw 3 humans on the mountain. They seem to be poaching. I must help my friends, or they might be killed. The heart dropped. Poaching? Was it the howling of wolves earlier? Wait, the laws in this world impose severe penalties for hunting wild animals, with life imprisonment or even the death penalty. How could poaching still be happening? Wait, did Little Lee run up the mountain? Humans aren't made of wood or stone. Who could be unfeeling? Moreover, having spent quite some time with that little raccoon, a bond must have formed. The mere thought of Little Lee going up the mountain, potentially encountering poachers, and facing capture or worse. No. Anping felt a surge of urgency, his thoughts racing. Dashuai, are you serious? There are indeed humans poaching on the mountain? Yes, absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. Dashuai replied excitedly that Anping's concern confirmed that he truly cared, which was good news. What should we do? Can I do anything to help? Jingu, something feels off. Why have we been walking so long without encountering anything? This time, it was Zhou Kong who could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Hearing the voice, Xu Jing turned to glance back. He too was troubled. After wandering the mountain for so long without encountering anything, it was indeed quite strange. Could they really return empty-handed? No, no. Returning empty-handed would be utterly humiliating. With that thought, Xu Jing spoke in a low voice. These animals might have become clever. It's no worry. They can't escape. Let us keep searching. We will surely find something. Xu Jing held considerable authority, and since he had said so, Zhou Kong and Zhou Tsong exchanged glances and dared not voice any objections. After all, neither wanted to return empty-handed. The three continued onward. After about 5 or 6 minutes, suddenly, bang, 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 the explosive sounds erupted, nearly scaring the souls out of the three. What the heck? How could there be explosions at this hour? Zhou Tsong, the most timid, felt his legs tremble, nearly soiling his pants. He asked, and as the words left his mouth, the answer revealed itself. Fireworks. The three turned to see the fireworks bursting in the sky. Seeing this, Xu Jing, who was quite displeased at being startled, spat angrily. What a foolish thing to do, setting off fireworks in the middle of the night. What's wrong with their brains? Zhou Kong concurred. Brother, it must be from that zoo below. What was that guy's name again? Onping. Xu Jing retorted. Who cares what he's called? He's just a foolish person. Zhou Tsong was still rapidly patting his chest, trying to calm his racing heart, and truly wished to retreat. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth, preparing to speak. Just then, Xu Jing suddenly cursed. What the heck? Lousy remarked. How could one fail to find them? The creatures of the mountain have all scampered into the zoo. Just look. With a grand gesture, Xu Jing pointed toward the distance. His keen eyesight, aided by the illumination of the fireworks, allowed him to spot the animals on the grassy expanse of the zoo, despite the considerable distance. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Kong and Zhou Tsong turned their gazes in unison that on this night, the presence of other animals was inconsequential. The sole focus was on that wolf. Yet it was no mere wolf. It was a bounty of 2 million. The trio stood in stunned silence as the fireworks faded. Tranquility enveloped the land once more, with only the acrid scent of gunpowder affirming that the preceding events were not a mere figment of their imagination. Zhou Kong swallowed hard. He had conducted a modicum of research on the zoo below and was aware it was private property. Hunting in these desolate mountains was one thing, but trespassing in the zoo constituted a wholly different matter. After all, in the dead of night, poaching in the wilderness posed minimal risk as long as they remained undetected. However, breaching private territory, irrespective of their intentions, could lead to dire consequences if captured on camera. Should Onping report them, the three would undoubtedly be summoned for tea. Brother, Zhou Kong gulped again. Let's retreat. That wolf has made its way into the zoo, and we cannot capture it. At this, Zhou Tsong, already contemplating departure, readily concurred. Brother Jin, we can return another day. Zhou Jin's countenance darkened considerably. 2 million was no trifling sum. They had clearly seen it, yet now they were to abandon the pursuit. Infuriating, after a moment of contemplation. Zhou Jin recalled that his client had afforded him ample time. Even if they failed to capture it tonight, as long as he fulfilled the agreement within the stipulated time frame, the 2 million would still be within reach. However, Onping, that scoundrel, was evidently within the zoo. He was no fool. The crime of trespassing on private property was indeed severe. Damn it, we are withdrawing. Chapter 51, Mission Extravaganza. Director, the exuberant de Shuai flew over, exclaiming, those 3 fools have left. This creature, cloaked in darkness, possessed wings for flight and an understanding of human language. Truly unnatural for reconnaissance. Just imagine the feats such a raven could accomplish. A mere flap to a given location. Locking onto a target, eavesdropping on conversations, atop car roofs, on balconies, by windows. One could almost assert that if it wished, there would be no secrets it could not overhear. After all, how many humans would notice a raven nearby? And who would suspect it of listening in? A normal person, harboring such thoughts, would likely be deemed eccentric by their peers. Onping pondered this, feeling a tinge of immorality in utilizing de Shuai for such endeavors. Yet if one were to disregard the ethical implications, he mused. All right. Onping nodded in response. However, I overheard them stating they would not give up, and it seemed they mentioned that wolf was worth 2 million. Had he heard such words previously, Onping might have been perplexed. However, during his wait, he had conducted a quick search on his phone, uncovering details about poaching. Indeed, the legal repercussions for hunting wildlife were stringent. Yet there exist individuals who, the more they are forbidden from doing something, feel compelled to pursue it. Moreover, according to online information, among certain affluent circles, consuming wild animals had inexplicably become a status symbol, a means of ostentation. Look at how wealthy I am. I can indulge in this delicacy. You can't have it. Can you? TSK, how disappointing. Some wealthy individuals are willing to spend lavishly on prohibited wildlife, leading others to take risks for monetary gain. Thus, upon hearing de Shuai's words, Onping swiftly deduced, it seems someone is offering 2 million for those 3 to hunt that gray wolf. Speaking of the gray wolf, he was but an ordinary human, while wolves are known to be predatory. Therefore, despite de Shuai's friendship with the wolf, could he truly trust a raven so easily, risking his life by approaching a creature known for its ferocity? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He was still young, with a bright future ahead. Was he truly willing to gamble and attempt to forge a pact with that gray wolf? De Shuai, I must confirm once more. You are certain that gray wolf will not consume me? Regarding Onping, the director, de Shuai exhibited remarkable patience. Perched on Onping's shoulder, it nodded vigorously. Director, worry not. I am friends with it. And Shaoli is also somewhat of a friend. It will not harm you. Ah, such assurances offered little comfort. Observing Onping's silence and stillness, de Shuai contemplated, and, with its beady eyes darting about, suddenly focused on the tail-tucked, timid Kayle behind the door. Director, if you remain apprehensive, we could bring Kayle along. I've heard huskies share a distant lineage with wolves akin to distant relatives. We could take it with us, should any trouble arise. Kayle is quite plump and should be able to shield you. Onping. Kayle? Shield you? What kind of absurd jest is this? As the saying goes, after the storm comes a rainbow. It is also said that fortune favors the bold. Onping lit a cigarette, taking a couple of deep puffs. The system's tasks had emerged, and this release felt akin to a grand giveaway, unveiling several missions at once. New side mission released. Communicate with the gray wolf and persuade it to join the zoo. New side mission released. Communicate with the macaw and persuade it to join the zoo. New side mission released. Communicate with the wild chicken and persuade it to join the zoo. New side mission released. Communicate with the wild rabbit and persuade it to join the zoo. New side mission released. Communicate with the squirrel and persuade it to join the zoo. New side mission released. Communicate with the tortoise and persuade it to join the zoo. A total of 6 new missions, combined with the unfinished task regarding the white-feathered owl, amounted to 7. Onping's vision sharpened significantly, and under the moonlight, he turned to clearly see the 10 animals gathered in the distance. Indeed, 10 animals, 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits among them. From Onping's perspective, the gray wolf posed the greatest threat to his life, followed closely by the rather oversized tortoise. Yet, how much of a threat could such a large tortoise truly present? He couldn't quite ascertain. Onping's mind raced with thoughts, and at that moment, de Shuai urged him onward. There were matters de Shuai could not articulate, but understood deeply. For de Shuai, those 10 animals were all old friends. The animal kingdom is rife with various groups, and the legend of the zoo had long been dismissed by the majority within those groups. Yet for every skeptic, there are believers that believe that those 10 animals had faith as well. Thus, years ago, they had left their respective homelands, embarking on a perilous journey fraught with uncertainty, traversing to this place, where they now awaited that individual. The hardships endured, as a first-hand witness, de Shuai was acutely aware of their trials. The owl, and the macaw experienced slightly less adversity, as they possessed wings and could soar through the skies, making them less vulnerable. The most arduous journey must have belonged to the tortoise. Though tortoises have long lifespans and can afford to waste a few years, that is not the crux of the matter. What matters is that a tortoise is still a tortoise, slow-moving, and thus one can only imagine how long it took to arrive here. Then there was the gray wolf. Wolves are pack animals. A lone wolf in the wild faces significantly diminished combat prowess and considerable survival threats. Moreover, the very nature of a wolf dictates that during its journey to this location, it would have had no companions. Only solitude.as for the 2 wild chickens, the 2 wild rabbits, and the squirrel. The hardships they endured to reach here could be categorized as moderate. They had to remain vigilant against being preyed upon by larger animals while simultaneously avoiding capture by certain humans. The dual threat to their lives was no trivial matter. In summary, for the Shuai, these were all long-time acquaintances, friends. Now that it believed Onping was the one it had been waiting for, it naturally hoped that these old friends would all join the zoo. Not long ago, it had conversed with them, curious as to why, after Onping had become the zoo's master for some time, these old friends still resided in the mountains and had not joined the zoo. This perplexity was not difficult to explain. Among them, the oldest tortoise, having lived long enough to be well acquainted with the legend, responded, "We decided to wait and see for a while. We previously thought that individual was the one we were waiting for. But alas, we lost an old friend. Therefore, this time, we resolved to act only when all signs indicated it was time." Are all signs pointing to the undeniable conclusion that Onping is indeed that individual? And this place is unequivocally the zoo? No, the tortoise responded with resolute finality. There remains one crucial sign yet to be revealed. What is it? The tortoise sighed, providing clarification. After listening, the Xu fell into a contemplative silence. It seems there is some truth to that. But given the current circumstances, those 3 abhorrent humans have set their sights on the gray wolf. Remaining on the mountain could pose a significant risk to your lives. We must weigh the gravity of the situation carefully. Chapter 52. I am not human. But you are indeed a dog. That decision-making is an exceedingly arduous task. Fortunately, at this juncture, Comrade Red Fox Shaoli stepped forward to articulate a pivotal point. Onping had previously stated that even upon signing the contract, one could withdraw at any time. Shaoli spoke earnestly. I have been undercover for several days. I may not have much to share, but at least I can say this. What is it? Onping is not malevolent, Shaoli declared, somewhat mischievous, but not wicked. Thus, I believe we can give it our at worst. Before that sign manifests, we can band together and remain vigilant. This was an acceptable proposition. After considerable deliberation, the 10 animals grudgingly reached an agreement. Meanwhile, at the villa, Onping, having smoked 2 cigarettes in succession, clenched his teeth and muttered, "Fortune favors the bold. I shall risk it as long as I remain within the confines of the zoo. I shall not perish." He made his decision. Kale, we are off to welcome new friends into our zoo. Kale? Director, I'm feeling unwell. I think I'll sit this one out. You go ahead. Hey, Director, what are you doing? Don't lay hands on me. Let go of me. Director, I am not human, but you are truly a dog. Release me. I wish to return home. Kale, with one front paw grasped firmly by Onping, was dragged along, emitting a cacophony of wails that reverberated through the air. Utterly pitiful. Consequently, the Xu, who was steadfastly perched upon Onping's shoulder, struggled to contain his irritation for a brief moment before succumbing to his temper. He began to berate Kale. Kale, you foolish dog, look at you. A pitiful creature. Can you not aspire to greater heights? What can you possibly achieve with such cowardice? It's embarrassing, considering you resemble a gray wolf. You're a disgrace, you rubbish. Kale? What the hell did you just call me? You foul crow. Dare to repeat that? I'll have you for breakfast. Enter the king of tongue combat. Kale, as a husky, may not excel in physical confrontations, but when it comes to verbal battles, he has never backed down. Instantly, a fierce exchange erupted, with both dog and bird hurling insults with fervor. Kale, you rubbish. Who are you calling rubbish? The Xu. I'm referring to you, you rubbish. What is it to you? Go take a look at your sorry self. Kale, you're the real rubbish. If I were to relieve myself, it would be right in your mouth, drowning you, you stinking crow. The king of tongue combat lived up to his reputation. Onping was taken aback, Shaoli was astonished. And all 10 animals, including the gray wolf, were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Yet neither the Xu nor Kale noticed that they were still engaged in a heated exchange. Their display mirrored that of keyboard warriors lurking behind screens, exuding an air of with one click, the world is mine. Greetings, I am Onping, the director of this dream zoo. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. I am unsure if the Xu and Shaoli have informed you. Oh, they have. That simplifies matters. To AS, the director of Dream Zoo, I wholeheartedly welcome each of you to join us. Now, regarding the contract terms, allow me to elucidate. What? This parrot can comprehend human text. That is splendid. Very well. I shall place the contract here for your perusal. There are quite a few terms, so take your time. As they began to read, nearly half an hour passed. Onping, with his heart racing and unable to calm down, chain-smoked 3 cigarettes, and just as he prepared to light a fourth, the parrot finally completed its review and began conferring with the other animals that a few minutes later, the eldest tortoise spoke on behalf of the group. All right, Director, we agree to join the zoo. Sigh. Upon hearing those words, Onping exhaled a long breath of relief. Simultaneously, his anxious heart began to settle that, of course, he knew that it was not yet time to let down his guard completely. Welcome. Then, let us proceed to sign the contract. One by one, they signed. Finally, the contracts were completed, signifying that from this moment forth, the gray wolf and the tortoise could no longer harm him. Sigh, the night of unexpected surprises had finally come to an end. Onping's racing heart gradually returned to normal, the feelings of dread dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning sense of joy. Soon, this joy coalesced into an overwhelming excitement that, what a thrill. 8 chances. Oh no, 9 chances for a draw, including to Xu. What a windfall. With such a mindset, it was undoubtedly commendable. Fortunately, the villa was spacious enough. The living room was ample. Otherwise, accommodating so many animals would indeed be a challenge, that yes, it turned out. Regardless of their prior diets, herbivorous or carnivorous, once the animals formally signed the contracts and joined the zoo, they could consume anything without any issues. Thus, today was a day of genuine happiness. You all haven't tea had dinner yet. Have you? How about some barbecue and a few beers? In high spirits, Onping paid no heed to the time and inquired of the newly joined animals, the gray wolf and the tortoise, to his surprise. Before they could respond, the 2 previously ailing members, Xiaoban and Xiaoyu, who had been huddled on the sofa, along with the king of tongue combat, Kale, erupted in cheers. Barbecue, barbecue. I absolutely adore barbecue, Director. Hurry and buy some. Get more meat. That chicken wing flavor was delightful last time. Make sure to buy plenty this time. Onping. Xiaoli. In that moment, Onping was genuinely at a loss as to whether to feel anger or amusement. After pondering for a moment, he decided that he ought to be angry, or at least pretend to be. I say, Xiaoban, Xiaoyu, do you have no shame? Just moments ago, you claimed to be unwell. If you're sick, then you should rest and refrain from eating. Xiaoban and Xiaoyu. As food enthusiasts, nothing is more important than delicious cuisine. What? Face? What even is that? Ah, Director, we're completely fine now. We're no longer sick, they chorused. Truly, their audacity was astonishing, leaving Onping both exasperated and amused. Alas, with such a group of little rascals, the days ahead would likely be quite challenging. All right, fine, I'll step out for a bit. You all stay put inside. He added, considering the 3 poachers who might return. This is my zoo. If those poachers dare to intrude and harm you, as long as it's within the zoo's boundaries, you can deal with them however you wish. I will bear all consequences. The words hung in the air. Thud. Oh no, they were moved. Chapter 53. A bountiful harvest, a celebration. Speaking of bearing all consequences, it was indeed a reminder for Onping, now that the name of his zoo had been established. He needed to expedite the processing of all related qualifications and documentation for the animals within the zoo. Because, strictly speaking, without those documents, if the animals were to injure those poachers within the zoo, it could lead to significant troubles. With the proper documentation, however, there would be no issues whatsoever. Tio put it bluntly, as long as all the documents were in order and everything was legal and compliant. Even if the gray wolf were to devour an intruder, it wouldn't constitute a legal offense, such as the power of legality. And from a certain perspective, it also highlights the robustness of this world's legal system. Onping found it quite appealing. Late at night, around 11, Onping first called the barbecue restaurant, ordering an assortment of skewers totaling 3,000 yuan, and only after lighting a cigarette did he set off towards the city. Onping was in high spirits. He genuinely believed in the adage that after the storm comes the rainbow. After all, tonight began with fright and culminated in the acquisition of so many animals. Wait, suddenly it dawned on him. 10 species of animals? Let me think. Do I feel like I have already met the requirements? He didn't need to think for long before excitement surged within him again. Honestly, this feeling was far more exhilarating than holding 9 chances for a draw. 3 requirements, and so swiftly, one has been fulfilled. Only 2 remain. With 20 completion of the zoo, at this pace, it will not be difficult. As for the animals' affection, I simply need to treat them a little better, and I firmly believe that enhancing their fondness will be an effortless endeavor. Haha, so does this mean that soon I shall ascend to the rank of a 1-star director? Thus, what exactly does this so-called grand world resemble? I truly look forward to it. My spirits are genuinely high, so even though it is indeed a bit late, I decided to send a WeChat message to Xu Jing. When good fortune strikes, one must certainly share the joy with a beloved beauty. Even if I cannot share extensively, a little bit is still something. Xu Jing, are you asleep? As the car window rolled down, the warm night breeze brushed against me. Anping extended his left hand out the window, his palm slightly curved inward. He had previously read online that this hand posture evokes a certain sensation. Indeed, moreover, the faster the speed, the more delightful the feeling. Now, upon conducting this little experiment, it appears to be just as he had imagined, truly exhilarating. Anping found himself somewhat entranced at that moment. His phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Xu Jing. Ah! Falsehoods remain false. It's better to touch the real thing in the future. With a chuckle, he opened the message, and Xu Jing replied, I fell asleep. Anping immediately responded. Then, Xu Jing, are you dreaming while replying to me? How touching, I never expected to appear in your dreams. Grinning face, Xu Jing. Frowning. What are you doing, looking for excitement in the middle of the night? Anping, hee, not at all. I'm just driving to the city to buy some barbecued food. It's rather dull alone. So, I thought I'd chat with you. Xu Jing. What time is it? Why are you buying barbecue so late? Anping, something good happened, and I'm in a great mood. Cola and the others are clamoring for barbecue. Xu Jing. What good thing? Anping, you'll find out when you come to the zoo tomorrow. Xu Jing. If you're not going to say more, forget it, that I'm going to sleep. Bye. Anping, good night. It was already 11:30. Indeed, time to retire for the night, which shouldn't be a common excuse among beauties. Anping chuckled to himself. There was still a considerable supply of beer at the zoo. But this is a consumable, so purchasing a bit more is prudent. Thus, around 12:30, he loaded 3,000 yuan worth of barbecue and several boxes of beer into his trusty Wuling vehicle and set off back to the zoo. At approximately 1:20, the air at Qiming Zoo erupted with exuberant cheers. Cola and the gray wolf even howled at the sky. One after the other, but of course, Cola's howl was rather feeble, while the gray wolf's howl was truly authentic and formidable. In the dead of night, the mingling aromas of barbecue and beer created a lively atmosphere, as if they had known each other for ages. Well, saying it that way doesn't seem too far-fetched. Among the animals present, aside from Cola, who hailed from the city, the others had originally inhabited this land. Even the timid yet gluttonous Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu had some familiarity with the gray wolves. They weren't exactly close friends, but had certainly crossed paths numerous times. Director, the barbecue is absolutely delicious. You truly are a great person, exclaimed the chubby Xiao Ban, holding a skewer in one hand and a beer in the other. Xiao Yu chimed in, Dear, you're just spouting nonsense. Of course, the director is a great person. Hurry and keep an eye on the kids. Don't let them drink. Bolstered by alcohol, Xiao Ban had consumed quite a bit and dared to retort, Why should I watch? What about you? Well, those words certainly stirred a hornet's nest that I in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ban found himself on the receiving end of a beating, while everyone else erupted into laughter. As they feasted and drank. It appeared that the merriment wouldn't cease anytime soon. Thus, considering the necessity to expedite the paperwork for these animals, the names for the newly joined 10 animals needed to be established promptly. At this moment, Anping would need to unleash his remarkable imagination, but he believed that naming them would be a trivial task. After all, he had attended university. Yet, the harsh reality swiftly proved him to be utterly inept at naming. Anping wore a grim expression, utterly perplexed as to how such a simple matter could escalate into such chaos. Had he eaten too much barbecue, or perhaps drunk too much beer? Suddenly, a headache began to set in. This throbbing persisted for nearly an hour until all the names were finally settled, gradually subsiding. The names were confirmed. The massive tortoise was named Chongsheng. The white-haired owl was simply called by Mao. The macaw was named Xiaoying. Similar to the crow to Shuai, the macaw already had a name, which they decided to keep. The squirrel was dubbed Binghe. Anping reminisced about the unfortunate squirrel from Ice Age. Hence the name. The male hare was named Tai Feng, while the female hare was called Baoyu, aptly named for their speed. The gray wolf was directly named Hui Tai Lang, fitting and easily understood. The male wild chicken was named Xiao Duo, and the female wild chicken was named Xiao Kai. This naming convention stemmed from the fact that wild chickens indeed possess a variety of colors. But more importantly, Anping simply could not think of any other names. Just coming up with these names nearly drove him mad. Let this suffice. It's no matter. With the names settled and everyone sufficiently satiated, it was time for sleep. Anping was exhausted, too tired even to think about the lottery, but he would deal with it tomorrow. Sleep. Chapter 54. All of you present are nothing but rubbish. The first thing in the morning. Propped up against the bed, he lit a cigarette and opened the system, ready to spin the lottery. The great wheel began to spin. Congratulations, the host is drawn. The same prompt appeared again and again. The sensation of drawing 9 times in succession was truly delightful. Anping genuinely felt, if only I could draw until the end of time. Unfortunately, such a scenario was impossible. Merely 5 minutes later, his 9 chances were entirely exhausted. Summarizing the gains, my luck has finally turned. A pear sapling, an apple sapling, and 7 entries into the zoo development fund, totaling $230 million. I've struck it rich. I've become a billionaire. Thus, disregarding everything, Anping leaned back against the bed and gazed at the ceiling, bursting into laughter. The sound of his laughter carried outside the villa, prompting all the animals to turn their heads in unison, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. What is going on with the director? Why is he laughing so early in the morning? Perhaps he had a wonderful dream? Could it be that he has gone mad? Get lost! Don't spout nonsense. Our dashing and mighty director could never be mad, remarked the crow to Shuai. Strangely enough, despite having only joined a mere 10 hours prior, the Shuai had quickly become one of Anping's most ardent supporters among the animals. Displaying the utmost enthusiasm towards him, IT felt as if the Shuai unconditionally trusted Anping, or perhaps was merely seeking to curry favor. I'll go see what is happening, the Shuai declared without hesitation. Flapping his wings and soaring into the villa, that IT was only after confirming the Shuai had entered the house that Hui Tai Lang could not help but comment. Do you feel that the Shuai seems quite changed? It almost feels like he is deliberately trying to please the director. Hui Tai Lang directed his question at the tortoise Chongsheng. Among all the animals, Chongsheng was the eldest and exuded a peculiar wisdom, often adopting an air of sagacity. When he spoke, his voice was steady and radiated wisdom. The Shuai hasn't changed. He merely made a choice long ago. Upon hearing this, Hui Tai Lang blinked, still somewhat puzzled. What choice? To find the legendary Anping and wholeheartedly follow him. Well, now Hui Tai Lang comprehended. So, blind loyalty? Not quite. After all, the Shuai is a crow, and crows are naturally devoted to what they cherish. ISNT it said that a crow only has one mate in its lifetime. The principle is similar. Vaguely understanding yet still baffled. Regardless, no matter how one looked at it, the Shuai was clearly fawning over Anping. Hui Tai Lang pondered for a moment, choosing to disregard it, and closed his eyes beneath the shade of a tree. He was a wolf, and pride coursed through his veins. To kneel before a human? I'm afraid that's impossible. In fact, for him, maintaining a respectful distance was already the utmost concession. Today was rather busy. He needed to find someone suitable to handle the documentation for Qiming Zoo and its resident animals. Then expedite the process in order to obtain the permits promptly. He could not afford to delay. He needed to drive to the city right away. Anping, cigarette in mouth, changed his shoes and prepared to head out. The Shuai expressed his desire to accompany him, which Anping had no objections to. After all, he was just a bird, and having him along was convenient. Moreover, to be honest, the Shuai's attitude towards him was genuinely gratifying. Although it felt a touch like flattery, the truth remained. Flattery was a harmless endeavor. All right, I promise you. Anping chuckled in agreement. realizing that the Shui seemed to be quite the chatterbox. Satisfied with his request being granted, the Shui exclaimed, "I knew I was the director's favorite animal." This fellow was undoubtedly speaking so loudly on purpose, ensuring that all the animals frolicking on the grass could hear him. And indeed, all the animals did hear him. Xiao Ban and Xiao Yu's family were still munching away. Those 5 plump little creatures seemed to care for nothing but food, leading to minimal reaction. Grey Wolf had never been particularly interested in ingratiating himself with the headmaster, and thus displayed little reaction. The typhoon and torrential rain, along with the 2 newcomers, Xiao Duo and Xiao Kai, seemed to possess a certain self-awareness. Recognizing that they did not belong in the realm of pets, and therefore did not exert themselves that as for Changsheng, the tortoise, he was considerably older than Anping and could very well be considered a senior. Given this, competing for the affection of a younger generation would be beneath his dignity. Regarding the squirrel Ice River, well, he was preoccupied. Then there was the parrot Xiaoying, the owl Bai Mao, the red fox Xiaoli, and the husky Kalu. The reactions of these 4 were somewhat intense. Xiaoli exclaimed, "Big shot, can you not be so shameless?" Xiaoying added, "You dark foul crow, what are you so proud of?" Bai Mao interjected, "Big shot. To be honest, we've known each other for quite some time, and I never expected you to exhibit such sycophantic behavior that you've truly disappointed me." Kalu barked, "Get lost. That foul crow, the most handsome and unbeatable dog, is the headmaster's favorite. Who do you think you are? Do you believe I want to bite you to death?" This was precisely the effect Big Shot desired. He smirked, for his strategy was remarkably simple and direct. Just as a man pursues a woman with decisive intent, his plan for winning affection must also be executed with immediacy. In other words, on the very first day, Big Shot declared, "I'm the headmaster's favorite." "What? You disagree?" With the headmaster present, I want to hold it against you for now, but I shall settle the score later." With a devilish grin, Big Shot remarked, "You lot, I truly don't know how to address you." He feigned difficulty, then boldly stated, "Let us put it this way. I consider all of you to be worthless." Anping. A chorus of animals? Frankly, such words were undeniably imposing, especially when coupled with Big Shot's arrogant demeanor. As if to say, "I look down upon you, and what are you going to do about it? Want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." TSK. That was quite powerful to ASA result. Anping couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Big Shot, who sat in the passenger seat of the Wuling Van. It was evident that this somewhat plump crow, with glistening black feathers, was no ordinary bird. The question remained, just how extraordinary was he? "Big Shot, weren't you worried that your brazen provocation would lead them to attack you?" Upon hearing this, Big Shot chuckled. "Headmaster, I'm not boasting that I, Big Shot, have roamed the rivers and lakes for years, braving storms and sunshine alike. When I'm in a good mood, I pluck the feathers of whomever I choose. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll do the same to anyone I encounter. Headmaster, I'm not exaggerating. Over the years, I've been in countless scrapes, with a success rate of 99%. With such a formidable track record, I truly don't regard those little creatures as a threat. In fact, I hope they come at me. Just wait and see. I'll pluck every single feather from them." Well, Anping was somewhat eager to witness such a scene. However, speaking of plucking feathers, then what will you do about Changsheng, who has no feathers? Big Shot. "Headmaster, let us not discuss that. You're still my most beloved headmaster." Chapter 55. That doesn't seem like a dog. Finding the right person and spending a little money to obtain the necessary documentation was a minor task. Anping, accompanied by Big Shot, took some time to visit several agencies that could handle the paperwork, finally settling on one, paying the fee, and completing the process. Why now? It was nearly noon. Speaking of noon, Anping suddenly realized he had overlooked a significant issue. Previously, with only 7 small animals in the zoo, meal preparation was somewhat challenging but manageable. However, starting today, the number of animals had increased dramatically. Although the villa had a kitchen, preparing sufficient meals for so many animals 3 times a day was no small feat. Even if it were possible, wouldn't he be utterly exhausted. Meal preparation was a considerable problem, and one that needed urgent attention. Typically, animals in a zoo do not consume human food. They are fed according to their natural diets. For instance, Grey Wolf, as a wolf, would traditionally eat raw meat in a conventional zoo. Yet in Dreamland Zoo, gray wolf preferred cooked meat, especially that which was rich in flavor and prepared with human culinary techniques. Then there was Kulu, along with Xiaohan and Xiaoyu, the family of gluttons, and Changsheng, the big tortoise. It seems that we must hasten the establishment of a cafeteria and hire a few chefs to handle meal preparation. This matter could not be delayed. Fortunately, after the morning series of successful draws, funds were sufficient to commence the first phase of construction that in the bustling supermarket. Omping couldn't help but chuckle wryly, realizing that the money he had just acquired was about to be spent again. He headed to the vegetable section, purchasing a variety of vegetables, particularly an abundance of carrots and assorted items. After about half an hour of haphazard shopping, Onping and Big Shot returned to the car. It was oppressively hot inside the vehicle. Checking the time, it appeared that the takeout he had ordered was almost ready, so he started the engine and drove to collect it. After retrieving the meal, he returned to the zoo. After a busy morning in the sweltering heat, Onping's earlier fantasies of a leisurely, carefree existence began to dissipate. When the zoo had fewer animals, he could afford to relax. Now, with so many creatures, leisure seemed a distant dream. Just the procurement alone was exhausting. Thus, aside from the urgent need to establish the cafeteria, another pressing matter had emerged. He would need to hire at least 2 employees. What a hassle! Can't I just enjoy being a wealthy person in peace? After lunch, the new arrivals, Changsheng, Xiaoying, and Gray Wolf, who had previously lived in the mountains, were rather dirty and in need of a bath. This was quite the physical endeavor. Given the number of animals, if it proves too difficult, perhaps we should build a bathhouse? Onping pondered as he assisted these little creatures in bathing. Busy from morning until everything was done, he had hardly had a moment's rest. Now, finally able to recline on the swing, Onping pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. In just a few hours, night would fall, marking the end of yet another day. Exhausted, Onping had intended to message Xu Jing to invite her over for a visit, but after lying down for a few minutes, the urge to sleep overtook him. Forget it, sleep is paramount. I'll rest first. That Xu Jing wasn't particularly busy today, nor was she exceptionally free. Last night, Onping had messaged her, inviting her to the zoo today. This morning, she had indeed considered going for a visit. However, by noon, that notion faded. Onping had not sent her any further messages. In fact, he hadn't messaged her at all. What could she do? Just because of one line from last night, was she supposed to take the initiative to visit? No way. Her pride wouldn't allow such a thing. So she thought, let that scoundrel do as he pleased. She would take a nap instead. Thus, after having lunch with nothing much to do, Xu Jing lay down on her bed and, somewhat annoyed, fell asleep. Interestingly, perhaps due to the spring drowsiness and summer lethargy, she soon fell into a deep sleep and didn't even notice her phone vibrating. The vibration was from a WeChat message, not from Onping, but from her mother, the somewhat inappropriate Xin Xiaolan. Xin Xiaolan sent a message, waited a few minutes for a response, but when none came, she reconsidered and decided to drive to another location. With nothing to do and a penchant for spontaneity, it was entirely reasonable for her to do so. The white Maserati, guided by the navigation system, ventured further into a remote area. About half an hour later, Xin Xiaolan had to hit the brakes and slowly pull over, taking out her phone to confirm whether the navigation had made an error. Why is it so desolate? Not a soul in sight. The navigation was indeed correct. She was merely 10 minutes away from her destination. Having driven for so long, turning back now seemed a bit disheartening. Well, just 10 minutes. Let us get there first. After a moment of hesitation, the white Maserati resumed its journey, just 10 minutes away. Xin Xiaolan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. She spotted the zoo in the distance. Indeed, it's right here. Quite remote. As the car came to a stop under the midday sun, which was still quite fierce. She was fortunate that although wealthy, she was not delicate like some affluent women who seemed unable to tolerate a bit of sunlight. Sunlight was just sunlight. It didn't matter. Moreover, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Upon exiting the car, Xin Xiaolan's brow immediately knitted in confusion. And honestly, could one really blame her? From this perspective, it appears that on the grassy ground shaded by trees in the zoo, several animals are sprawled out, soundly asleep, creating the illusion of a scene reminiscent of a morgue. Fortunately, it is broad daylight. Had this been witnessed at night, it would have likely induced sheer terror. Xin Xiaolan blinked vigorously, having spotted Anping on the swing. Yet the distance and angle obscured her view of his complete visage that a tinge of regret washed over her. Should she feign a visit and venture closer? With that thought, Xin Xiaolan shifted her gaze towards the dilapidated entrance. Devoid of a ticket booth, it was utterly impossible to discern whether the establishment was open for business. Upon further reflection, it seemed that the only presence within the zoo was that solitary figure on the swing. A zoo devoid of visitors, sleeping on swings in broad daylight, animals left to roam freely. Wait a moment, that doesn't appear to be a dog. Oh no. Don't look at me. Don't come closer. Chapter 56. The charming little parrot comrade Xin Xiaolan, regardless of her frivolity or wealth, remains fundamentally a woman. Thus, when the previously slumbering gray wolf opened its eyes, rose, and strode purposefully towards her, she reacted as any ordinary woman might. She screamed. Unlike humans, animals possess heightened alertness, and even the small couple, Half Moon and Little Moon, were no exception. Consequently, all the animals were abruptly roused. The most responsive, de Shuai, immediately flapped its wings and flew over. Following closely was the golden parrot. Xiaoing. The white-feathered owl hesitated for a moment before abandoning the thought of joining them, opting instead to remain perched atop a tree, serving as a 270-degree surveillance camera. The remaining animals stirred awake, but made no move towards the commotion. Anping had emphasized to them that they must not frighten humans. Gray wolf, you fool. Why are you coming over? Don't you realize how frightful you are? Look at how you've scared her. De Shuai perched on the fence and turned to scold the gray wolf, unleashing a barrage of exclamations without restraint. This, the gray wolf, having halted its advance, responded rather bluntly. It opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Stupid crow, I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you wish to perish? De Shuai, unperturbed, flapped its wings defiantly. You? Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Roar, stupid crow, I'm going to eat you. The gray wolf was incensed. Observing the situation, de Shuai, fully aware of human behavior and determined to assist Anping, seized the opportunity and called out, all bark and no bite. I've seen plenty like you. Come on, chase me. With that, de Shuai flapped its wings and swiftly took flight. The gray wolf dashed after it the fence. Only the striking golden parrot, Xiaoing, remained. Xiaoing glanced at the rapidly retreating figures of de Shuai and the gray wolf before turning its attention to the middle-aged woman before it. As the sole creature in the zoo capable of human speech, Xiao Ying's understanding of humans rivaled that of de Shuai. Thus, it discerned that the gray wolf had indeed frightened this woman quite thoroughly. With a clever twist of its mind, Xiaoing resolved to employ a strategy of flattery. Beautiful lady, I sincerely apologize for the fright caused by that foolish wolf. Xin Xiaolan? Am I imagining things? Is this parrot actually speaking to me? Beautiful lady, please allow me to express my most sincere apologies on behalf of that foolish wolf. Moreover, I must say, encountering such beauty today has brightened my day immeasurably. Xin Xiaolan? Well, this is not a hallucination. This parrot is genuinely conversing with me, and with such charming words. What a revelation! Having lived over 40 years, this was the first time she had been flirted with by a parrot. What a magical creature! What an extraordinary zoo! Typically, a whimsical woman might exhibit a certain lack of awareness. Thus, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Xin Xiaolan found herself not fleeing, but instead smiling. Little parrot, who taught you to speak this way? Xin Xiaolan inquired with a smile. Of course, it was my esteemed director. As it spoke, Xiaoing extended its right wing to cover its chest and bowed slightly, performing a rather gentlemanly gesture. Everything was executed with utmost precision and perfection. If not for Anping's sudden exclamation, "That's not what I taught you, don't make things up," the animals were in an uproar. De Shuai was squawking. The gray wolf was howling, and the trio of professional onlookers, Fatty 1, Fatty 2, and Fatty 3, were incessantly shouting. Amid such chaos, even Anping, who merely wished to sleep, found it impossible to do so. In fact, he had awakened about a minute prior, just in time to hear Xiaoing utter its first words to Xin Xiaolan, that he was astonished. Then Xiaoing spoke again. His astonishment deepened. Following this, Xiaoing attributed the honor to him, which incited his ire, compelling him to rush over and exclaim, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Did that wolf frighten you? Are you hurt? Anping hurried over, first apologizing to Xin Xiaolan, then directing Xiaoing to entertain itself elsewhere. He genuinely worried that Xiaoing's continued human speech would lead to complications. Goodbye, director. Farewell, beautiful sister. The parrot couldn't resist one last flirtation. Anping heard this and shook his head helplessly, though inwardly he was already contemplating a rather splendid idea. Tonight, I'll take Xiaoing to find Xu Jing and let Xiaoing speak on my behalf. I wonder what her reaction will be. With that thought in mind, he decided without hesitation. Xin Xiaolan chuckled and shook her head. Over 40 years of age, to still be called beautiful sister by a parrot was enough to bring her joy. The happiness derived from this compliment swiftly overshadowed her previous fright at the gray wolf. Moreover, Xin Xiaolan quickly assessed Anping before her. Having seen his photograph, she recognized him instantly. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he was quite handsome, spirited, with a bright smile and pleasant demeanor. All in all, her first impression was quite favorable. Xin Xiaolan smiled. I'm not hurt at all, just a bit startled to see a wolf for the first time. Young man, are you the director of this zoo? Glad to hear you're unscathed. Yes, I am, Anping replied, nodding with a smile that he felt a twinge of confusion but concealed it well. He had noticed Xin Xiaolan scrutinizing him, so he had taken the liberty to assess her as well. It felt peculiar. Why did she seem so familiar? But that couldn't be right. My recent social interactions have been quite limited, and if I had encountered such a charming lady, I would surely remember. Indeed, to Anping, Xin Xiaolan exuded an undeniable allure. She had a lovely figure, free from the common bulk often seen in middle-aged women. Her makeup was minimal, presenting a comfortable appearance that spoke to her natural beauty. Her smile was warm and inviting. Wait! Anping suddenly realized the source of this familiarity dawned on him.